Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 726, The Actions of the Imperial Holy Sect. It seems that I really have to leave. Qin Wentian felt a sense of emotion in his heart. Although the Huangji Holy Land is vast, it seems to have restricted his growth for him now. He still has to go to the immortal realm. Qin Wentian had never thought of leaving so early before. It was probably because of the turmoil of Dongsheng accepting disciples that he had this idea. At this time, Qin Wentian looked into the distance and saw that there seemed to be a roar coming from that direction. The powerful fluctuations of the star force could not hide from his perception. Many people rushed in that direction. At this time, Qin Wentian frowned and took Mo Qingcheng's hand and walked forward. After a while, they came to the place where the fluctuations came from. They saw that this was a prosperous place with many restaurants, but at this moment, the buildings had all collapsed. Many restaurants turned directly into ruins. Many people stopped around and watched. In front, many strong men were fighting. The gorgeous starry sky was amazing. The starry sky of the strong men in the Xiangxiang realm was indeed wonderful and had terrible power. Brother Lin Shui, sister Ling Shuang. Qin Wentian looked at the fighting crowd. He actually recognized a few of them, including Lin Shui, a disciple of the Sword Sect, as well as Lu Bingao, Ji Fixu, and Yi Ling Shuang. As for the people fighting with them, most of them were strong men who were good at thunder power, and there were also people who were good at earth power. Compared with the people of the Sword Sect, they had an advantage in numbers. Moreover, both sides were not very old, and many were young people. There is another fight between the 9 major sects. There have been constant frictions in the past year. It seems that the various sects are intentionally or unintentionally targeting the Sword Sect. It seems that the Royal Saint Sect may be excluding the Sword Sect. The voice of someone speaking fell into Qin Wentian's ears, making him frown slightly. When Zaichu killed Chu Jack, he had already made enemies with the Sword Sect, but the Sword Sect, as a subsidiary of the Royal Saint Sect, had to swallow its anger. But it doesn't mean that they can swallow their anger. Whether it is this Hanjian sect in the Huangji Holy Sect or this Hanjian sect, one of the 9 major sects outside the Huangji Holy Sect, they have all been subtly excluded by other sects. They just need an excuse to really take action. However, the Hanjian sect is smart. The people above have never really had friction with the core figures of the Huangji Holy Sect, and no one has defected. They have been holding back their anger. They have to hold back. The Huangji Holy Sect is already watching them, and they may take action against them one day. How dare they not hold back? Among the people fighting on both sides, Yi Ling Shuang from the Hanjian sect was relatively weak. A strong man from the Purple Thunder sect was suppressing her steadily, dancing with the power of thunder in his hands, and said with a smile, "The people of the Hanjian sect are really loyal." Yi Ling Shuang's father, Yi Qingyan, has openly become the enemy of the Huangji Holy Sect. We want to capture this girl, but you are still protecting her. Aren't you afraid that the Huangji Holy Sect will blame you? That was the matter of our fathers. Do you want to hold junior sister Yi Ling Shuang accountable? Ji Fixu snorted coldly. In fact, Yi Ling Shuang had long left the Hanjian sect and went to Yi Kingdom with Yi Qingyan. It was only recently that strong men often appeared in Yi Kingdom, so Yi Ling Shuang came to the Holy Emperor City and wanted to go to the Medicine Emperor Valley to pay homage to the Medicine Emperor. She happened to meet Lin Shui and others on the way who were also coming to the Holy Emperor City, so they came together. The group gathered together, but encountered provocations from the Purple Thunder sect and the Earth Gate. The son pays for the father's debt, and the same goes for the daughter. The man looked at Yi Ling Shuang with a teasing look and said, "But Yi Ling Shuang is so sexy, I really can't bear to kill her directly." "You are shameless," Yi Ling Shuang said coldly. "Haha, there are even more shameless ones." The man's hands were dancing with lightning, and he walked towards Yi Ling Shuang. Lin Shui and other strong men were also restrained and could not rescue Yi Ling Shuang at all. At this moment, a sword energy swept through, as if it was faster than lightning. Who? The man turned around suddenly, and the terrifying sword roar made the void produce a sonic boom. The terrifying sword came with the power of destruction to kill. The man's hands danced with the power of thunder and struck out, but the sword was seen to kill down, and the sound of puffing was heard, directly piercing the opponent's head and destroying him. This scene made many people who were fighting stop, and their eyes suddenly turned, and then they saw two peerless figures stepping into the void. Qin Wentian. Seeing the two people appear, many people looked cold. Has the sword sect colluded with Qin Wentian, the enemy of the Holy Emperor sect? A strong man from the Earth sect, wearing khaki clothes, stared at Lin Shui and said coldly, "I have long left the sword sect. What does the sword sect's affairs have to do with me? But Lin Shui is my sister. How dare you bully her? You should be killed." Qin Wentian's voice fell, and a murderous aura burst out. The Holy Emperor sect seemed to be looking for an excuse to deal with the sword sect. Naturally, he had to distance himself from the sword sect. The strong men from the Purple Thunder sect and the Earth sect looked at Qin Wentian with fear in their eyes. This man was extremely powerful and killed the leader of the Holy Emperor sect. No one within the third level of the celestial phenomenon was his opponent. At this moment, their strongest person was only at the third level of the celestial phenomenon. What's more, behind Qin Wentian, there was the Medicine Emperor Valley to support him. You were humiliated in the Immortal Palace in the past, and now you dare to be so arrogant. The Holy Emperor sect will definitely kill you. One person said coldly. Are you qualified to step into the Immortal Palace? Qin Wentian showed a sarcastic look, and then the dream world stars bloomed, and his eyes swept through them one by one. In an instant, all the other powerful men felt that they were in a field of stars. Qin Wentian, you. The Earth sect's strongmen shouted angrily, not expecting Qin Wentian to directly take action and trap them in the field of starry sky. If you want to touch my relatives and friends, I will kill them without mercy. Qin Wentian shouted coldly, not knowing whether he was talking to these people or to the entire Huangji Shengzhuang. As soon as his voice fell, the second piece of brilliant starry sky appeared, and countless terrifying swords fell from the stars, suppressing one side. No. One person screamed, but the sword did not kill him, and the supreme sword power had already descended, directly decomposing his body, and then blood bloomed, and his body was torn apart. Kill! Qin Wentian shouted coldly, ignoring the defense. In an instant, figures continued to fall. In the blink of an eye, only a few people were left. They were all fighting with their own powerful stars and celestial phenomena. The third-level Earth Gate's celestial phenomenon strongman was wearing the earth-flowing light armor, and the light curtain wrapped him in it. Humph! Qin Wentian snorted coldly, and with a thought, a series of terrifying giant swords fell from the stars and celestial phenomena, directly killing him around him. Then a destructive force madly strangled out, and a puffing sound came out. The flowing light armor was directly torn apart. The strong man inside showed a look of horror and looked at Qin Wentian in fear. No. With a roar of fear, the sword energy killed him and tore him apart. The people who were still alive were shaking because of the intense fear, but soon, they followed the footsteps of others and were directly killed by the sword energy. Qin Wentian waved his hand, and the bright stars and celestial phenomena disappeared directly into the air. However, the people around him were already speechless. So strong, is this the strength of the peerless young man in the royal holy land now? Moreover, he did not seem to have exhausted all his strength at all. With a wave of his hand, he killed everyone with the stars and celestial phenomena. The stars and celestial phenomena of his opponent seemed to be vulnerable in front of him. It is rumored that after entering the celestial realm, the difference in combat power between different people may be greatly widened due to the different celestial phenomena condensed. It seems that this rumor is indeed true. Qin Wentian does not need to really make a move. He only relies on the celestial phenomena to suppress and kill everyone, including the strong who are 2 realms higher than him. It is too powerful. This is the gap between the peerless genius and the ordinary genius, which cannot be made up at all. Some people thought in their hearts. At this time, they understood that no matter what Qin Wentian encountered in the Immortal Palace, those people were powerful people in the Immortal Realm. Even if Qin Wentian was really humiliated, in the Royal Holy Land, he would be the kind of person who shines with thousands of feet of brilliance wherever he goes. No one of his generation can compete with him. Wentian, it's amazing. Lin Shui praised. He is also a genius, and has a resounding reputation in the Royal Holy Land. However, the young man in front of him is too outstanding and directly overshadows him. Lu Bingyu had entered the celestial realm not long ago, but she still felt complicated when she saw Qin Wentian's power in the celestial realm. Her cold eyes kept staring at Qin Wentian's face. Brother Lin Shui, how is the Zhanjian sect? Qin Wentian asked Lin Shui through voice transmission. Hearing his question, Lin Shui frowned and said, "Now that the Huangji Shengzong is active frequently, I always have a bad feeling that something big is going to happen. The Huangji Shengzong may not have taken action now because they lack an excuse, but if they really want to deal with this Hanjian sect, they can just accuse them of a false crime." Qin Wentian nodded in agreement. If the Huangji Shengzong was really determined to deal with this Hanjian sect, they would not need an excuse. Anyway, the Huangji Shengzong had fallen from the rank of a detective and their reputation was damaged. What they really wanted to restore now was the strength that no one could compete with, so that they could shock the world. Yaohurong Valley blocked the way of the Huangji Shengzong. If the Huangji Shengzong made any move, I'm afraid that Yaohurong Valley would be the one they wanted to destroy the most. In the past 6 months, the Huangji Holy Sect has not made any big moves. The Holy Emperor City looks calm, but it is very likely that they are preparing in secret. General Lin transmitted the voice again. Qin Wentian nodded secretly and said, "What do the old ancestor and the Hanjian sect think? The Huangji Holy Sect is keeping a close eye on this Hanjian sect. They can't make any moves at all. It's even more impossible to directly evacuate the Huangji Holy Sect. We are caught in a dilemma and can only endure it and leave it to fate. They plan to let us go to pay a visit to Senior Yaohurong and let Yaohurong send us out of the Huangji Holy Land." General Lin responded, which made Qin Wentian's heart move slightly. It seemed that this Hanjian sect was beginning to prepare for a retreat. Chapter 727, War Begins. Medicine Emperor Valley. Qin Wentian and his group walked over and headed straight for the palace where Medicine Emperor lived. Today, Medicine Emperor Valley has recruited many talented people from the Imperial Saint Domain, and it is prosperous. They saw Qin Wentian, Mo Qingchang and others with a glittering look in their eyes. Although they joined Medicine Emperor Valley, they didn't have many opportunities to see the two of them in person, and they rarely appeared. That seems to be Lin Shui, Ji Fixu, and Lu Bengaiyu. Why did they come to Medicine Emperor Valley? Someone looked at the people walking in the void with a puzzled look. Although the Sword Sect and Qin Wentian have a close relationship, the Sword Sect is, after all, a subsidiary of the Imperial Saint Sect, and Medicine Emperor Valley is completely on the opposite side of the Imperial Saint Sect. Even if it is to avoid suspicion, the people of the Sword Sect should not come to Medicine Emperor Valley. In fact, Qin Wentian also considered this, but after hearing what Lin Shui said, he no longer worried so much. The Imperial Saint Sect has already begun to monitor the Sword Sect, and it is likely that sooner or later they will take action against the Sword Sect. It doesn't matter whether they avoid suspicion or not. Their figures stopped in the courtyard outside the Medicine Emperor's bedroom and stood quietly. After a while, the Medicine Emperor walked out of the room. The movement outside was obviously not hidden from him. "You are willing to come out of seclusion." The Medicine Emperor stroked his beard and smiled at Qin Wentian. "It's been a long time since I came to visit you, Senior." Qin Wentian smiled. The Medicine Emperor glanced at Lin Shui and others, and said with a smile, "I have helped you raise those two little guys for so long, but you didn't come to take them away. Come to me if you have something to do this time. The little bastard in purgatory can grow better here with the Senior." Qin Wentian smiled awkwardly. "Don't flatter me. The last time I went out, the alchemy furnace was ruined by that little beast. It fell asleep directly and couldn't wake up even if it fell to the ground." The Medicine Emperor said and waved his palm. After a while, he held a snow-white puppy in his hand. The puppy was shining with a faint golden light and was sleeping soundly. Seeing the Medicine Emperor blowing his beard and glaring, grabbing the little bastard's tail and shaking him around, Qin Wentian couldn't help but feel ashamed. This old man has a strong desire for revenge. The little bastard just needs to be disciplined. I don't worry about the Seniors disciplining him. Qin Wentian saw the depressed look on the Medicine Emperor's face and had to smile. A ray of rosy light shone over him, and then the long cry of the vermilion bird came. Then a gorgeous monster flew over the top of the Medicine Emperor's bedroom, with a bright rosy light on its body. Seeing Qin Wentian, its eyes showed joy, and its body was spinning around Qin Wentian. Did it peck Qin Wentian with its mouth? "Don't worry, I'm not worrying." The Medicine Emperor blew his beard, flicked his hand, and then with a plop, the little bastard was thrown directly to the ground, but he was still sleeping peacefully, as if nothing could disturb his sleep. "Tell me, what's the matter?" the Medicine Emperor asked. "Senior Medicine King, the Imperial Saint Sect has begun to monitor the Sword Sect and the Yi Kingdom." Lin Shui said, Master and Grandmaster wanted to ask you to send us out of the Imperial Saint domain, but I want to ask you if there is any way to crack it. Medicine King frowned. The Imperial Saint sect would not give up. This was related to whether they could firmly control a particle world. Those Saint Emperors who walked out would certainly not allow other forces to threaten their status as indigenous kings. It seemed that they were ready to take action. Master! Mo King Chang shouted. Medicine King glanced at his disciple and said, "You girl, now go to Qin Wentian." Master, this is also related to our Medicine King Valley. I'm afraid that the Imperial Saint sect wants to deal with us the most. Mo King Chang said. That's a bit troublesome. Yao Wang frowned, seeming a little worried. The Huangji Holy Sect has controlled this world for hundreds of thousands of years. Although there are not many people who have set foot in the fairyland, there are still several generations of holy emperors. The Huangji Holy Sect was defeated in the last battle, and they will definitely not give up. The holy emperor of this generation knows that they can't destroy the fairy-level puppets and me by themselves. I'm afraid they will ask the previous holy emperor to return. Once that happens, they will use iron-blooded means to eliminate dissidents, such as this Hanjian sect that they are worried about, and at the same time, destroy my Yaohong Valley. Senior, what should we do? Qin Wentian asked. What do you think? Yao Wang asked back. At this point, the Huangji Holy Land can't accommodate two overlords. One side must be destroyed. The only way is to go to war. Qin Wentian said, and everyone around him was silent. Are they really going to war with the Huangji Holy Sect? In the last battle, we used puppets to fight the powerful men of the Huangji Holy Sect and won, but in fact, there were still very few powerful men of the Huangji Holy Sect that went out. If the entire Huangji Holy Sect ordered the whole world to move, we would immediately fall into an awkward situation. Once the two generations of holy emperors appeared, we would also be at a disadvantage in the upper-level combat power. At that time, the battle situation would be one-sided. The words of the Medicine Emperor made everyone feel a burst of pressure. Then he continued to say to Qin Wentian and others, the best way is for me to send you away first, before the Huangji Holy Sect takes action. Can the Black Tortoise puppet compete with a Holy Emperor? Qin Wentian frowned, and the thought of leaving at this time faded a little. This crisis was not resolved, and he left with peace of mind. Although the Black Tortoise puppet is an immortal level puppet, it can sweep away the powerful men below the immortal level. However, when facing the Holy Emperor, it can defend, but it is impossible to suppress it, and it will only be in a passive situation. The Medicine Emperor said. The Holy Emperor of the previous generation should not have come back yet. Qin Wentian whispered. It shouldn't be, but since the Imperial Saint has already taken action, it's probably going to happen soon. Medicine Emperor responded. Before that, let's strengthen our own strength, rescue the Sword Sect and the Yi Kingdom, and let them stand on our side. How about that? Qin Wentian looked at Medicine Emperor. Judging from the actions of the Imperial Saint Sect now, they probably won't let go of the Sword Sect and the Yi Kingdom. They must go to war before the Imperial Saint Sect takes action. Medicine Emperor stared at Qin Wentian, his deep eyes showing a faint smile, and said, You are really brave. We have no other choice. Since the war will start sooner or later, why not take the initiative? Qin Wentian took a deep breath. This was also a helpless method. Brother Lin Shui and his men have come here. If it's any later, I'm afraid that the Royal Saint Sect will take action in advance. Yao Wang stared at Qin Wentian, stroked his beard, and then smiled. Okay, I'll listen to you. Who made me owe you? But everything is up to you. No matter what the consequences are, don't regret it. Thank you, Yao Wang. Qin Wentian saw Yao Wang nodded in agreement, and then said, When will we take action? You said we should hurry up, so let's do it now. I'll gather people and set off. You can come with me. Yao Wang smiled, and then a terrifying aura instantly enveloped the vast Yao Wang Valley. The summons was issued, and a moment later, the strong men of Yao Wang Valley flashed in a certain direction. Yao Wang and Qin Wentian's guess was not wrong. Now the Royal Saint Sect has summoned all the major veins, and even the strong men of the 9 major sects affiliated with the Royal Saint Sect have been mobilized to the Holy Emperor City one after another. Therefore, the strong men of the Purple Thunder Sect and the Earth Gate surrounded and suppressed Lin Shui and his men. The news that Qin Wentian reappeared and protected Lin Shui and others to kill the strong men from the Purple Thunder Sect and the Earth Gate soon spread to the Huangji Holy Sect. In a hall of the leader of the Huangji holy sect, all the high-level figures gathered there, even the holy prince Zhejuan was there. Lin Shui, Ji Fixu and others colluded with Qin Wentian and stepped into the Medicine Emperor Valley. It can be said that they were colluding with the enemy. Let's talk about what we should do. A respected strong man asked. He was Zhe Yan, the deputy leader of the leader lineage of the Huangji holy sect. He held great power and was extremely powerful. I am afraid that this Hanjian sect has rebelled. We should clean up the door. The leader of the Purple Thunder sect, who was also the deputy leader of the Huangji holy sect, responded. Indeed, it is time to take action. If we delay, something will happen. The leader of the great Shang dynasty echoed, his eyes were cold and murderous. The old holy emperor has sent a message that he will bring people to destroy the Medicine Emperor Valley within a month, but now there is an internal thief. It is indeed time to clean it up first. Zhe Yan looked indifferent. They have been waiting for the old holy emperor to come, and then sweep everything with the attitude of a king, killing the enemy and eliminating the traitors, but now it seems that it is time to move forward. Go back and gather your subordinates immediately. After one stick of incense, gather and surround this Hanjian sect and clean up the mess. Zhe Yan stood up, his face cold and determined. Yes. As ordered. Many people's eyes were dancing with excitement. They had long wanted to get rid of this Hanjian sect. Now that the higher-ups had finally made up their minds, they would wipe out the Hanjian sect in one fell swoop. The Hanjian sect was now in a very depressing atmosphere. They naturally discovered that the Huangji Shengzong had begun to monitor them, which made them very disappointed. Chu Ji's death was Zhu's fault for killing the genius of their sect at will. They knew that they could not get justice, so they could only endure it. However, the leader's sect also had a grudge against them because of this. In addition, Qin Wentian came from the Hanjian sect and did not care about the Huangji Shengzong's face at all, which made them lose face, so they had the situation today. Huangji Shengzong would sooner or later take action against them, and they knew it very well. At this time, on a pavilion of the Hanjian sect, the eyes of the Hanjian sect's ancestor suddenly opened. He felt that people were approaching this side one after another, and they were surrounded. His old eyes were filled with deep sorrow. Is the Huangji holy sect finally going to attack them? Buzz, buzz, buzz. A terrifying aura swept in, sweeping through the many pavilions of this Hanjian sect. At this moment, everyone in this Hanjian sect raised their heads with ugly faces. Su Kang. A voice came, like a bolt from the blue, calling the name of the leader of this Hanjian sect. Su Kang, the ancestor of the sword sect, was in the air at this moment. He looked at the figures surrounding this place in the distance and asked coldly, I, Su Kang, lead the sword sect. I have never done anything to let down the Holy Emperor sect. But in the end, the Holy Emperor sect still wants to destroy us. They are so inhumane. Aren't they afraid of being despised by the world? The old man stood straight, without any defense or begging for mercy. He would die standing up. The sword sect colluded with the enemy of the Holy Emperor sect, Yaohong Valley. How dare you be so shameless? Su Kang, considering that you are the deputy leader of the Holy Emperor sect, we don't want to kill you. You can commit suicide. We can spare the lives of those below the Xiangang realm. Zhe Yan's voice was cold, which made Su Kang look sad. Those below the Xiangang realm? How many people can survive? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 728 Controlling Puppet. The strong men of the sword sect gathered one after another. When they heard what Voids Yan said, their faces turned pale. All those above the Xiangang realm were executed. How cruel. Huangji Shengzong, how ridiculous. Someone's eyes were red and he roared, we haven't done anything to let the sect down, but you want to wipe us all out. It's so cruel. After we die, we will see how long Huangji Shengzong can dominate. Are you not going to commit suicide? In that case, then kill them all. Zhe Yan's eyes were cold and there was no emotion. Huangji Shengzong ruled the world and summoned all the branches to the 9 major sects just to facilitate their rule. They could select the heroes of the world, but if a branch threatened Huangji Shengzong and was not very obedient, of course they had to clear the hidden dangers and support other forces again. Commit suicide? Why not just let the Holy Emperor take action? Wouldn't it be easier to kill us? Su Kang's heart was cold, knowing that there was only one way to fight. Why bother the Holy Emperor with such matters? Zhe Yan raised his hand, and his voice shook the void. The Holy Imperial Sect orders that all members of the Jiutian sect who have colluded with the enemy and betrayed the sect shall be executed. Kill, 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 kill. The sound waves of killing shook the heaven and earth, and then countless strong men stepped out and rushed into the Jiutian sect, encircling and suppressing them from all sides. That mighty figure and extremely powerful aura were enough to destroy everything. All the strong men of the Purple Thunder sect gathered in the same direction, and saw purple light shining in the sky. A purple giant sword 10,000 meters long appeared in the void, with an incomparably violent destructive power. The elders of the Purple Thunder sect personally activated the sword and integrated the power of the stars into it. Feeling the violent breath here, Su Kang suddenly turned his eyes and shouted angrily, "Hao Jiuli, you must die well." Hao Jiuli is the leader of the Purple Thunder sect and the deputy leader of the Huangji Holy sect. His robe is full of thunder patterns, and his eyes are faintly emitting thunder power. He waved his hand and sneered, "You will not be lonely on the road to the underworld." The 10,000-meter-long thunder sword killed down, and the rumbling destructive airflow kept killing and killing, destroying everything. The crowd below was horrified. Everything was destroyed wherever the giant sword passed, and the bodies of many strong men of the sword sect were directly torn into nothingness. The purple giant sword slammed into the territory of the Jiutian sect, like a purple divine aura, and the earth was torn apart. Countless strong men died on the spot, making the people of the Jiutian sect red-eyed and murderous. But at this time, they were already unable to take care of themselves. The strong men from the various branches of the Huangji Shengzuan came to encircle and suppress them. The number of strong men exceeded 10 to 1, and the crushing down was absolutely devastating to the Jiutian sect. Su Kang. A cold voice came, and the ancestor of this Jiutian sect, Su Kang, looked up and saw a golden eye in the sky. The dazzling golden stars appeared, as if there were endless pupils. Shong Ying. Su Kang stared at the sky, with a sword in his hand, and the surroundings seemed to turn into a sword domain. Shong Ying, the old emperor of the Great Shang dynasty, came to the Huangji Shengzong as the deputy chairman after abdicating. He practiced peacefully on weekdays and tried to impact the realm of the Holy Emperor. The sword sect will surely perish. Shang Ying said coldly, his golden eyes gleaming with light, tearing everything apart. At this moment, Su Kang seemed to be in a golden pupil world, struggling inside. Break! Su Kang shouted coldly, and slashed his sword across the sky and earth. Many golden pupils in the void were directly shattered, and the two fought each other. Although Su Kang could compete with Shang Ying, what about the others in the sword sect? This was not a battle of the same level at all. But at this moment, a terrifying thought came from afar, falling on the land, and then an old and angry voice came out. The Holy Emperor sect even killed its own affiliated forces so ruthlessly. It's really cruel and inhumane. No wonder the former Holy Prince Zhejuan would do such a thing as helping people from outside the domain to capture the Holy Emperor girl, which was so infuriating that it angered the heavens and the people. This voice came from the sky, making those people look condensed, looking in the distance, and the pupils couldn't help shrinking. Medicine Emperor, what do you have to do with the affairs of my Huangji Holy sect? In Huangji Holy sect, a terrifying thought rushed over here, causing everyone in Huangji Holy sect to tremble. It was the Holy Emperor. Obviously, the Holy Emperor sensed the arrival of the Medicine Emperor. Both of them had reached that realm, and their perception was stronger than everyone else. The Huangji Holy sect claims to be the overlord of the world, but it has done such a cruel and unjust thing. As a member of the Huangji Holy domain, my Medicine Emperor Valley has the obligation to take care of it. The voice of the Medicine Emperor fell from the sky again, and then a strong man from the Medicine Emperor Valley came from a distance. The leader was a powerful black tortoise puppet, on which stood the Medicine Emperor and others. There were also super powerful puppets around, and a large army of puppets came. The figure of the Holy Emperor also appeared, and both sides came to the territory of the sword sect and looked at each other from a distance. So, how do you want to manage it? The Holy Emperor's eyes were cold, and the pressure descended, and the whole world felt suffocated. This time, it was no longer the immortal thoughts of the Holy Emperor, but the real body. Let everyone leave. Medicine Emperor said calmly. Impossible. Saint Emperor denied directly. Since the Royal Saint sect had already started to clean up the sect, There was no reason to let them go, especially since Medicine Emperor and his people came. Otherwise, how could his royal saint sect save face? Then we have to fight. Medicine Emperor seemed to have known that Saint Emperor would not agree, and said coldly. How to fight? If you intervene to deal with the people below, then, whether it is my royal saint sect or your Medicine Emperor Valley, I am afraid that a large number of people will die. Saint Emperor asked. At the level of him and Medicine Emperor, killing people in the heavenly realm is easy. If the two of them deal with the people below separately, they can kill a large group of people at a time. In that case, the two major forces may end up in a situation where both of them perish. You and I will not intervene in their battle until one of them dies. Medicine Emperor certainly had concerns. They did not want all of their disciples to be killed. In fact, the victory or defeat between them determined the outcome of the war. Of course, the premise is to kill the other party. If Medicine Emperor dies, then it will be the end of Medicine Emperor Valley, and vice versa. What about the puppet? The Holy Emperor pointed at the black tortoise under the Medicine Emperor's feet. It won't attack you people of the lower level, but it can protect the strong men of the Medicine Emperor Valley. The Medicine Emperor said. Well, it just so happens that I want to learn how strong you are, old immortal. The Holy Emperor said with a faint smile. His tone was calm, and there was no hatred in his eyes, just like an old friend sparring with each other. When the two were talking, there was a bright halo around their bodies, like a fairy light, which seemed to light up the void. Whether it was the Holy Emperor or the Medicine Emperor, their temperament changed at this moment, and they were real immortals. That kind of fairy halo seemed to be the brilliance of the immortal body. Boom! A terrifying kingly aura bloomed from the Holy Emperor's body. He saw his fist light blast out, and a dazzling fairy light shook the world, directly crossed the space, as if it had penetrated the void, turned into a terrible black hole, and blasted towards the Medicine Emperor. The control of power seemed to have reached a perfect level. Although it was extremely powerful, it did not leak out at all, and did not waste any attack power. The Medicine Emperor pointed his finger, and a ray of fire shot forward with terrifying force. The fire seemed ordinary, but when it came into contact with the Saint Emperor's attack, a breath of destruction bloomed in an instant, and the void turned into a sea of fire. The Medicine Emperor was in the brilliant sea of fire, as if he was born from fire. Countless people around him felt extremely hot all over, their clothes seemed to be burning, and their skin showed signs of cracking. They looked up at the flame in the void in horror. It was no longer an ordinary flame, but a fairy fire. The Saint Emperor and the Medicine Emperor were at a level where their power had transformed to another level. Go up and fight, they can't bear the aftermath. Medicine Emperor said, and then his body went towards the sky. Saint Emperor walked up, and the two rushed directly into the void. In a blink of an eye, only 2 spots of light were left. The power of destruction could be seen falling towards the sky below, like a wisp of flame. Even a wisp of flame that fell down seemed to be able to burn and kill low-level celestial beings. The people of the Sword Sect took a deep breath, and they felt a little lucky in their hearts. They survived in desperate situations. Thanks to the Medicine Emperor and the strong men of the Medicine Emperor Valley who came to rescue them, otherwise the consequences would be really unimaginable. But even if the strong men of the Medicine Emperor Valley and the puppets arrived, they were still much fewer than the people of the Huangji Shengzhuang. The Huangji Shengzhuang could completely crush them with a human sea tactics. The powerful puppets of the Medicine Emperor Valley were powerful. Each puppet was top-notch, but this was the home of the Huangji Shengzhuang. There were too many strong men, and the people of the Medicine Emperor Valley and the Sword Sect still felt huge pressure. Immortal-level puppets cannot take the initiative to attack, they are only allowed to guard. This is the consensus reached by the Medicine Emperor and the Saint Emperor. One person takes a step back, otherwise, it will be a situation of mutual destruction. At this time, Qin Wentian is in a puppet, a Dapan puppet. He has long been familiar with the structure of this puppet, and secretly sighs at the power of the master who created this puppet. Refining puppets is the most difficult, and the complexity exceeds that of refining tools. Every part of a powerful puppet is a magical weapon that can exert powerful power, and it also requires overall coordination so that the person controlling the puppet can activate it. The puppets that Qin Wentian saw in the White Deer Academy before are simply as small which compared to the puppet he is controlling at this moment. The gap is too big. All of these puppets are divine pattern formations, which can be activated by consciousness and are easy to control, But how powerful they can really be controlled depends on your familiarity with and control over the puppets. Through the eyes of the Golden Peng puppet, Qin Wentian looked at the strong men of the Huangji Holy Sect, which were divided into major factions. People from all branches of the Huangji Holy Sect should have arrived. They were really cruel. They almost destroyed the Zhanjian sect. Back then, it was Zaichu who killed Chu Jie, not Chu Jie who killed Zaichuan. The Huangji Holy Sect felt sorry for the Zhanjian sect and had a grudge against it. Instead, they wanted to wipe out the Zhanjian sect. This overlord of the world was tyrannical and unjust. Buzz! A strong wind swept past, and Qin Wentian controlled the Dapan puppet to soar into the sky. The divine pattern formation on the wings of the Golden Peng was activated, and the terrifying wind cut through the void and rushed towards the direction of the strong men of the Purple Thunder sect. Hao Jiuli's expression changed slightly when he saw this scene. He stared at the puppet that was rushing over and said, "Puppets of this level also consume a lot of meteorites. Don't hit them head-on. We entangle it and continue to consume its energy. If we can destroy it, we will destroy it directly." Chapter 729, 10 Evil Formations. When Hao Jiuli finished speaking, the Golden Peng puppet had already rushed over. The speed was too fast, silent, faster than the speed of sound, like a golden light. The wings slashed out and rolled towards the sky. The golden rune light shone on the Golden Peng's wings, trying to cut through the sky. Puff! A strong man of the 5th level of the celestial realm had no time to dodge and his body was cut off directly, and he died in an instant. Hao Jiuli opened his starry sky, a destructive thunder domain. This space seemed to have many destructive thunder pools. Purple thunder light flowed from it, making a clattering sound. The power was so powerful that it was terrifying. This was also the reason why Qin Wentian could only fight with a puppet. Although he had the ability to fight across borders, his cultivation was only the 1st level of the celestial realm. If he fought with a person at the top of the celestial realm, he would be easily destroyed. As the leader of the Purple Thunder sect, Hao Jiuli had the cultivation of the peak of the celestial realm. The starry sky had evolved to perfection. Not only did he have a complete star domain, but his destructive power was also amazingly strong. This thunder area was too vast, and it also contained many strong men from the Purple Thunder sect. They all released their power and stared at the Golden Peng. The golden light shone, and the Golden Peng's body moved again. Its wings spread out, like 2 straight divine weapons, cutting through the void. There was a golden aura all over the wings, and the beating runes were so dazzling. Endless and terrifying runes shone at the same time, all revealing a monstrous sharp aura that could cut through everything. Puff, puff, puff. Strong men from the Purple Thunder sect kept dying. Those wings were like feathers that harvested life, indestructible. Kill! Hao Jiuli roared, and the endless destructive thunder sword in the thunder pool simultaneously attacked the Golden Peng controlled by Qin Wentian, suppressing it from all sides and blocking all the ways of the Golden Peng. Buzz! The Golden Peng swept out with its wings wrapped in runes all over the sky, colliding with those giant swords, and actually cut off the thunder sword alive. Attack! Hao Jiuli's voice was cold. How could Medicine King have such a powerful puppet? If he was weaker, he would not be able to survive the attack of this Golden Peng puppet. The best way to fight was not to get close to it and attack from a distance. However, the speed of Golden Peng was too fast, so he had to limit the speed of Golden Peng himself. Attacks fell madly, turning into light of destruction that kept bombarding the flashing Golden Peng. However, only a few attacks could really shake the body of the Golden Peng puppet. The defense was also terrifyingly strong. I don't know what material it was made of. Even Qin Wentian was wondering where the old guy Medicine King got these powerful puppets from. It would take a very powerful 6th level puppet master to refine so many top level 5th level puppets. Thunder chains! Hao Jiuli shouted coldly. Endless giant thunder chains appeared in the thunder pool, making a clattering sound, and locked directly towards the golden rock puppet. There was also a monstrous lightning on the chain. If the puppet was not locked but a martial monk, the power of thunder would be enough to make people numb and weaken their resistance, and they would die without a place to bury themselves. Hao Jiuli was indeed a leader. At this moment, a terrifying sword appeared on the claws of the golden rock. There were faint blood-colored runes flowing on the sword. The blood dyed the sword red. The sword hummed softly, and then trembled faintly. Boom! A violent demonic aura suddenly burst out, and the sword became larger, turning into a 3,000-meter giant sword, blooming with endless demonic aura. The claws of the golden rock puppet buckled on the sword with great power, and then suddenly killed it. Hualala! The lightning chains were cut off directly. The power of the golden peng puppet and the sharpness of the demon sword were indestructible. Even if the demon sword refused to surrender to Qin Wentian and unleash all its power, when it was driven by extremely strong power, its sharpness could still be indestructible. It's Qin Wentian. This puppet is driven by Qin Wentian. Seeing the demon sword appear, someone shouted. Hao Jiuli's eyes flashed with coldness, and he stabbed the golden pen. The chains were cut off abruptly. The wings of the golden peng puppet flashed again, and the sharp claws held the 1,000-meter demon sword, sweeping wildly. Wherever there were strong people, the stars and celestial phenomena were directly split apart, severely injured, and even killed. Buzz! The strong wind swept past, and Qin Wentian rushed towards Hao Jiuli, his wings flashing, and the demon sword stabbed into the stars and celestial phenomena. Then he roared, and the terrifying force brought the demon sword to rub against the stars and celestial phenomena and move forward, cutting Hao Jiuli's stars and celestial phenomena. Get out of here! Hao Jiuli roared, with a mad look in his face. As the previous leader of the Purple Thunder sect and the leader of the Purple Thunder sect, he couldn't kill this young man. One after another, the figures of the strong were blasted out of the starry sky domain by Hao Jiuli, and then the destructive power that erupted in the thunder pool in the void was even more shocking. The golden peng puppet still dragged the demon sword to cut Hao Jiuli's starry sky with supreme power, but heard the crazy lightning in Hao Jiuli's eyes, and roared, "Die in there!" As soon as the voice fell, the purple lightning rune light in the thunder pool erupted fiercely, like a volcanic eruption. At this moment, the entire starry sky erupted with the power of annihilation, killing gods who stood in the way, and a large area was blown up inch by inch. The destructive power all enveloped the body of the golden peng puppet. Qin Wentian was shocked to see the scene of destruction in the golden peng puppet. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Then he controlled the golden peng puppet to raise the magic sword and slashed it towards the void, creating a terrible crack. The body of the golden peng puppet rushed straight into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. A series of terrifying shock forces hit the golden peng puppet. Qin Wentian's body inside was also trembling, but the golden peng finally rushed out. The perfect body was still intact, which made Hao Jiuli's face pale. What material was this puppet made of? Even if the body cannot be destroyed, the divine pattern inside must have been destroyed by the shock. Hao Jiuli's expression was cold. With such a powerful attack, the puppet was perfectly cast, but the divine pattern could not be as indestructible as the body. At this time, the golden peng puppet was suspended in the air, and Qin Wentian was repairing the divine pattern inside the puppet. Although he could not carve such a powerful divine pattern formation, there was no problem with the repair. Even if it could not be exactly the same as before, the power would not be much different. The entire territory of the sword sect was in chaos. The ground was already riddled with holes. One attic after another was destroyed by the aftermath of the powerful attack. The number of strong men of the Huangji Shangzong was absolutely superior. Yaohong Valley still relied more on puppets to fight. The strong men were all around the puppets, using the puppets' attacks to cover the battle. Otherwise, once they left, they would easily be surrounded. The immortal level black tortoise puppet was guarding in the middle, sometimes protecting the strong men of Yaohong Valley, which made the people of the Huangji Shangzong hate it. However, their attacks on the black tortoise puppet were just tickling and could not be shaken. Even if this huge immortal level puppet did not participate in the attack, it still gave the Huangji Shangzong a strong pressure. Qin Wentian glanced at Hao Jiuli coldly in the Jinpeng puppet, and his body flickered again, like a terrible golden light. Hao Jiuli's face changed slightly, and he turned ashen. Can he still fight? The body quickly retreated, and Hao Jiuli actually avoided a head-on collision with Jinpeng. Jinpeng glanced at him coldly, and his body drew a gorgeous arc, strangling other strong men of the Purple Thunder sect. The demon sword cut through the air, and no one could shake it. Gather together! Qin Wentian shouted, and the Jinpeng puppet killed all the way and gathered towards the puppet army. The puppets and the strong men of Yaohong Valley began to gather. They were few in number, but strong in defense and attack. Once they gathered together, the destruction they sent out would be even more terrifying. They could turn into vanguards and kill everything. Soon, the puppets and strong men of Yaohong Valley gathered above Xuanwu, lined up in a row, and showed their sharp edges. The strong men of Huangji Shangzong also gathered frantically. The mighty army in the void had the momentum to crush the world. At a glance, they were all densely packed with strong men. It was too terrifying. Form a battle formation. Yan, the deputy leader of the Huangji Holy Sect's leader lineage, said, and instantly the strong men from all the major lineages began to form a battle formation. The Huangji Holy Sect had ruled the world for hundreds of thousands of years, and all kinds of strong men had appeared in the sect, including masters of formations. There were several sets of super powerful formations in the sect that could be activated by gathering the power of the entire sect. They would never be used on weekdays, but today they had to use the sect protection formation because they suffered heavy losses at the hands of the puppets of Yaohuang Valley. Be careful, each lineage of the Huangji Holy Sect has taught a set of combined attack formations, which are extremely powerful. Su Kang, the leader of the Zhanjian sect, warned, with a strong sense of vigilance in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, the major lines had already begun to form a formation. The leader of the Huangji Holy Sect turned into a dragon, shining with brilliance, and the posture of a 9-winged dragon was revealed, which was extremely ferocious. The strong man of the Purple Thunder Sect turned into a huge Bat King, and the light of thunder spread all over the world. Under the endless lightning, people could see clearly that it was a terrifying lightning bat dragon. The strong man of the Earth Gate turned into a demon bull. When the terrifying light of the earth bloomed, the violent and heavy 10,000-meter Queen Niu appeared, shaking the world. Just that posture was enough to shock people. Each lineage used the 10 great beasts as a formation, suspended in the air. At this moment, their number seemed to be less than that of puppets, but that posture was enough to make people tremble. Queen Niu formation. Zhe Yan dominated the formation and shouted coldly. In an instant, a huge Queen Niu composed of Tianxiang realm masters from the Earth Gate lineage rushed out angrily. The sky roared, and endless violent Queen Niu phantoms madly crushed towards the masters of Yaohuang Valley. The terrible rumbling sound was heard, and those puppets remained motionless. But when the 10,000-meter Queen Niu rushed over, the earth-shaking momentum was enough to break a person's liver and gallbladder. The Zuan Wu puppet moved, and its huge body soared into the sky, resisting the impact of the Queen Niu with its indestructible defensive tortoise shell. A loud rumbling sound was heard, and the terrifying huge wave set off huge waves in the void. The puppets and masters of Yaohuang Valley in the back were all shaken back, and huge deep pits appeared on the ground. Just one blow was enough to make people tremble with fear. The super formation formed by the Royal Saint Sect is a real formation of thousands of people. Its power is so terrifying that even the Zuan Wu puppets of the immortal level were numbed by the shock. P.S. It's almost the end of the month. Brothers who have monthly tickets, remember to vote. Chapter 730, The Exploding Sword. Zhe Yan's expression was cold when he saw this scene. He spoke again, Bat Dragon Formation. As soon as the words fell, the hideous and terrifying lightning Bat Dragon Formation was activated. The dazzling light of thunder flashed crazily between heaven and earth. The fierce lightning Bat Dragon swooped down with a violent airflow that could destroy the world. Disciples of the Sword Sect form the Sky-Splitting Rhinoceros Formation. Su Kang roared. The Sky-Splitting Rhinoceros Formation was also one of the 10 evil formations. It was extremely powerful. When the Huangji Holy Sect taught the formation to each branch, their branch was taught the Sky-Splitting Formation. But before the formation was formed, the terrifying lightning bat dragon was seen killing towards the sky below. The swinging wings of the fierce bat revealed an extremely terrifying thunder wave. The phoenix exploded and fell. The puppets consciously stepped forward to guard, constantly resisting the terrifying thunder light that was slashing down. The black tortoise puppet soared into the sky again, then opened its mouth and suddenly spit out a cold and dark power. A stream of immortal power spread out and went towards the void to protect this space. Kill them all. Zhe Yan shouted coldly. As soon as the words fell, the 10 evil formations formed by the major veins all killed each other. The lightning bat dragon in the front was wrapped in endless lightning, and it actually shattered the cold and dark immortal energy, but the bat dragons had also had a tendency to be frozen, covered with a layer of frost. The giant tail of the black tortoise suddenly whipped out, with an extremely violent force, and collided with the lightning bat dragon. There were continuous rumbling sounds, and the black tortoise was repelled again, and the giant tail was cracked. This super powerful formation formed by the combination has already threatened the immortal puppet, and the attack power is terrifyingly strong. At this time, the 10 evil formations in the void all blasted down: the coral unicorn, the red flame golden beast, the ice armor horned dragon. The terrifying and ferocious posture and supreme power made people feel suffocated. Finally, the strong men of the sword sect formed a formation, and the horn of the sky-splitting rhinoceros was extremely ferocious, like a peerless sword. Puppets guard, the formation kills the enemy. A voice came out of Xuan Wu's mouth, and then he said, Wentian, you go to the head of the formation and use the demon sword as a spear. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded, and then his figure flashed and went to the sky-splitting rhinoceros formation, directly descending to the horn position, wrapped in endless power. Su Kang directly told him that the formation was the key, because only Qin Wentian was needed, and he quickly integrated into it. After a moment, the demon sword became the core of the sky-splitting rhinoceros horn, and the endless sword power all gathered on the demon sword. At this moment, the demon sword swallowed and spit out terrifying demon light and rushed straight into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Crazy explosions continued to sound in the sky. The 10 evils array launched by the Imperial Saint sect collided with the puppets. Except for the black tortoise puppet, all the other puppets were blown away. The people controlling the puppets were all seriously injured, and their divine patterns were broken. It was extremely tragic. Kill. Qin Wentian's eyes were red and ready to burst. The sky-splitting rhinoceros roared and galloped in the sky. The sword stepped on the heaven and earth and killed the huge lightning bat dragon. Die? The people of the sword sect frantically urged endless sword energy. Only when the same power was condensed in a large array could it exert the strongest power. The lightning bat dragon formed by the purple thunder sect was the power of thunder, the Queen Nia formed by the earth gate was the earth, and the sky-splitting rhinoceros formed by the sword sect was undoubtedly the power of the sword. The horn of the sky-splitting rhinoceros turned into a giant sword of 100,000 meters, and it attacked the lightning bat dragon with blazing lightning. With a sound of puffing, the fierce horn actually pierced into it. Kill. The people of the sword sect were completely crazy. If the royal saint sect wanted to destroy them, then they would be destroyed together. Swish, swish. The fierce horn led by the demon sword penetrated into the body of the lightning bat dragon, and continued to penetrate deeper. Many strong men vomited blood and died directly. No. Roars came out one after another, and with a loud bang, the thunder bat dragon formation disintegrated, and the sword energy harvested lives crazily. At this moment, corpses were everywhere, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. At this moment, the people of the purple thunder sect died. The formation was directly penetrated into the center and cracked. The core of the formation, Hao Jiu, was seriously injured. Shocking the void in the distance, he kept coughing up blood and his face was pale. The purple thunder sect was miserable. So many people died in this confrontation. Even if the sword sect was killed in the end, his purple thunder sect would lose the qualification to compete with other sects. At this time, a roar that shook the sky came out, and the Queen Nia and the red flame golden lion beast bombarded the sky-splitting sis at the same time. The horns of the sky-splitting sis slashed crazily and stabbed into the void. Go to hell. Other formations came one after another, and the people of the sword sect had red eyes, and the black tortoise puppet came to protect again. The rumbling skills shook between heaven and earth, and cracks appeared in the sky-splitting sis formation. Kill. Qin Wentian and Su Kang dominated the formation. They controlled the demon sword Lan Yao to slash at the Qin fierce formation. The people of the sword sect went berserk when they saw this scene. They frantically urged their strength at all costs. Finally, with a puffing sound, the extremely brutal defense was cut open. The sword slashed in and the Lan Yao was cut off. Boom. But at the same time, the sky-splitting rhinoceros was also attacked by other fierce formations. Finally, the formation disintegrated. Countless strong men fell in different directions, suffering heavy casualties, but the casualties of the people of the Earth sect were even more tragic. Kill him. Zhe Yan pointed his finger at the golden peng puppet holding the demon sword, and the ice armor horned demon dragon rushed towards Qin Wentian. The breath of destruction enveloped it, enough to crush the world. Qin Wentian was at the core of the formation. The puppets were all shocked and unable to move. When they saw the ice-horned demon dragon coming to kill them, their faces froze. At this moment, a beautiful woman wearing phoenix feathers came out of another puppet. She floated and walked to the side of the golden rock puppet. She looked up at the formation coming from the void. The phoenix feathers opened and turned into a phoenix phantom, wrapping the golden rock puppet and herself inside. King Chen. Qin Wentian's face froze. Through the eyes of the golden rock, he saw Mo King Cheng showing him a soft smile, as if as long as she was with him, there was nothing to fear about death. "Let's go!" Qin Wentian roared, looking at the super fierce formation falling from the sky. Qin Wentian's face was pale. Finally, there was a loud bang, and the fierce formation fell. Countless eyes looked over here. The terrifying fierce formation was so huge that it was enough to crush the puppet and Mo Qingchang's petite body into pieces. Dead. Everyone's eyes froze. Did the most dazzling prodigy, the most beautiful and holy woman, the immortal couple in the Huangji Holy Land, just die in the hands of the overlord Huangji Holy Sect? The ice armor horned demon dragon raised its huge feet, and the crowd saw that the phoenix wings were still there, as if they had turned into the strongest light curtain. No attack could break it. Mo Qingchang and the golden peng puppet were still inside, intact. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed in the golden peng puppet. He was stunned for a moment, and saw a tear in the corner of Mo Qingchang's eyes. It seemed that she was ready to die with him, but they did not die. This phoenix feather dress protected them. This dress. Qin Wentian's heart was filled with shock. Even the immortal great puppet Zuan Wu would be repelled by such an attack, but this dress actually protected them firmly and did not move. "This is the wedding gift my mother gave me." Mo Qingchang's tears were left in her eyes, and she didn't know what kind of taste she had in her heart. Mother. Qin Wentian also felt sour. This dress was not an ordinary dress, but a fairy-level treasure. The ice-armored horned demon dragon was angry. It raised its huge feet and stomped down crazily, constantly stepping on the light curtain, as if trampling on Mo Qingchang's back. The rumbling shock force was transmitted crazily. Qin Wentian's eyes were red and bloodshot when he saw this scene. His eyes were extremely ferocious, and his whole body seemed to be burning with raging flames. Endless bright rune lights shone, and the candlelight in the body trembled crazily. There was a dazzling halo on his body, like fairy light and divine brilliance. "This can't kill, fairy soldier, that is a fairy-level magic weapon. Is it given to Mo Qingchang by the Medicine Emperor?" Countless strong men in the void looked at the ground. The ice-armored horned demon dragon was a large formation formed by the strong men of the Blood Demon Palace. The attack was super strong, but it couldn't even trample a piece of clothing. This magic weapon is too scary. Many people in the Huangji Holy Sect were greedy. If they had such a piece of clothing, how strong would their defense be? "Crush her," Zai Yan ordered. The ice armor horned demon dragon was still trampling and attacking frantically, as if he was determined to crush Mo Qingchang. Finally, Mo Qingchang coughed, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. The shock force finally spread into the fairy-level magic weapon, injuring the fragile Mo Qingchang. Her own strength was too weak, and just a trace of shock force could injure her. Qin Wentian chanted the ancient magic formula in his mouth. In the golden peng, his body bloomed with endless fairy light and brilliance, shining continuously. Drops of blood penetrated into the demon sword along the golden peng's claws. The endless rune light danced in the demon sword, and the demon sword rang and trembled wildly. The demon sword trembled louder and louder, and then suddenly shrank. With a whoosh, it entered the interior of the golden peng puppet and came to Qin Wentian's palm. Qin Wentian held the magic sword in his hand and cut towards the golden peng puppet. The indestructible golden peng puppet was cut open directly, and Qin Wentian walked out of it. The magic sword trembled wildly, as if it wanted to break through the sky. "Qingchang, let me out." Qin Wentian raised his head and looked at the void with a cold expression. Mo Qingchang was stunned, and saw that the magic sword woven into a dazzling sword curtain, wrapping Qin Wentian inside. The endless talisman light made Qin Wentian shine like an immortal, which was somewhat similar to the halo of the Medicine Emperor and the Saint Emperor just now. With a thought, Mo Qingchang let Qin Wentian out. The magic sword expanded instantly, 1,000-meter magic sword, and let out a thunderous roar. There was endless divine aura flowing on the sword, as if it had its own life. "You dare to come out? Die?" The ice-horned demon dragon stomped towards Qin Wentian's body, but saw Qin Wentian raise the magic sword and suddenly slashed forward. With a puffing sound, the magic sword was like a hot knife through butter, cutting directly into the body of the ice-horned demon dragon, splitting it into two parts from the middle. Chapter 731 Heavy Casualties. The ice armor horned dragon formation was formed by the strong men of the Blood Demon Palace. Its attack power was also extremely strong. It was not inferior to the immortal puppet Zuan Wu. But at this moment, it was split in the middle by the demon sword. This sudden scene shocked everyone. There were several terrifying formations in the void, and there were hundreds of strong men in each formation. They all stared at this change with horror in their hearts. Mo Qingcheng defended against the crazy trampling of the ice armor horned dragon with a phoenix robe, and Qin Wentian, who came out of the puppet, used the sword to split the ice armor horned dragon. The couple shocked everyone again. That demon sword. The crowd stared at the huge demon sword that was several thousand meters long. They saw that there was a dazzling rune light flowing on the sword body of the demon sword, as if it was an ancient text, full of ancient breath. What kind of runes are those? I don't understand. Zhe Yan stared at the demon sword. The power that could produce such terrible power obviously did not belong to Qin Wentian himself, so it could only belong to the power of this demon sword. The demon sword seemed to be awakened and emitted a shocking power. Ancient runes, like ancient texts, I don't know where they belong. Everyone was shocked. The runes on the demon sword were like immortal runes, shining between heaven and earth, stimulating the demon sword's invincible power. The ice armor horned demon dragon formation was broken, and the group of people in the middle of the formation were all killed. Many people were killed by the sword energy. The casualties were even more tragic than the lightning bat dragon formed by the Purple Thunder sect. Less than 1/5 of the people survived the attack. It was really a scene of corpses everywhere. The ground of the sword sect below kept cracking, like a natural cemetery, directly burying the corpses that fell into it. This battle was too brutal. So far, 3 fierce formations of the Huangji Holy Sect have been destroyed. The lightning bat dragon transformed by the strong men of the Purple Thunder sect, the ice-armored horned dragon formed by the Blood Demon Palace, and the Queen Nia formation formed by the strong men of the Earth Gate. The number of people killed in this battle exceeded any battle after the Huangji Holy Sect dominated the Huangji Holy Domain. This will be a duel that will be recorded in the history of the Huangji Holy Domain. Although the casualties on the side of the Medicine Emperor Valley were smaller, it was also very tragic. After all, their forces were much weaker. There were only the strong men of the Medicine Emperor Valley, the puppets, and this Hanjian sect. Now many puppets were destroyed by bombardment. The strong men of this Hanjian sect also suffered heavy casualties because the fierce formation was broken. No one side of this level of war would feel good. Of course, the Huangji Holy Sect did not expect the battle to turn into such a tragic situation. They thought they would be able to destroy the other side. What's more terrifying is that the tragic situation of this duel has not ended yet. Qin Wentian, who was bathed in fairy light and flowing with brilliant white runes, and the demon sword that was stimulated by the rune light, seemed to have become one. He looked up at the strong man of the Huangji Holy Sect. Qin Wentian's eyes seemed to be able to burn and destroy people's souls, and he wanted to split the sky with a sword. Buzz! The demon sword danced. Qin Wentian roared, raised the demon sword, and then suddenly chopped it towards the ground. Those Blood Demon Palace strongmen who were lucky enough not to die had pale faces. Qin Wentian did not intend to let them live, but to take their lives. Kill! Qin Wentian's eyes were beating with terrible killing thoughts. The ice-armored horned demon dragon incarnated by the Blood Demon Palace strong man just now kept trampling on Qingcheng with a supreme attitude. Now, he wanted to wipe out all these people. A deep crack appeared in the ground. The Blood Demon Palace's strongmen were immediately torn apart when they touched the sword light with runes. This sword slashed down, and only 1 in 10 people were left alive. The upper-level strongmen of the Blood Demon Palace of the Royal Saint sect were almost extinct. It was too tragic. The Dan King Palace was split open and finally destroyed by Qin Wentian holding the magic sword. The Blood Demon Palace dared to treat Mo Qingcheng in that way, and was shrouded in destruction in the blink of an eye. They were more miserable than the Dan King Palace back then. Qin Wentian avenged this vengeance on the spot. Buzz! The demonic energy was rampant, and the demon sword was raised again. Qin Wentian spit out the word kill. The people of the Blood Demon Palace were desperate. They still wanted to kill them. They wanted to kill them all? Why not take action? The surviving Blood Demon Palace strongmen looked up at Zhe Yan and others in the void. Those fierce formations had not been broken yet, and they were actually standing there in a daze watching them die. Do you want to take action? Who dares to touch the edge of the demon sword at this time? Although the power of the demon sword has been activated, it is definitely a short-lived trigger. If they attack and kill Qin Wentian together, the demon sword will be dead. In addition to a trace of fear, Zhe Yan's eyes also flickered with greed. This demon sword is definitely a fairy-level divine weapon, or even higher. Qin Wentian raised his head and looked into the void, and then his body continued to go up into the sky. At this moment, the demon sword seemed not so heavy. He held the demon sword in his hand and flew into the air. The aura on his body made the world pale. Those fierce formations stared at Qin Wentian with fear. Zhe Yan and his people from the lineage of the leader of the Huangji Shengzong also formed a fierce formation, but they kept ordering them to take action. Although they belonged to the lineage of the Huangji Shengzong, they were by no means fools. People who were not from the lineage of the leader would not feel sorry for the death of many Huangji Shengzong. In the eyes of those people, only their own lineage represented the real Huangji Shengzong. As for the 9 major sects and the 2 dynasties, they could all be replaced. Whether it was the Earth sect or the Sword sect, if their vitality was seriously damaged or destroyed, they only needed to announce it to the world, and other forces would come to the fore. Therefore, none of them dared to move rashly. Buzz! At this moment, Qin Wentian, holding the magic sword, accelerated and rushed towards the powerful men of the great Shang dynasty headed by Shang Ying. Retreat. Shang Ying was extremely cautious and ordered to retreat first, but after forming a fierce formation, their attack and defense became super strong, but their speed became weaker. They were too big to be controlled. The magic sword slashed, and the sword light penetrated the void of heaven and earth, slashing down. Shang Ying roared, and the fierce formation burst out with the strongest attack to bombard the magic sword. But under the peerless talisman light, any attack seemed pale and powerless. Shang Ying's body exploded and retreated, and he actually escaped directly from the fierce formation and fled. The sword fell and chopped into the formation, tearing everything apart. Under this blow, I don't know how many powerful men of the great Shang dynasty fell. Qin Wentian rushed up again, wanting to kill again. Disperse the formation, separate and retreat, wait until his strength is exhausted and then come back to kill him. Zhe Yan saw the scene and knew that it was impossible to do anything. He could only temporarily avoid Qin Wentian's edge. Qin Wentian's rampage state would definitely not last too long. After Zhe Yan's voice fell, the fierce formation instantly dispersed, and all the strong men fled, avoiding Qin Wentian's edge from a distance. After all, Qin Wentian's cultivation was weak and his speed was not fast. It was impossible for him to catch up with these people one by one. He stopped in the void and swung the magic sword again, slashing at the figures fleeing in the distance. Some unlucky strong men were killed in the void. Soon, the strong men of the Huangji Shengzong actually escaped, leaving only some seriously injured people who were unable to escape. Such a weird scene made the people of Yaohurong Valley and this Hanjian sect a little stunned, staring at the figure of the young man holding the magic sword in the void. The ancestor of this Hanjian sect, Su Kang, stared at the tall and majestic back of the young man in white without moving his eyes. It seemed that figure was able to stand tall even at a young age. Boy, you will surpass all the previous Xianjiao of the Huangji Holy Domain and reach a height that no one before you could reach. Huangji Holy Sect is just a stepping stone on your way to growth. I'll look forward to the day when you truly shine with your peerless brilliance. The ancestor of this Hanjian sect whispered in his heart. He couldn't help but think of the first time he saw Qin Wentian. At that time, he wanted to accept Qin Wentian as a disciple, but was rejected by this kid. At that time, he regarded Qin Wentian as an interesting junior, but now he no longer regards Qin Wentian as a junior. One day, the light he shines will be more dazzling than the stars in the night. At this time, 2 terrifying auras descended from the void, and 2 fairy-like strongmen descended from the void and stood above them. The Holy Emperor of Huangji Holy Sect and the Medicine Emperor confronted each other. Although the 2 did not look at the situation below, they were clear. At this time, the Holy Emperor's face was not very good. Old immortal, have you ever left the Imperial Saint sect? Where did your immortality come from? The Saint Emperor asked coldly. He achieved immortality earlier than the Medicine Emperor and was more familiar with the realm than the other party. However, he could not do anything to the Medicine Emperor. The cultivation method of the other party seemed to be more powerful than his immortality, and the attacking power was violent and powerful. What does it have to do with you? Although I can't do anything to you, you can't do anything to me either. It seems that neither of us can kill the other. The Medicine Emperor said coldly. This is also the reason why they restrained each other from targeting people of lower realms, because both sides could not do anything to each other. Once the Medicine Emperor killed the people of the Imperial Saint sect, the Saint Emperor could also kill the people of the Medicine Emperor Valley, and vice versa, unless one of them died. Let's stop here. The Saint Emperor's voice was indifferent. He glanced at Qin Wentian and the people of the Sword sect below, and said, The people of the Sword sect rebelled against the Imperial Saint sect and will all be killed. Your Imperial Saint sect is going to destroy us, and you won't let us rebel. Su Kang stared at the Saint Emperor, no longer too respectful. HMPH, wait for your death. The Holy Emperor shouted coldly. When he said that this was the end, he had already admitted defeat. Today, in the territory of the Imperial Saint sect, the Medicine Emperor Valley took away the people of the Imperial Saint sect's Sword sect. This is definitely an ignominious record that will go down in history. Retreat. The Medicine Emperor ordered, and the strong men of the Medicine Emperor Valley and the Sword sect began to retreat. Qin Wentian glanced at the Holy Emperor in the void, and then walked to the back of the black tortoise puppet. The rune light on the demon sword disappeared, and then became smaller. Qin Wentian put it away, and Qin Wentian closed his eyes and fell into deep sleep. Wentian. Mo Qingcheng came to Qin Wentian. He has been overloaded in the battle. The power he has activated seems to be beyond his realm. Let him have a good sleep. The Medicine Emperor walked to Qin Wentian. Mo Qingcheng nodded and did not disturb Qin Wentian. He just sat down quietly beside him. The strong men retreated from the Imperial Saint sect. Soon, this battle spread throughout the Holy Emperor city, setting off an unprecedented wave. Chapter 732 The Old Saint Emperor arrives. In the Holy Emperor city, everyone was talking about only one thing, the battle that took place in the Huangji Holy Sect. The Huangji Holy Sect wanted to completely eradicate this Hanjian sect in the name of the rebellion of this Hanjian sect, and the various sects surrounded and suppressed it. Yaohurong Valley came to the aid of the Huangji Holy Sect and challenged the world's overlord, and a shocking battle took place. This battle took place in the Huangji Holy Sect's lair. It was no longer the battle on the Holy War Arena last time. The Holy Emperor and the Medicine Emperor personally clashed and were evenly matched. The other sects combined into the 10 Evils formation to deal with the strong men and puppets of the Medicine Emperor Valley. The Medicine Emperor Valley could not support it. Qin Wentian suddenly ran away, holding the magic sword, and turned into a god of war. He destroyed the formation with one sword and slaughtered more than 1,000 strong men with a magic sword. In the end, the strong men of the Huangji Holy Sect temporarily avoided the front. Qin Wentian, who was rumored to have been abandoned by the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor and had a bad character or talent, once again showed his style to the world. In the Huangji Holy Land, no one else could be so dazzling. After the war, both sides suffered heavy casualties. Yaohurong Valley finally left with the people of his Hanjian sect. Many people were talking about the fact that from today on, Huangji Shangzong could no longer be called the only overlord in the true sense, because Yaohurong Valley could already compete head-on with the entire Huangji Shangzong, and Yaohurong did not fall behind in the battle against Shanghurong. For a time, countless people in Huangji Shanghai went to Yaohurong Valley, wanting to become its disciples. However, at this time, news came from Huangji Shangzong that Huangji Shangzong would recruit all the 9 major sects outside into Huangji Shangzong, and at the same time announced to the world that if other superpowers were willing to join Huangji Shangzong, Huangji Shangzong was willing to set up another lineage, just like the original 9 major lines, so that they could become part of Huangji Shangzong. As soon as this order came out, it instantly caused an uproar, and many superpowers were eager to try, as this was a rare opportunity to step into and become a member of the Overlord. After the news of the Huangji Holy Sect came out, Yaohurong Valley also announced to the world, inviting all forces in the world to jointly manage the Huangji Holy Land. The Hanjian sect and the ancient country Yagao readily agreed to be affiliated with Yaohurong Valley. The two forces have been competing for hegemony. Who will be the hegemon? This has become a concern for everyone in the Huangji Holy Land. This seems to confirm the old saying that if someone can step into the legendary realm like the Holy Emperor one day, he will immediately become a generation of hegemons and dominate the world. The reason why Yaohurong Valley dares to compete with Huangji Holy Sect for the position of hegemony is undoubtedly that the biggest reliance is that the Medicine Emperor has stepped into the same realm as the Holy Emperor. Otherwise, the Holy Emperor can crush everything. After Zhanjian sect and Yagao expressed their intention to join Yaohurong Valley, the D family of the 7 great families and the chief family of the western regions announced that they would join Huangji Holy Sect. However, more forces still choose to wait and see, not daring to be easily involved in the storm. If they are not careful, it will be a catastrophe. It is better to develop themselves peacefully. If one day a figure like the Medicine King appears among them, why should they be subordinate to them at that time? However, Just when everyone in the royal Holy Land thought that a shocking war would break out, the two major forces suddenly stopped fighting and did not continue to fight. They seemed to be recuperating. However, everyone understood that this was probably the calm before the storm. In the Medicine King Valley, between the emerald ancient peaks, Qin Wentian sat quietly, inhaling and exhaling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, absorbing the power of the stars. The battle that day, when violent, triggered the blood, and the two blood power seemed to be stimulated at the same time, triggering the mysterious power in the demon sword, and bursting out superpower. In front of Qin Wentian, the demon sword was inserted on the ancient peak, constantly making a soft humming sound. On the sword body of the demon sword, which was as bright as the moon, there seemed to be a pair of unruly eyes, staring at Qin Wentian, who was practicing with his eyes closed in front of him. In these unruly eyes, there was a hint of shock. Unexpectedly, in this mere particle world, someone's blood awakened the ancient symbol in his body, thus urging a trace of his power out. He was willing to degenerate and sank into the cliff of worshipping swords, hating the low sky, but it was because there was no one in this particle world who could control him, and no one could really stimulate his power, so he could only stay silent on the cliff, turned into a dusty sword, and abandoned in this particle world. If it weren't for the good blood power of the young man in front of him, who woke him up and pulled him out, he would probably have stayed silent on the cliff of worshipping swords. But even after unsheathing, he still didn't have much hope for Qin Wentian. Until a few days ago, Qin Wentian's blood actually stimulated his power. It seems that this person has extraordinary blood power and is not from the particle world at all. At this time, Qin Wentian's breath fluctuated, his eyelashes moved slightly, and his eyes slowly opened. The eyes on the sword disappeared directly, leaving only a little light flashing on the sword, which was very wonderful. Qin Wentian opened his eyes and saw the little light. He stretched out his hand and the sword flew over. Qin Wentian flicked his finger on the light, and a sound of sword chanting came out. Qin Wentian said, "Where are you from? You have such power." The sword was silent and did not respond. This sword seemed to have intelligence. Unless he wanted to speak, he would not pay attention to you. But I said that I would never humiliate you. From now on, you should follow me with peace of mind and venture into the fairyland of the heavens. Qin Wentian held the sword in his hand and then put it back into the scabbard behind him. The sword chanted softly and gradually returned to calm. Qin Wentian's figure flashed, and he left the place in an instant. After a moment, he stepped into a hall in Yaohurong Valley. Yaohurong, many powerful people from Jiutian sect, Yi Qinggyan and others were all here. Seeing Qin Wentian coming in, Yaohurong smiled and said, "You are awake?" "Yes." Qin Wentian nodded and looked at everyone. He saw many of them for the first time. "Qin Wentian, thank you for saving Jiutian sect this time." Regarding this matter, Lingshan Swordmaster looked at Qin Wentian and nodded with a smile. "It should be," Qin Wentian said without minding. In addition to Lingshan Swordmaster, the 9 mountain swordmasters appeared here, including Meishan Swordmaster, who had some grievances with Qin Wentian. Meishan Swordmaster had a complicated expression at this time. In the past, she invited Qin Wentian to be her disciple, but was rejected by Qin Wentian. Therefore, she was arrogant when she spoke to Qin Wentian. Later, she came to Yi country to snatch the treasure in the body of human Emperor Yi Qinggyan. At this time, the Meishan Swordmaster walked down from his seat and said to Qin Wentian, "I'm sorry for what happened back then. I, Meishan, apologize to you. I hope you don't mind." Qin Wentian was a little surprised. The Meishan Swordmaster was extremely arrogant, and he didn't expect that he would admit his mistakes. "It's nothing for me. You should apologize to my adoptive father," Qin Wentian said calmly. Yi Qinggyan said, "Wentian, Meishan has already apologized to me. I don't mind what happened in the past. Let's forget about it." Yi Qinggyan, as the emperor of the ancient country, has an extraordinary demeanor, which Qin Wentian has always admired. "Yes, Godfather." Qin Wentian nodded and said, "I just hope that Senior Meishan Swordmaster will no longer think that my godfather's strength is due to a mere magic weapon. I also got a magic weapon in the Xianwu world, but I rarely used its power. Just relying on my star and celestial phenomena, the increase in my strength brought by that magic weapon is already extremely limited. Bingai's talent is actually very strong. She doesn't need any external force at all. She will definitely achieve something." "You're right." Meishan Swordmaster's attitude has completely changed now. He nodded and said, "Bingai was indeed an outstanding girl. She entered the celestial phenomena realm even earlier than Fixu. The two little guys are actually quite compatible. I wonder if they can become a couple. Maishan, this depends on your matchmaking. Say something good for my apprentice Fixu, haha. Lingshan Swordmaster said with a smile. He was also happy to see the two talented younger generations of this Hanjian sect get together. Has the Huangji Shengzong made any moves? Qin Wentian asked at this time. Yao Wang said to him, the Huangji Shengzong has been very quiet recently, but the quieter it is, the greater the pressure. I am afraid that once the Huangji Shengzong attacks, it will be the return of the former Saint Emperor, which will be devastating and no one can resist it. As soon as Yao Wang said this, everyone suddenly became quiet and felt a strong pressure coming at them. Although the last battle was tragic, the record was also brilliant. There was a tendency to compete with the Huangji Shengzong, but would they be so lucky in the next battle? Qin Wentian also felt a strong pressure. Now he could only hope that the incarnation of the Immortal Palace, Jiutian, could speed up the process of comprehension and be recognized as the successor of the Master of the Immortal Palace. If he could get that Immortal Palace, even if he could not defeat the Huangji Shengzong, as long as they all stepped into the Immortal Palace, the Huangji Shengzong would not be able to do anything to them. Time passed by. Although the Royal Extreme Holy Sect has been calm these days, it is still deploying troops and strengthening its practice. On this day, the high-level figures of the Royal Extreme Holy Domain leader lineage all showed excitement. The immortal thoughts of the previous generation of the Holy Emperor appeared and told everyone that he would arrive at the Royal Extreme Holy Sect today. This is undoubtedly exciting news for the people of the Royal Extreme Holy Sect. As long as the previous generation of the Holy Emperor arrives, they will destroy the Medicine Emperor Valley with a crushing force and let the people of the Royal Extreme Holy Domain know who is the overlord of the world. Qin Wentian, the man abandoned by the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, is finally dying. On this day, many high-level people of the Royal Extreme Holy Sect were dressed neatly and stood quietly in the sect gate waiting, ready to welcome the previous generation of the Holy Emperor. Zhejuan, you know a little about the old Holy Emperor. How strong is he now? Someone asked Zhejuan. I don't know the specific strength of the ancestor. I only know that the ancestor joined a force in the fairyland. This force is far beyond the reach of our Huangji Shengzong. There are many strong people, and there are many powerful beings at the level of the ancestor. Maybe this time the ancestor will bring his fellow disciples with him. Zhejuan said slowly, making everyone even more excited. If so, destroying Yaohurong Valley will be a matter of a snap of a finger. Just as everyone was talking, a bright light shone down from the void. Zhejuan looked up at the sky and whispered, "Here they come." As soon as he finished speaking, many figures fell from the sky and descended directly towards the direction of Huangji Shengzong. Chapter 733 Hanxian. A line of figures walked down from the sky above the Huangji Holy Sect. The leader had a dignified look and looked to be in his 40s or 50s. This person was the previous generation of the Holy Emperor of the Huangji Holy Sect. There was not only one person on this trip. There were 7 figures beside him. Each of them had an extraordinary aura. Their eyes were full of charm. A glance at them revealed a powerful aura. Especially the middle-aged man next to the old Holy Emperor. His eyes were terrible, like a bottomless abyss. The other 6 people looked younger. Of course, their actual age could not be judged by appearance. The people of the Huangji Holy Sect could not tell how many years they had practiced. Only when they entered a certain realm could they determine their age based on the bones of the martial monks. A figure flashed, and the contemporary Holy Emperor Zhang arrived. He looked at the old Holy Emperor and shouted, "Father." It turned out that the 2 generations of Holy Emperors were actually a pair of father and son. Greetings to the old Holy Emperor. Zheyan and others bowed slightly. Many of them were descendants of the old Holy Emperor, but they were separated by many generations, so it was more appropriate to call him Holy Emperor. Yes. The old Saint Emperor Zhejiang nodded to everyone, then pointed to the middle-aged man with a scary look beside him and introduced him. "This is my fellow disciple Han, you can call him Han Xian." "Greetings, Han Xian." Everyone bowed, very politely, and even more excited in their hearts. Since the old Saint Emperor asked them to call this person Han Xian, this person must have reached the fairyland, and he is also a fairyland strong man. The end of Yaohurong Valley has come. The rest of you are also my junior brothers and nephews. You all need to treat them with respect when you come to the Royal Extreme Holy Land. The old Saint Emperor Zhejiang ordered, And everyone nodded in response. These people are from the fairyland. The old Saint Emperor joined the fairyland forces and has not returned for too long. If it were not for the unprecedented challenge faced by the Royal Extreme Holy Sect this time, they would not alarm the old Saint Emperor. After all, the old Saint Emperor has already set foot in the fairyland, so he will naturally not ask about the things here. He is devoted to pursuing stronger strength, which is the right way. Han Xian's eyes were like the depths of the abyss as he looked at everyone. His thoughts enveloped the entire Huangji Shengzhuang. At this moment, everyone in the major veins of Huangji Shengzhuang felt waves of pressure, and they were secretly shocked. This was the pressure from the leader's vein. The figure that just fell from the sky should be the old Holy Emperor who returned. Brother Zay, the particle world you control is indeed a little weak. This sect is also the largest sect in this particle world. There are probably not many people with immortal roots, and I rarely see anyone who can attract me. Han Xian said lightly. When he spoke, he always gave people a cold feeling, which made everyone in Huangji Shengzhuang fatally afraid of him. Zai Jiang knew that the other party had a strange perception ability. Hearing this, he thought to himself that it seemed that Huangji Shengzhuang was not that strong now. There were few people with outstanding talents, and no one could catch the eyes of junior brother Han. How strong can the particle world be? How can it be compared with our sect? Zai Jiang said casually. Well, where's the hostile force you mentioned? Let's go and destroy it now and see if there are any people who are worthy of our attention. Han Xian said again. No hurry. We have come all the way to this particle world and have come to my sect. We must sit down and have a drink first. I will ask them to prepare fine wine and delicious food, and then prepare beautiful women to accompany us. Practicing in the sect is boring, so it's good to relax. As for the hostile force, we can destroy it after we have rested enough. It's very simple. Zai Jiang said with a smile. He didn't take Yaohuang Valley seriously. Since Li and junior brother Han were here, destroying Yaohuang Valley was a piece of cake. He would let the people of Huangji Holy Land see who is the overlord of this area. Junior brother Han has a very good talent for cultivation and is highly valued in this sect. It is rare for him to accompany him to the particle world this time. As the host, Zai Jiang must of course have a good relationship with junior brother Han and make him happy. Okay. Han Xian nodded in agreement. Cultivation is indeed a boring thing. Although he has a high status in the fairyland, he cannot do whatever he wants. It is rare for him to come out to relax and walk around in the particle world. It is right to enjoy and relax. When you are tired of practicing, you naturally need to adjust yourself. The other few people naturally have no objection. It is good to enjoy it. Go and prepare fine wine and delicious food, and also prepare some beauties. Junior brother Han has a very high vision. Women must not only be beautiful, but also have good cultivation talents. First select them from the major veins of the sect. If there are none, bring them from outside. Zai Jiang gave an order, and Zai Yan and others obeyed the order and dared not disobey. This is a fairy figure. When he came to their particle world, he naturally had to be served well. I value a few women myself, and I will bring them now. Han Xian's figure flashed and disappeared directly from the original place, heading towards a certain direction. Zai Jiang glanced at Han Xian's back, then walked out and followed him. Everyone flashed and moved. The direction they were heading was the direction of the Wangsun Tower of the Huangji Shengzhuang. There are many beauties in Wangsun Tower. Han Xian must have taken a fancy to them. Soon, in the territory of Wangsun Tower, the disciples of Wangsun Tower looked at the figure descending from the void with puzzled expressions. After a moment, the leader of Wangsun Tower came out to greet them personally. You, three of you, serve me today, come up. Han Xian pointed at three very beautiful women, and they were also very talented. These three women would be considered as Xianjiao women in the Huangji Holy Land. They were arrogant on weekdays, but at this moment, this person pointed at them and asked them to serve him, and their faces changed instantly. Holy Emperor. The leader of Wangsun Tower looked at the Holy Emperor. This is my father's junior brother Han Xian. It is their blessing to be able to serve Han Xian. You three come up and serve Han Xian well. The Holy Emperor gave an order, and the three women were immediately pale. As expected, these three beauties were taken away. In addition to them, several others also picked people to take away in Wangsun Tower. At night, the banquet of Huangji Shengzhuang was grand, but Wangsun Tower was dead silent. Many of the women who were taken away were not only the most beautiful, but also the most talented. The next day, some of them came back, but they came back crying, and some had many scars on their bodies. As for the 3 most outstanding women taken away by Han Xian, they did not return to Wangxin Tower. As for their ending, the people in Wangxin Tower could not bear to think about it. They were Huangji Shengzhuang's lineage. It was true that many of the people who were taken away were very talented, but in front of the people in the fairyland, they were lambs and ants, and had no right to speak. At noon, the sun was high in the sky. Huangji Shengzhuang summoned the strong men of each lineage, and then set out in a mighty manner, heading outside Huangji Shengzhuang. The moment they stepped out of Huangji Shengzhuang, everyone in Shenhuang City who saw this scene was terrified and took action. Huangji Shengzhuang was finally going to take action. They were heading to Yaohuang Valley. The people of the Royal Extreme Holy Sect did not fly high in the sky, but at a low altitude, as if to announce to the world, to let the world know who is the overlord of this world. Wherever they passed, there was a suffocating pressure between heaven and earth, which could crush everything. Some weak people were even pressed to the ground and could not get up. The mighty strong men, just casually showing their momentum, had the power to crush all living beings. It was too terrible, as if the end of the world was coming. So strong. Countless people looked up and looked at the strong men of the Royal Extreme Holy Sect who were moving towards the direction of the Medicine Emperor Valley in the void. Recently, the whole Holy Emperor City has been talking about the Royal Extreme Holy Sect and the Medicine Emperor Valley, saying that the Royal Extreme Holy Sect was just so-so and was caught up by the Medicine Emperor Valley. However, when you really see the power of the Royal Extreme Holy Sect with your own eyes, you will deeply understand how strong this overlord force is, and how strong power is needed to shake them. Go to the Medicine Emperor Valley quickly, perhaps the battle that determines the future of the Royal Extreme Holy Land will be here. Voices resounded in the Holy Emperor City, and countless figures rushed towards the direction of the Medicine Emperor Valley. Today's battle is likely to be the decisive battle between the two sides. In Medicine Emperor Valley, when the strong men of the Imperial Saint Sect were still far away, Medicine Emperor had already sensed a momentum coming from the sky. He looked up and looked into the distance, saying, "Here it comes." At this time, Medicine Emperor frowned, not knowing how to resolve this disaster. If he was really defeated, he would have to take Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng away. He believed that as long as he was still alive, the Saint Emperor would have some reservations and would not dare to kill. At this moment, Medicine Emperor's expression froze. He found 3 super strong forces, and something was wrong. Similarly, at this moment, 3 powerful pressures rushed directly towards the Saint Emperor. Soon, outside Medicine Emperor Valley, the mighty strong men of the Imperial Saint Sect came over and stood in the void. The strong men and puppets of Medicine Emperor Valley had already been suspended in the air, staring at the strong men who came. Just this force. Han Xian's perception swept over, and the old Saint Emperor Zhejiang nodded and said, "This Medicine Emperor is also a very ancient figure. He has entered the fairyland. I didn't expect him to dare to go against my Huangji Shengzhuang. Junior brother Han, how about leaving him to you?" "Not bad." Han Xian nodded, and then his eyes swept over Qin Wentian, Mo Qingcheng, Lin Shui, Lu Bingao, Ji Fixo and others. Every person he swept over was a person with extraordinary talent. There are few guys here with very good auras, and they may have greater potential than the people in your Huangji Shengzhuang. So what? If you meet junior brother Han, you will be dead. Zhejiang laughed. Talent and potential? They are all jokes in front of absolute strength. There are countless geniuses falling in the fairyland every day. For geniuses who have not grown up yet, if you don't have some background, those big guys will take you as a disciple if you like you. If you dare to be arrogant, he may kill you if he doesn't like you. What else can you do? What's the use of a genius dying? Han Xian sneered, and then a fairy light emanated from his body, which continued to expand. In this light, there was a faint terrifying blood-colored brilliance, which instantly enveloped the entire world. The entire area was covered, and everyone in Yaohuang Valley felt the suffocating pressure. "Sir, it's not good to deal with people of a lower realm." Yaohuang's expression changed slightly, and Han Xian glanced at him with a sarcastic look. "Are you kidding me? If you don't deal with people who are weaker than me, should I deal with those who are stronger than me?" As soon as the voice fell, a terrifying force burst out. It was an extremely strong devouring force. The front row of Yaohuang Valley women were directly sucked to Han Xian's side. Han Xian stretched out his hand and placed it on their heads. A terrifying bloodlight flashed in his deep pupils. Several women's bodies exploded, turned into blood, and were directly devoured by him. Yao Wang's face instantly turned pale, staring at the other party and said, "You have no principles, aren't you afraid that I will kill all the people of the Huangji Shengzhuang? If you have the guts, just kill them, it has nothing to do with me." Han Xian said coldly. Would he care about the people of the Huangji Shengzhuang? With one step, Han Xian rushed into the crowd, his eyes fixed on Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng who were standing together. What a strong blood, these two are not bad. Chapter 734 Swordmaster Li Mubei. In the Royal Holy Land, Suzaku Immortal Palace, Qin Wentian's other body, Emperor Yan, was still comprehending the sealed scroll. At this moment, he was emitting a sky-high talisman light, as if he was about to merge with the scroll of the void. In the distance, two figures were quietly watching this scene. They were the old man and the young man who appeared in the Immortal Palace in the past. Just when Emperor Yan was comprehending well, his breath suddenly became disordered, and the golden talisman light fluctuated violently. He was naturally aware of the crisis that his original body was in. On weekdays, he would abandon distracting thoughts and practice quietly, and he could control it well. But at this time, the two generations of Saint Emperors of the Royal Holy Sect also brought a powerful Han Xian to appear and started killing directly. Qin Wentian's body that was comprehending could not remain calm. He was very anxious. He hoped to comprehend the scroll thoroughly as soon as possible. But the more anxious he was, the more likely he was to make mistakes. Huh? The old man was a little surprised. How could something go wrong at this time? His state of mind seemed to fluctuate. When he reached the realm of celestial phenomena, he should be able to control his state of mind well. In his opinion, this situation was simply inexplicable. The control of his mind is so poor. The black-clothed young man next to him said coldly, as if he was a little disdainful. His comprehension is already very strong. Besides, this is just one of his bodies. However, this magical power is amazing. It is hard to tell which is the original body and which is the clone. It seems as if they are one. The old man said lightly, and then said, "Let me go and see what happened to the other body." As soon as the voice fell, a ray of terrifying consciousness expanded outside the fairy palace, extending madly. In an instant, millions of scenes appeared in his mind. Cities, mountains, people coming and going, birds and beasts were all in his consciousness, but they were all filtered out by him in an instant. Buzz! Among the endless figures, one figure was locked by his consciousness. It was Qin Wentian who was fighting. In just a moment, the old man saw the situation over there. He couldn't help but whispered, "So that's it." No wonder his state of mind fluctuated. Qin Wentian's clone used the pseudonym of Jiutian and kept changing his face, so as not to let others find out that he was Qin Wentian. He never thought that everything about him seemed to be seen through by this old man. The great Nirvana immortal method was so perfect that the other party easily found his original body. Before Qin Wentian entered the celestial realm, although he and Jiutian were two different bodies, their cultivation was exactly the same, even their blood and aura were the same. This was the abnormality of the great Nirvana immortal method, but at the same time, once there was a person with super perception, they could see that they were the same person, such as this old man. Qin Wentian and Jiutian appeared in the immortal palace at the same time. How could he hide it from him? Just right, let's test his state of mind. The old man looked at Jiutian and thought to himself. In Medicine Emperor Valley, Han Xian attacked Qin Wentian. He stretched out his palms, and a terrifying devouring force enveloped the entire world. Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng's bodies involuntarily floated towards each other. Not only them, but many powerful people around them were unable to resist the terrifying devouring force. Buzz! The figure of Medicine Emperor appeared, and a terrifying force enveloped Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng, blocking the pressure for them, but others were not so lucky. They were swallowed by Han Xian and turned into wisps of blood and were swallowed up. They died miserably. Holy Emperor, you actually invited such an unprincipled person to come. Medicine Emperor showed anger, and with a rumble, the whole world seemed to be burning with flames. Kill! The terrifying fairy fire burned, targeting the strong men of the Huangji Holy Sect. The strong men of the Huangji Holy Sect looked pale, and many people were directly burned by the flames and turned into ashes. The two generations of Saint Emperors had not expected that Han Xian would do this. He really had no scruples at all. After all, He should kill the Medicine Emperor first and then deal with these ant characters. It would be easy for him to kill them at will, and now he has implicated the people of the Imperial Saint sect. All of you retreat further. Zhe Jiang shouted. The people of the Imperial Saint sect retreated frantically. The people of the Medicine Emperor Valley were also retreating. However, Zhe Jiang snorted coldly and waved his palm. Suddenly, endless golden lightning flashed across the sky, harvesting lives one after another. In just a moment, it was unknown how many strong men fell. Facing the existence of such a fairyland, the strong men of the lower realms were simply grass and were vulnerable to attack. They could only be slaughtered. Can you stop me? Han Xian glanced at the Medicine Emperor, and then endless bloodlight flooded the world, turning into strands of blood-colored silk threads, and directly drilled into the bodies of many people, like blood-colored swords, harvesting the lives of the people in the Medicine Emperor Valley. Strands of strong blood were swallowed into Han Xian's body, as if they had become the nourishment for his practice. The blood of these people is really weak. I'm afraid it won't be of much use after refining. Han Xian stared at Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang behind Yao Wang. These two people should be good, especially Qin Wentian. His keen sense of smell sensed a strong blood from Qin Wentian, which was definitely good. At this moment, a peerless sword energy suddenly descended on this world, and everyone's mind trembled. Han Xian and the Holy Emperor and others looked up at the void, only to see a swordsman descending from the sky. This swordsman was all white, with white hair and beard, and had an immortal style. His sword stepped on the peerless sword light, and he had a super sharp aura. Who are you? The old Holy Emperor Zhe Jiang looked up at the swordsman and asked. Are the people from the sword sect here? The swordsman asked indifferently. Su Kang of the sword sect trembled, staring at the white-haired swordsman, his body trembling slightly, and said in a trembling voice, the younger generation and others are from the sword sect. Why did you demolish my thatched cottage? The old man asked indifferently, and Su Kang and other people from the sword sect all trembled. Thatched cottage, is this the founder of the sword sect? My disciple Su Kang is unfilial. A member of the sword sect was threatened by someone and had to move the sect. The sword sect is here, the Jiutian thatched cottage is here, and the sword sect left. That's why I had to destroy the thatched cottage. Please punish me, ancestor. Su Kang knelt down and said respectfully. I didn't expect that the founder of the sword sect was still alive and sensed that the Jiutian thatched cottage was demolished. Sword Saint Li Mubei. Huangji Shangzong's old Saint Emperor Zhe Jiang looked up at the old man's figure. This old man was a contemporary of him, and he was still alive. People from the Imperial Holy Sect. Li Mubei glanced at these figures and said coldly, what hatred or grudge do you have to destroy my lineage? Xiangxin Palace is doing this, get out. Han Xian looked up and glanced at Li Mubei, his tone arrogant. Xiangxin Palace people. Li Mubei's expression froze, and he said coldly, Xiangxin Palace can come to the particle world to kill at will, shameful. With your strength, dare you insult my Xiangxin Palace? Han Xian's expression turned cold. Li Mubei snorted coldly. Xiangxin Palace is a force in the fairyland, which is quite powerful in a certain area, but he has no fixed place to live and wanders everywhere. The fairyland is boundless, and Xiangxin Palace can't chase him. Buzz! Han Xian took a step forward and went towards Qin Wentian again, but saw a sword light descending directly. Li Mubei seemed to have turned into a sword light and killed Han Xian in an instant. Han Xian turned around, and the two of them were full of fairy light. Han Xian was full of blood and energy, and the sword Saint Li Mubei was covered with sword edges, indestructible. Qin Wentian's expression was cold and he was extremely angry. He looked at Li Mubei's swordsmanship. Every sword seemed to be able to cut through the void. When he stabbed, it was like lightning and thunder. It was hard to tell how much terrifying power was hidden. But if he was hit, he would probably die without a burial place. Senior, take the sword. Qin Wentian said, and the power of his blood rushed into the demon sword crazily. Then the demon sword crossed the sky and went directly to Li Mubei in the void. Li Mubei glanced at it, and the sword hummed softly. He praised, this sword is spiritual, good sword. As soon as the voice fell, endless sword intent lingered on the sword, and the sword fell directly into his palm. Buzz! Sword Saint Li Mubei, holding the sword, rushed directly to Han Xian, as fast as lightning, as if he was a sword, and his movements made it impossible to see how fast he was. The two fought many times in an instant. Qin Wentian only saw the sword sweeping past, and it expanded instantly, almost splitting Han Xian in two, but still left a blood mark on him. The strong in the fairyland can do it more easily with a sword. Qin Wentian said inwardly, and saw Sword Saint Li Mubei forming a sword seal. In an instant, the whole sky and earth were clanging, as if endless sharp swords were about to break through the sky. People in the area of hundreds of miles all felt that the sword was the only one. If Li Mubei wanted to kill them, it would be easy. Kill. Li Mubei's voice fell, and thousands of swords were fired at the same time, killing Han Xian. Han Xian's body retreated instantly, and in the blink of an eye, he retreated to high in the sky. A terrifying phantom of the star soul appeared behind Han Xian, like a terrifying blood-colored demon, swallowing the world, and all the swords were swallowed up. Go. Li Mubei made a sword seal on the demon sword, and the rune light suddenly shone brightly. The demon sword rushed to the sky and pierced into the monstrous phantom. A terrible rumbling sound came out, and blood burst. Han Xian screamed and then turned into bloodlight and left. The demon sword passed by, turned around and flew back. The two generations of holy emperors looked at each other, and then they flashed and retreated to the distance. The people of the Huangji Shengzhuang had already run away in fear when they saw this scene. This time the incident was beyond their imagination. Why did the ancestors of the sword sect appear here? Ancestor, do you want to chase and kill? Su Kang asked. No need. It doesn't matter whether these people are killed or not. Besides, I'm worried that the people from the Battle Fairy Palace will intervene in the war in this particle world. Li Mubei frowned. If the Battle Fairy Palace intervened, it would undoubtedly be the end of a particle world. It would be impossible to compete with it. Even if he was stronger, it would be useless. Qin Wentian's expression was also a little ugly. The Battle Fairy Palace, he didn't expect that a battle in the Royal Holy Land would even involve the forces of the Immortal Realm. Looking at the people in the Medicine Emperor Valley who suffered heavy casualties, a violent light flashed in Qin Wentian's eyes. The sword hummed softly, and the demon sword returned to Qin Wentian's side. Sword Saint Li Mubei walked over and looked at Qin Wentian and said, "Your sword is very good, a sword creature. It's a pity that the junior can't exert its strength." Qin Wentian sheathed the demon sword and said, "Thank you for your help this time, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 735, Fanatic Old Man. Li Mubei waved his hand and said, "I didn't show up for you, so you don't need to thank me. This sword has a strong spirituality. I hope you can control it and don't make any mistakes. Thank you for your advice, Senior." Qin Wentian respected the old man in front of him. This was the founder of the sword sect. Ancestor, this boy is called Qin Wentian. He is the one who cracked the record of Jian Kaolu. He just left the sword sect because of his grievances with Huangji Shengzhuang. In order to avoid involving the sword sect, he left the sword sect, but this friendship has always been there. Su Kang walked over and said to Li Mubei, which made Li Mubei look at Qin Wentian a few more times and said with a smile, "You can break the record of Jian Kaolu, which is good. Do you have a famous teacher?" "I already have a master, so I can't go to another school." Qin Wentian bowed and said. Li Mubei said, "What a pity, I thought it would be difficult for you to find a famous teacher in this particle world, so I wanted to accept you as a disciple. Wentian, you become a disciple of the founder. I believe your master will not mind." Su Kang advised. Qin Wentian shook his head. "It's hard to explain. The sect's rules do not allow you to switch to another sect." Su Kang was stunned for a moment. Seeing Qin Wentian's eyes, he was puzzled. As far as he knew, Qin Wentian should not have a teacher in the Royal Holy Land. Why is that? Could it be that the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor accepted a disciple that day? But the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor and the Immortal Kings clearly gave up Qin Wentian, which puzzled him. "It's okay. I'm used to being lazy, so I haven't joined any other forces in the fairyland. I like to be alone. I just had this idea because I have a connection with the sword sect. But since I already have a master, I won't worry about it." Li Mubei waved his hand and said. Su Kang nodded and asked, "Ancestor, why did you show up? And the Royal Saint sect is going too far. Why don't you hunt them down? In fact, I have traveled here before, but you don't know it. I also left my immortal thoughts in the Jiutian thatched cottage." I knew it immediately when the cottage was destroyed by you, so I knew that something might have happened to the sword sect, so I came back to take a look. Sure enough, I found that the sword sect was empty, so I came to the Holy Emperor City. I didn't expect to encounter your battle. It's a coincidence. Li Mubei explained. As for not hunting down the Huangji Shengzong, it is also to leave you a way out. I know that Zhangxin Palace is a very powerful force. Although it is ordinary in the fairyland, it is enough to easily sweep across the Huangji Shangdi. If that person has a high status in Zhangxin Palace, he can summon the people of Zhangxin Palace, and you can all flee to Huangji Shengzong, and Huangji Shengzong will not be crazy about hunting. If Zhangxin Palace does not interfere in the affairs of this particle world, it will be the same when dealing with Huangji Shengzong. The ancestor is thoughtful. Su Kang suddenly understood, and the ancestor still considered more comprehensively. Medicine Emperor, what do you think? Do you want to let them disperse for the time being? When they meet people of our level, they are cannon fodder. After the overall situation is settled, it will be the same if they come back. Li Mubei turned his eyes and said to Medicine Emperor. The Medicine King pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly. I am responsible for what happened today. I was not thoughtful enough. I didn't expect Zhe Jiang to join the War Immortal Palace and bring the strong men of the War Immortal Palace here. The people of the War Immortal Palace are so vicious that they just started killing people without caring about the death of the strong men of the Huangji Shengzong. The people of the Medicine King Valley should be dispersed first. Qin Wentian sighed in his heart when he heard the words of the Medicine King, and glanced at the vast space around him. Although the war was only a moment, there were still heavy casualties. It was indeed as Li Mubei said. In front of people of their realm, the people of the Medicine King Valley were just cannon fodder and had no qualifications to intervene in the battle. This revenge must be avenged. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists and made a cracking sound. The involvement of the strong men of the War Immortal Palace was completely unexpected. Clear the battlefield, don't be stingy with the elixir for those who can be cured. After that, you will temporarily disperse and wait and see the situation in the Royal Holy Land. I believe that everything will be settled in a short time. The Medicine Emperor glanced at everyone and spoke slowly. If the other party asked for a fight with the people in the Fairy Palace, I believe they would come soon. Let's go in and talk. After giving the order, the Medicine Emperor said to Li Mubei, and the group walked into the Medicine Emperor Valley. Li Mubei, you have been in the Fairyland for so many years. How many fairy platforms have you built? On the ancient peak of the Medicine Emperor Valley, the Medicine Emperor, Li Mubei, Su Kang, Qin Wentian, Mo Qingchang and other important figures were all there. The Medicine Emperor asked the Sword Saint Li Mubei. This is a topic about the legendary Fairyland, and Qin Wentian and others pricked up their ears. It's difficult. Forging an immortal platform, one immortal for each forging, it's too difficult. At this level, every breakthrough is more difficult than ascending to immortality. Therefore, in the immortal realm, there are peerless geniuses who can become immortals in 100 years, but to reach the level of Immortal King, it takes at least thousands of years. Those within 10,000 years are all top geniuses. Of course, that is too far away from us. I will be satisfied if I can forge an immortal platform in 10,000 years. Li Mubei sighed and said, so far, I have only forged 2 immortal platforms. The people in the Battle Immortal Palace are the same as me, and their cultivation is also the second level of the immortal platform. The legendary immortal should be the immortal platform level. Qin Wentian thought to himself, can one become an immortal only after forging an immortal platform? You really yearn for it, the immortal realm must be very exciting. There was a strong sense of expectation in the eyes of the Medicine Emperor. Wonderful, of course it is wonderful. Li Mubei stroked his long beard and said, the fairyland of the heavens is boundless and limitless. I can't walk through all of it in my lifetime. There are countless forces, fairy kingdoms, holy places, fairy palaces, fairy sects, countless dangerous places, and countless powerful people in the fairyland that will amaze you. Even though the War Fairy Palace can sweep across this particle world, it is not very impressive in the fairyland. I once spent thousands of years traveling in the fairyland, but I have only been to a few places. Yao Huang, Qin Wentian and others exclaimed in their hearts, is this the fairyland world? Of course, although the fairyland is wonderful, it is more cruel. The strong are respected and the fittest survive. If you are weak and have no background, you should keep a low profile and don't provoke others casually, otherwise you will die without knowing how. You cannot own valuables, Otherwise you will be killed. You can't even have a beautiful wife and children, because you are weak and you can't protect them." Li Mubei sighed. Therefore, people who are weak and have no background are very miserable, but this part is the most, so the fairyland is very cruel. Many martial arts monks are slaves and are controlled by others. Many beautiful women are even more miserable. Those big figures in the fairyland don't care about the thoughts of people with humble status and strength. Qin Wentian was deeply touched when he heard Li Mubei's words. He had seen the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor and the other immortal kings with his own eyes. Although those immortal kings were smiling, as if they were very warm, when he was abandoned by the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, no one looked at him. They are extremely indifferent to the weak in their bones, even if you are talented. Did the people from the War Immortal Palace who followed the Holy Emperor ignore the lives of the people from the Medicine Emperor Valley and the Royal Saint sect? He didn't care at all. Senior, the immortal realm is so cruel, isn't it very depressing? Qin Wentian asked curiously. No, I still prefer the life in the fairyland to the particle world. Li Mubei shook his head and said, I am alone and have no worries. I keep a low profile on weekdays, so I won't meet those who will kill you if they don't like you. When they reach a high level, their minds are extraordinary. Unless there is something that can tempt them, they will not easily act. Moreover, in the fairyland, you can take risks frequently and pursue things every day. The pursuit of the journey of the strong and the passionate path of martial arts. I only hate that I am too old and my talent is not good enough, otherwise I would not be so low-key and would have to compete with the geniuses from all sides of the fairyland. Wentian, you don't know that if you have a good talent in the fairyland, there are too many temptations. Invitations from big forces, snatching all kinds of treasures, and adventuring in the ruins left by the powerful are all very exciting. There are fine wines and delicacies, and beautiful women throwing themselves into your arms, haha. Li Mubei smiled freely and carefree. At first glance, he is a person who is naturally free and easy, but it's a pity that he is not talented. In this particle world, he was one of the most gifted, otherwise he would not be able to leave. But in the fairyland, he was too ordinary, an insignificant member of the masses. Qin Wentian could sense Li Mubei's pursuit in his loneliness from his words. Fairyland. Qin Wentian looked up at the sky. He was also looking forward to the fairyland world. Are his parents from the fairyland? And Kinger, her family background is also very extraordinary even in the fairyland. The Royal Saint sect launched another massive attack but failed to capture Yaohuang Valley. It was rumored that the founder of the Sword sect had returned, which allowed Yaohuang Valley to escape. This battle also caused the people of Yaohuang Valley to temporarily disperse. In the following days, Shenghuang City returned to its former tranquility, but the Royal Saint sect and Yaohuang Valley did not decide the winner, and everyone's hearts were still hanging. The battle for hegemony was not over yet. In the Suzaku Immortal Palace, Qin Wentian's other body, Jiutian, was still in comprehension. In the distance, an old man and a young man were still watching him comprehend. They had long been accustomed to it. They had waited for too long, and finally waited for a hopeful one. The old man was still looking forward to it. At this moment, the golden scroll above Emperor Tian turned into endless rune light and sank into Emperor Tian's body. Finally, Emperor Tian's eyes opened. He stood up, and the scroll turned into thousands of runes, covering the entire world. Then it spun wildly and entered Emperor Tian's body. The light dissipated, and a sharp look flashed in Emperor Tian's eyes. It was clearly Qin Wentian's eyes. Because Emperor Tian was Qin Wentian. Senior, is it okay? Emperor Tian asked the old man in the distance. What is okay? The old man smiled. Can you control the Immortal Palace after passing the test? Emperor Tian asked. The old man laughed. Are you dreaming? You want to get the inheritance and control the Immortal Palace after passing this test. Emperor Tian's expression froze, and it looked very bad. You still have a long way to go. This time, you have entered the door, but it is far from enough. The matter of venturing into the immortal realm will be left to your other body. As for you, I will be responsible for polishing. The old man said, causing Emperor Tian's expression to condense, revealing brilliant madness. He actually knew? This particle world is too small. From today on, you have entered the door. I will take you to travel around and visit various particle worlds. There are billions of particle worlds. Some worlds are very strong, and many particle worlds are extraordinary. I will do my best to train you and let you build a fairy platform within 100 years. Only then will you be considered to have truly passed the test. The old man's eyes were extremely deep, like a starry world. He stared at Emperor Yuan and said, "From now on, your star soul can only be a seal star soul. You will lead the way to the seal and become the strongest. The power of sealing is the strongest power in the world. No power can match it." Emperor Yuan's eyes flickered. He didn't know who this old man was. He practiced sealing himself, so he naturally admired sealing. As for the so-called strongest, he didn't believe it. "Do you doubt what I said?" The old man smiled and said, "Is the power of space strong? Is the power of time strong? Is the power of light strong? They are all super powerful, but if you practice the power of sealing to the strongest, you can engrave them all: seal cultivation, seal speed, seal space, seal time, seal the world. Do you think sealing is the strongest power?" Chapter 736 Unsealing. Looking at the fanatical old man, Jiutian was somewhat speechless. Although attribute power does have strengths and weaknesses, for example, spatial power is obviously stronger than general power, and seals should also be considered a relatively strong attribute power, the real determinant of attribute power still depends on the martial arts cultivator who uses the power. The stronger the cultivator, the stronger the attribute power he exerts. He has always believed in this. It's just that the old man loves seals alone, so he regards seals as the strongest power. This almost paranoid obsession is of course good for a person who practices the ability of sealing, because he will practice this power that he thinks is the strongest with all his heart. Seals can seal space and speed, which is indeed very powerful, but what about practicing space to the strongest? Can't you tear the seal and isolate the seal? What about practicing speed to the strongest? Before your seal is formed, others have left the seal range, or killed you. How can you fight? All things are interdependent, and so is power. The so-called strength and weakness are only relative, and there is no absolutely strongest attribute power. You should at least tell me what level the inheritance of this immortal palace is, and then I can decide whether to invest all my energy in it. Jiutian stared at the old man, interrupting his enthusiasm. "Boy, you are very arrogant." The old man looked at Jiutian and said, "Okay, I tell you, the immortal kings who didn't even look at you on that day in the sky, even the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor who abandoned you, as long as you can get the complete seal inheritance, you can trample them all under your feet. Are you satisfied with this answer?" Jiutian was stunned. It seemed that this old guy really understood him completely. He was Qin Wentian and couldn't hide it from the other party. He even knew everything about the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. It seemed that he was also a powerful person. Is it satisfactory? Since you know everything, I once refused the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor to accept me as a disciple because he wanted me to be free once every 1,000 years. I can let you polish me, and I can also do my best to practice the seal power, but you can't restrict my freedom. For example, now I have encountered some troubles. Jiutian said. HMPH, you have to know that this is not Dongsheng accepting disciples. Even if Dongsheng accepts you as a disciple, it still depends on your luck and whether Dongsheng likes you. Those powerful people have countless disciples. How much energy can they devote to you? How much energy and resources can they spend on training you? These are all unknowns. Maybe you are just a marginal person, but now, what I want to give you is everything. I want you to get a complete inheritance. Do you know how many people dream of this? You actually dare to negotiate conditions with me. The old man cursed in a low voice. Jiutian naturally understood this truth. Being accepted as a disciple by Dongsheng depended on Dongsheng's mood and Dongsheng's face. Even Dongsheng Immortal Emperor handed himself over to his subordinate Yan Yuan. Of course, it could not be compared with the inheritance he could get now. However, he still had to fight for what he should fight for, otherwise he would have no say in the future. Whether it's the immortals in the tomb or the immortals outside, don't look at them with pity, but which one of them didn't come here to snatch the inheritance? The old man continued, but I'm not so unkind. Your other body is in trouble. I'll give you a chance. As long as you can unlock the seals on those people, you can deal with them at will. In addition, I'll give you a month to deal with this matter. As for the future, you still have to listen to my arrangements in most cases. I won't harm you. Everything is just to make you stronger and let you get a complete inheritance. If I want to kill you, I can beat you into pulp with one slap. Jiutian curled his lips. He didn't doubt this. Then can I leave? Jiutian said. Wait, even if you and your other body have cultivated different powers and your aura has changed, You are still one person after all. The disguise can't hide from the powerful. Since you disguise your face and don't want to be exposed, don't make trouble. Put on this mask, it can block all detection. The old man waved his hand, and a bronze mask flew to Jiutian. Thank you, senior. Jiutian thanked him. The old man was not as unkind as the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor did not give him enough respect. He took the mask and felt a cold breath coming from inside the mask. He put it on his face and his skin was pierced. Then a strange power merged with his face. The mask was directly attached to his face, as if it was integrated into one. At this moment, Jiutian, wearing a bronze mask, exuded a cold temperament, giving people a terrible feeling. Put on this armor, don't get killed as soon as you get started. Your strength is not enough. The old man waved his hand again, and a set of bronze armor appeared. Jiutian wore directly on his body. The cold metal made people feel its cold and sharp aura. At this moment, Jiutian gave people a very strong visual impact and was mysterious. I am afraid that no one except the old man could recognize him. It seems that the seniors still care about the juniors. Jiutian laughed, then turned and flashed away. The old man looked at his back, his eyes flashing with a strange brilliance, then grinned and said, "It took so many years to find a suitable successor, how could he not care? Although I comprehended the scroll in one thought, it's not a big deal. Are you so satisfied?" The cold and stern young man next to him said, "Haha, you don't understand." The old man smiled and said nothing more. Jiutian flashed towards the place where the immortals used to be, at a very fast speed. After arriving, the immortals stared at him one by one. At this moment, Jiutian was wearing armor and a bronze mask on his face. His whole body was full of cold aura and he could not be recognized at all. "Seniors, it's me." Jiutian's mind moved slightly, and the mask on his face disappeared directly, as if it had merged into his skin, revealing his face, which was of course a disguised face. "Jiutian, have you got the inheritance?" asked a skinny old man. "It's not completely obtained yet. Let me see the seals on the bodies of the seniors." Emperor Jian's pupils suddenly changed, as if countless pupils were overlapping, like the pupils of the abyss, spinning wildly. He looked at the bodies of the immortals. In an instant, he could clearly see the terrible pattern sealed in the bodies of the immortals. The complete patterns were like chains, very terrible. Seal the immortals, such an ability, I can't do it. Emperor Jian was shocked by the seal pattern. Even though he had thoroughly understood the scroll, he still couldn't carve such a seal. Can it be solved? Many figures flashed, and the immortals came to Emperor Jian with expectant eyes. Yes. A dazzling light flashed in Emperor Jian's eyes. Although he couldn't carve it, he could destroy it. As long as he destroyed the key part of the seal, and then with the power of the immortals themselves, he could break through the shackles of the seal with his own power and solve it. When this word fell, everyone's eyes were all frozen there. Familiar faces all stared at Emperor Jian, as if they had forgotten to think. They have been trapped here for too long, their powers sealed, and they can't even practice. Suddenly, when they heard Emperor Jian say that he could remove the seal, many people were temporarily absent-minded. "Will that guy let us go?" someone asked worriedly. "Don't worry, the senior said that as long as I can remove the seals, you can do whatever I want, and I will let you leave the immortal palace," Emperor Jian said with a smile. Okay. An old man clenched his fists and nodded and cheered. "Finally, can we go out?" Emperor Jian, shall we start? Someone asked in a trembling voice. "Well, I will remove the seals for you seniors now. These seals are very powerful. I can only destroy them. I will let you break them with force, and you will break them." Emperor Tian said, "Which senior will try first?" "I'll do it." Someone said. "Okay." Jiutian nodded, and endless runes suddenly appeared on his body. His pupils became even more terrifying. He slapped his palms on the opponent's body, and those runes directly entered the opponent's body. The seal pattern hidden in the invisible suddenly appeared, and a strong light burst out from the immortal's body, which made him stunned. Is this the seal hidden in his body? At this moment, he can finally feel it clearly. "Break!" Emperor Jian shouted coldly, and the talisman light rushed into the pattern crazily, destroying it and breaking multiple seals. Then he said to the man, "Senior, feel your own strength and see if you can break the seal." "Immortal platform, my immortal platform." The face of the strong man suddenly became ruddy, and his body soared into the sky, and thousands of feet of rosy clouds bloomed out. That was the unique aura of the strong man in the immortal platform realm. Finally, I'm free. The man roared to the sky, and with a loud bang, the seal in his body was completely broken, and the breath of immortals spread out, spreading throughout the world. Unlocked. Many people's bodies trembled, and they were all extremely excited. Some who were sealed in a certain place and could not move showed excitement on their faces, such as the red-haired old man Qin Wentian met when he just stepped into this territory. His eyes were slightly moist. It was broken. Emperor Yan, he did it, and finally did not let him down. Seniors, don't worry, I will unseal you one by one. Jiutian saw many people calling him at the same time, and couldn't help but laugh. Haha, you guys are so anxious. Okay, everyone wait calmly. Jiutian, you come one by one. Someone laughed, but he couldn't hide the excitement on his face, obviously not as calm as he spoke. It was too hard to be sealed for so long, and now, it's finally over. They will finally break the seal and finally go to the fairyland. My child, you are an old man now. An old man's eyes were red. Xiao Yi, are you okay? Someone missed his wife and had mixed feelings in his heart. Is this nightmare finally over? They really shouldn't have been greedy for inheritance back then. Chapter 737, a critical moment. When Emperor Yan comprehended the scroll and unsealed the immortals, the strong men from the Immortal War Palace in the Imperial Saint Sector arrived. Just as Li Mubei expected, the Immortal War Palace was finally ready to intervene in the battle of the particle world. In the Imperial Saint Sect, all the strong men, including Han Xian, came out to welcome the strong men from the Immortal War Palace in the Immortal Domain. There were more than a dozen immortals in this group, and each of them was surrounded by a unique immortal ring, which was looming. That was the immortal light. Entering the immortal stage realm and becoming an immortal, the temperament of the martial life cultivators will be transformed, and they will even have a unique halo on their bodies. This is a spontaneous blooming of the body, not deliberate. Some people are used to restraining the halo, making themselves look ordinary. Han Xian. Among the people who came to the Huangji Shengzong, there was a very young strong man. But from the faint halo on him, it was clear that he was a strong man in the fairyland. Obviously, he was not as young as he looked on the surface, but it also showed that he had been in the fairyland for a shorter time than others, so he looked younger. Of course, some people practiced strange skills to make themselves look younger. Here. Han Xian responded. You said that a spiritual fairy sword appeared in this particle world. The young man asked. Yes, senior brother, this sword is like a demon. It is controlled by a kid in the Xiangxiang realm. He can't exert its power at all. He lent it to a person in the second level of the fairy platform to use it, and it exerted amazing power. Moreover, I can feel that this sword has its own spirituality. Han Xian said. A sharp light flashed in the eyes of the young strong man. When Han Xian's immortal thoughts left in this Hangxin Palace notified him, he came to the particle world in person. Immortal level magic weapons are extraordinary, and those with spirituality are even rarer. Any immortal level magic weapon with spirituality means that it has the potential to become stronger and can evolve. Such magic weapons are so attractive that he has to go there in person. I heard from Zhejiang that this particle world is an ordinary indigenous world, nothing special about it. I didn't expect that such spiritual magic weapons would appear. It's surprising. The young man showed an interesting look at the corner of his mouth. There are endless particle worlds around the fairyland. Most of these particles have been discovered by the strong in the fairyland. Not all particle worlds are useless natives. On the contrary, some strange particle worlds are very famous. Among these famous particle worlds, there are particle worlds that have given birth to endless geniuses who are born to practice. For example, in some strange particle worlds, people in the whole world are born with super attribute talents, such as space talents. There are also people in particle worlds who have given birth to many powerful weapon refiners. They are naturally good at casting, and people in the entire particle world have a strong casting atmosphere. The Royal Holy Land is an extremely ordinary particle world in a very ordinary indigenous world, so it is not paid attention to. I was also surprised. I was hit by a sword. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would have fallen in this native world. Han Xian said coldly. It was really dangerous last time. There are strong and weak combat powers in the same realm. He and Li Mubei are in the same realm, but in terms of combat power, Han Xian has always been the best among his peers. He didn't expect Li Mubei to be so powerful, especially after using the magic sword. If he continued to fight to the death, he would definitely be the one to die. No more words, I don't have time to waste in this native place. Where is the sword? Let's go get it. The young strong man said coldly, with a strong meaning in his voice. He led the strong men of the War Fairy Palace to come. The sword is naturally his. As for the original owner of the sword, it is no longer important. I will take my brother there now. Han Xian said, let's go. Let's go. The group of people flashed and stepped into the void, turning into white light. Traces appeared in the void, and they didn't have time to dissipate. You can imagine how fast they are. In the Holy Emperor City, many people looked up at the void. The powerful gale tore through the void, rolling up the wind and clouds, but no human figure could be seen. So fast, who is it? How strong is it? Many people could only see shadows when they felt the wind. It should be the Holy Emperor of the Royal Saint sect. It seems that they are going to fight again. Now many people in the Holy Emperor City are a little numb. The war between the Royal Saint sect and the Medicine Emperor Valley has exceeded everyone's imagination. Now people below the level of the Holy Emperor and the Medicine Emperor are not even qualified to participate in the war. In order to avoid meaningless casualties, the Medicine Emperor even temporarily disbanded the Medicine Emperor Valley. In the Medicine Emperor Valley, on the ancient peak, Li Mubei and others have always been there. At this time, Li Mubei's expression suddenly changed, and then he suddenly waved his hand. In an instant, a flying boat appeared in the void. Li Mubei waved his hand and rolled Qin Wentian, Mo Qingcheng and others up. Not good, let's go. Li Mubei exclaimed, and Yao Wang also stepped onto the flying boat in an instant. Then he sacrificed a fairy talisman, and the fairy light seeped into it. The brilliant void power enveloped them. In just an instant, the group of people disappeared and appeared thousands of miles away. After appearing, they had no intention of staying. The fairy light on the flying boat enveloped everyone and flew forward rapidly. The people from the War Fairy Palace really intervened, and there are many strong people. Li Mubei was not too surprised. Looking at their actions, he knew that they were obviously prepared. As soon as they found something wrong, they fled immediately. You can't get away. A voice came from a distance, and the expressions of Li Mubei, Yao Wang and others changed drastically. They also have space magic weapons, locked our space fluctuations, and teleported directly to chase and kill us. Li Mubei was knowledgeable in the fairyland, and naturally understood what was going on, otherwise he would not continue to control the flying boat to move forward rapidly as soon as he teleported here. Qin Wentian looked unhappy. He looked back and saw a stream of immortal light flashing, like a stream of light spots. It was so fast that he couldn't even see the appearance of those people. He also had a lot of space scrolls on him, but they were useless at such a speed. The distance which space scrolls could transmit was not as good as the distance others could teleport. Senior, I will guide a direction. Just delay for a while and it will be solved soon. Qin Wentian said loudly. Li Mubei glanced at him and said, okay, you guide. Quick, quick. Yao Huang was also anxious. This flying boat was a speed-type magic weapon, which was already very fast, but the other party had a speed magic weapon like them, and they couldn't pull away at all. Kill. Han Xian showed a cold look to them, and a terrifying bloodlight bloomed from him. Many strong men in the air below looked up at the void, but saw a surging bloodlight rolling over, and many people below turned directly into blood mist and exploded directly, and then wisps of blood rushed towards Han Xian's body. How vicious. Mo Qingcheng's face turned pale when she saw this scene. This Han Xian was too vicious. He actually walked and killed all the way. Go to the sky. Yao Wang said. Li Mubei immediately controlled the flying boat to fly into the sky. Han Xian said fiercely, I told you that you can't escape. Boy, your sword is good. My senior brother likes it. As for that woman, I like it too. You'd better offer her up and I'll leave you with a whole body. As Han Xian was killing, his voice rushed into Qin Wentian's ears, making Qin Wentian's expression a little ferocious. You will die. Qin Wentian said angrily. As expected, these strong men in the fairyland did not take the lives of people in their particle world seriously at all. They were cruel and indifferent. It's almost there, it's almost there, it won't take long at this speed. Qin Wentian shouted in his heart. He could sense the location of the other body. At this terrifying speed, it won't take long. I will die? Are you talking in your sleep? Han Xian sneered. Qin Wentian, You were so self-righteous in the past that you thought you could become the enemy of our Huangji holy sect by getting close to the Medicine Emperor. Now, everything is your own fault. The Holy Emperor Zhang also said coldly, your other friends should have been taken away by his family and went to the fairyland. How could the big shots who are familiar with Dongsheng remember you, the so-called genius from the indigenous world? Only when you die can we cut off your contact. I will not be at peace if I don't kill you. The Holy Emperor was referring to Kinger, of course. That person who had threatened the Huangji holy sect, but unfortunately she was taken to the fairyland and no longer paid attention to Qin Wentian or the affairs of the Huangji holy sect. I don't know if it was because Qin Wentian disappointed her when Dongsheng Immortal Emperor accepted disciples. In short, if Qin Wentian went to the fairyland alive, he might be able to contact her, but if he died, the contact would be completely cut off. Also, you almost had the chance to become a disciple of a powerful person, which really surprised me. Unfortunately, you were abandoned in the end. One voice after another entered Qin Wentian's ears. This genius, who is not taken seriously by the Holy Emperor, really shocked the Holy Emperor later, so he said these words at this time. Not good, if this continues, they will soon be within the attack range. Seeing that the distance was getting closer, Yao Wang's eyes flashed with a fierce look, and he said, no, I will hold them back, you go first. No. Qin Wentian shouted, it's almost there, hold on a little longer. Boy, practice well in the future. Your future is in the endless starry sky. Moreover, your life experience may also be extraordinary. I should have died long ago. Now that I can fight for you, it can be considered a perfection. Yao Wang touched Qin Wentian's head, and for the first time revealed that he and Qin Wentian had a relationship. Senior Yao Wang, it's really almost there, believe me. Qin Wentian knew that Yao Wang didn't believe him. After all, what ability did he, Qin Wentian, have to compete with the strong men of the War Palace? It's too late. Medicine Emperor saw that the opponent behind him was already trying to attack, and almost attacked. Your death has come. Han Xian's cold voice came, and the bloodlight had spread to this flying boat. At this moment, Medicine Emperor shook Qin Wentian's hand away, and he stepped forward, and endless fairy fire burned on his body. Chapter 738 Tremble. No. Qin Wentian saw that Medicine Emperor came out regardless of everything, his face was pale. Master. Mo Qingcheng was also pale, and they all turned back to look at the fairy fire lingering in the sky. Senior, stop. Qin Wentian shouted at Li Mubei. Buzz. Li Mubei ignored him, and said to Qin Wentian, Medicine Emperor spared no effort to create opportunities for you, is he really not leaving? Senior, send me back. Qin Wentian's eyes were tough. Send me back too. Mo Qingcheng echoed. Okay, I'm used to enduring humiliation in the fairyland, and I don't have any passion. Li Mubei smiled, and then his mind moved slightly. The flying boat suddenly turned around and returned to the original path. In just a moment, it returned to the place where Medicine Emperor was, where Medicine Emperor had already fought with the other party. At this moment, Medicine Emperor was filled with a raging destructive flame airflow, and those strong men in the Battle Fairy Palace were a little afraid, as he was going to burn the fairy platform. They actually came back, looking for death. Han Xian laughed wildly when he saw the flying boat return. Li Mubei, you bastard. Yao Wang cursed. Old man, it's rare to find the passion of the past, so don't be so angry. In fact, Wentian is right. Although the fairyland is wonderful, it is also a bit depressing, suppressing the passionate nature. Li Mubei smiled and said with a surging sword energy, return to the homeland, let's fight for the last time. Really passionate. The leading young man of this Hangxin palace showed a disdainful look on his face. Endless fairy light bloomed on his fist, as if there was a monstrous fairy power spreading out. An ant trying to shake a tree is seeking its own death. Wait. Qin Wentian stepped forward and said, don't you want a sword? I'll give it to you, just take it. After saying that, Qin Wentian swung his palm and swung the demon sword towards the other party. Seeing this scene, the destructive airflow on the young man did not bloom. He stretched out his hand and caught the demon sword. The demon sword rang and seemed a little unhappy. Sure enough, the sword has spirituality. The young man showed a happy expression, gently stroked the sword, and his eyes were dancing with dazzling light. You will follow me in the future. He is not worthy of holding you. The young man smiled lightly. At this time, Qin Wentian was anxious. It was almost time. He had to delay time. Sword, and woman, are you willing to give it to me? Han Xian laughed wildly, his eyes swept over Mo Qingchen. He was not qualified to touch such a beauty in the fairyland, but this indigenous world was still under his control. I'm afraid you can bear it, Qin Wentian said coldly. Haha, are you kidding? Han Xian stepped forward, and the cold breath filled the air. Then a wisp of terrible devouring bloodlight appeared, and a solitude of pressure enveloped Qin Wentian. You think you can live if you hand over the sword? Even if you hand over the woman, it's not enough. I'm determined to take your blood in these people. They must die. Han Xian said arrogantly. Don't talk nonsense, kill her. If you want the woman, keep her. The young man couldn't let go of the magic sword and had no interest in women. For people in the fairyland, strength is always the first priority, and enjoyment is the last. Only those with strength are qualified to enjoy. Okay. Han Xian nodded, and the 2 generations of Saint Emperors walked out one after another, bursting with murderous aura. You shouldn't come back. Medicine Emperor sighed. If Qin Wentian died, how could he be worthy of those people? Sword Saint Senior, protect us with sword energy. Qin Wentian said. Li Mubei nodded, and a wisp of fairy light turned into a sword curtain, covering everyone, preventing Qin Wentian from being killed directly from a distance. Everything should be over. Qin Wentian took a deep breath, staring at the other person and said, People from the War Immortal Palace, you can't lift this sword, and this Huangji Holy Land will no longer be called Huangji Holy Sect. Qin Wentian's voice suddenly became extremely arrogant. This scene made the strong men of the War Immortal Palace stunned and showed an interesting look, but then the young man frowned slightly. No, what kind of aura? He felt that they were all locked, and everyone here seemed to be locked. What's going on? Han Xian's expression also changed, and a terrifying aura enveloped him. Buzz, 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 buzz. A stream of immortal light flashed, and each stream of immortal light was dazzling. In just a moment, a figure in this space fell directly from the sky, and kept coming. In just a short moment, there were dozens of people, and they were still increasing. Buzz, 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 buzz. More and more powerful people appeared, and the space was suffocated. These figures who descended were all surrounded by the aura of immortals. They were all powerful people in the immortal realm. What's going on? Isn't this an ordinary indigenous world? How come so many immortals suddenly appeared? The young powerful man who led this Hangxin Palace had a frozen look in his eyes. It was impossible for there to be so many powerful people in the indigenous world where a force like the Huangji Shengzuan could dominate. The 2 generations of Saint Emperors were also stunned. Han Xian's arrogant smile froze on his face. These powerful people were obviously targeting them. A wisp of aura locked them firmly. Not only them, but Li Mubei and Yao Huang were also stunned. No one knew the existence of Jiutian. Qin Wentian had been saying that it would be quick just now. They didn't believe it at all, and didn't understand why Qin Wentian said so. But the scene in front of them stunned them directly. Thinking about what Qin Wentian had just said, these powerful people, are they related to Qin Wentian? We are from the Immortal War Palace. I wonder why we distribute. The leading young man bowed to the crowd, his tone was much more polite, without the arrogant attitude of ignoring everything before. Among the immortals, there was a figure wearing a bronze mask and metal armor walking over. Only a pair of eyes were exposed, which were extremely cold. Those pupils seemed to be different from those of ordinary people. They were a pair of extremely special pupils. This mysterious person might be the leader of these people. Excuse me for disturbing you. The young man from the Immortal War Palace said to Emperor Yan, who appeared. Emperor Yan's eyes slowly turned and fell on Qin Wentian. The 2 were originally the same person. He was Qin Wentian, but the secret could not be revealed, so they still had to act. You are here. Qin Wentian spoke calmly. As soon as he said this, the hearts of the strong men in the Immortal War Palace trembled. This calm voice seemed like a friend who had known each other for many years. How to deal with it? Emperor Yan asked indifferently. Of course, he knew how to deal with it long ago. Kill without mercy. Qin Wentian slowly turned his gaze to the young man from this Hangxin Palace and said coldly, I told you, you can't lift this sword. He looked at Han Xian again, you will die miserably. Finally, his eyes fell on the 2 generations of Saint Emperors, his eyes were cold. From today on, the Huangji Holy Sect will be removed from the Huangji Holy Domain. The overlord of this particle world will be transferred to Yaohuang Valley. Your stupidity has killed a person from the sect. Kill without mercy, not one will be spared. Qin Wentian's cold voice resounded throughout the world, making the strong men of the battle palace feel cold all over. The strong men of the battle palace looked over and looked at Emperor Yan with a bronze mask. He was the one who gave the orders, right? Sir, we can talk again if you have anything to say. If there's any offense, we can make up for it. Emperor Yan's eyes were cold, and he said, his words are what I want to say, kill without mercy, not one will be spared. I haven't exercised for a long time. A sneer came out, and this world turned into a domain world, all of which was a world of fiery red ancient vines, covering the entire world. The wisps of ancient vines directly covered the strong men of the battle palace. Others also released their immortal power one after another. At this moment, the strong men of the battle palace showed despair. These people were so powerful that some of them even built multiple immortal platforms. We are from the battle palace of the immortal realm. Do you really want to do this? The young strong man roared. He stared at Qin Wentian and threatened coldly, I don't care who these people are. Think about the consequences clearly. Qin Wentian looked cold and said to Emperor Yan, then let them see if they dare to take on the battle palace. Okay. Emperor Yan nodded and said, everyone, come together. Haha, so arrogant, what kind of force is the battle palace? There was a suffocating laugh, and another wave of suffocating pressure came. I saw that this world of domains kept having strong men appearing, dozens, hundreds, even more, densely packed, the whole world, as if it were all strong men from the fairyland. The young man of the battle palace trembled all over, and the 2 generations of saint emperors of the royal holy domain were even more limp, unable to muster a trace of strength. How could it be? How could it be possible? Where did these strong men come from? My heart. Li Mubei swallowed his saliva and felt dry in his mouth. He looked at Qin Wentian with a magical light in his eyes. Where did this guy make friends? How could he command so many people in the fairyland? Could it be that this was the master that Qin Wentian mentioned to him? Yes, last time Qin Wentian talked about the apprenticeship, but he didn't elaborate. It should be very mysterious. Not only Li Mubei, but also Yao Huang thought so. It seems that this little guy has a secret. Kill, don't spare anyone. I want this man to be cut into pieces. Qin Wentian pointed at Han Xian and said, Han Xian's face was as pale as paper. Okay. The immortals laughed and killed them. The strong men of the battle immortal palace stood in the middle and trembled all over. They even forgot to resist. How could they resist? Many of the other parties' cultivation realms were higher than theirs, and the number of people was enough to directly drown them. This was enough to compete with a battle immortal palace. I really died in the particle world. I actually died in the particle world. The young man from the battle immortal palace was extremely angry. He stared at Han Xian and the old Saint Emperor Zhejiang and roared, you 2 bastards made me die here. I am unwilling to accept this. I want to pursue a higher realm. He was extremely talented in the battle immortal palace. He was very young, but his cultivation was powerful. He died inexplicably in the indigenous world. He felt endless unwillingness in his heart, but his fate was already determined. P.S. On the last day of this month, everyone check your monthly votes and vote for the God-King. After today, they will be reset. Chapter 739 An era has ended. Watching the stream of destructive light killing those people, Qin Wentian's expression was cold, without any sympathy. In the eyes of these immortal realm people, the people of the particle world of the Huangji Holy Land can be slaughtered at will. Even on the way to kill them, Han Xian was still killing people crazily, devouring their blood and refining it into himself. He was too evil and cruel, and he deserved to die. Puff, puff, puff. There was a strong man in the immortal realm who was good at swordsmanship. He was very powerful. There was a terrible rune light on the blood-colored magic knife. Every time he swung the knife, it seemed that a terrible killing pattern flashed and killed everything. The people in the War Immortal Palace seemed to be unable to withstand his knife and died one by one. The young man went crazy when he saw this scene, and his immortal platform bloomed with endless immortal light. Want to self-destruct? The immortals looked indifferent. One of them blasted out with his palm. In an instant, it seemed as if a glacier fell from the sky. That world turned into a diamond-like ice crystal world. The transparent ice crystal sealed the young strong man inside. Under this situation, can you still blow up your own immortal platform? The man snorted coldly, and then slapped his palm, hitting the brick like ice crystal. A crisp cracking sound was heard, and the space seemed to shatter along with the ice crystal. The body of the young warrior from the War Immortal Palace also shattered, and he was killed directly. There are 9 levels of immortal platforms, and the difference between each level is huge. This person has built a 6th level of immortal platforms, and his strength is super strong. How can he be compared with a young man who built a 3rd level of immortal platforms? It's simply an instant kill. Puff. A light sound was heard, followed by Han Xian's scream. The strong man with the hellish blade cut off one of Han Xian's arms and tore it to pieces. Han Xian stared at Qin Wentian with a vicious look and roared madly, "I will curse you even when I die. You will die without a burial place, and your woman will become someone else's plaything. Senior, don't let him die so easily. Cut his body with a knife, cut it into pieces." Qin Wentian's eyes were cold. The immortal with the knife said, "Okay, this punishment is very painful, let him have a taste." As he said that, he chopped with a knife, and the knife seemed to cut directly into Han Xian's body, cutting his bones. "Ah!" Han Xian screamed. "You don't take other people's lives as your own, and you curse me? You deserve to die miserably." Qin Wentian's voice was without a trace of emotion. The strong man with the knife chopped out one knife after another. Han Xian screamed continuously, enduring the most terrible torture, and couldn't die even if he wanted to. "Kill me!" Han Xian screamed. He was really desperate. This kind of pain was too uncomfortable. He had no hope of survival and only wanted to die. When you slaughtered people at will, did you ever think about this moment? Yao Wang stepped forward and stared at Han Xian. His expression was also extremely cold. Han Xian deserved to die. Such torture was not enough to atone for his sins. Those Yao Wang Valley disciples killed by him and the innocent people of the Royal Holy Land could not survive. "Yao Wang, we are willing to submit to you. Let me go." The strength of the Holy Emperor was relatively weak. Unexpectedly, no one had killed him. He was just locked there. Watching the strong men of the War Immortal Palace fall in front of him, his trembling body told everyone that he was really scared. Even if he was an immortal or a hegemon, he would be afraid and scared when facing death. He was the overlord of the Royal Holy Land, the Holy Emperor, who controlled the world, but at this moment, his own life was not under his control. "Let you go? Dream on," Medicine Emperor said coldly. His body flashed forward and instantly descended in front of the locked Saint Emperor. The terrifying fairy fire directly blasted into the opponent's body. The Saint Emperor struggled violently, and Medicine Emperor retreated. Then with a bang, the Saint Emperor's body exploded directly, leaving only a piece of fire of destruction. Soon, all the people in the War Immortal Palace were killed except Han Xian. Han Xian was still being tortured, and Qin Wentian said, "End him." "No problem." The strong man with a knife chopped down from above, cutting Han Xian into 2 pieces, and even directly shattered the fairy platform. Since then, the group of strong men in the War Immortal Palace who were so arrogant just now have all fallen, leaving no one alive, and it was extremely tragic. Who? Li Mubei has not made a move. He has experienced many battles in the fairyland and has seen some major battles from afar, but among the battles he has personally participated in, this battle is undoubtedly the most shocking. It is really a life-saving opportunity. Hundreds of immortals, where did they come from? Jiutian, is there anything else we need to do? The red-haired old man looked at Jiutian wearing a bronze mask and asked. "Thank you all for your help. There should be nothing to do for the time being. Sorry to bother you all." Jiutian's voice was full of a unique sharpness, just like his mask and armor, giving people a very cold feeling. At this moment, Jiutian made all the immortals feel a little pressure. Although he is still very young, he may inherit the fairy palace in the future and become a top figure in the fairyland. "Jiutian, you are too polite. We couldn't ask for it to be able to activate our muscles and bones right after coming out. It's all thanks to you that we can breathe well after so many years. This is nothing. If you want to kill someone else, tell us and we will do it now," the strong man with the knife said straightforwardly. Whether it is from the perspective of Jiutian's potential or Jiutian's kindness, they should make friends with the current Jiutian. Indeed, there is no one. Jiutian said. "Emperor Yan, if the battle palace is a force from the immortal realm, we have just killed quite a few people and there are still some sequelae," the red-haired old man said. "Well, since you said nothing happened, we will be relieved, but everyone will still leave our immortal thoughts in this particle world. We will leave our immortal thoughts wherever you let us. If the forces from the immortal realm come to retaliate and our immortal thoughts appear, They will not dare to act recklessly as long as they are not too strong. After all, for the sect forces in the immortal realm, it is normal for disciples to be killed when they go out for training. Unless they are the descendants of the sect master or the head of the sect, there will be no large-scale revenge. Our immortal thoughts are enough to deter them from doing anything wrong. What the senior said makes sense. Emperor Jian nodded, and then he looked at Qin Wentian. Although they were one person, they have now transformed into the body of Emperor Jian and cannot let others know. So it is more appropriate for the original body to say some things. Wentian, what do you think? Seniors, follow us to the Huangji Shengzhuang. When we destroy the Huangji Shengzhuang and announce to the world that Yaohuang Valley is the overlord of this world, you seniors can leave your immortal thoughts in Yaohuang Valley. Qin Wentian said. Okay, we have no objection. Everyone nodded. This young man seemed to have a special relationship with Jiutian, and his aura was vaguely similar to Jiutian's before. It is very likely that they are brothers. Well, let's go. Jiutian said, and immediately a group of people went back to the direction of Shenhuang City. On the way, Jiutian came to Qin Wentian and handed some storage items to Qin Wentian. These were spoils of war looted from the strong men of Jiutian Palace. Those immortals didn't want them and gave them to Jiutian. As for Jiutian, he was going to follow the old man of the immortal palace to venture into the world of thousands of particles. If he needed resources, he would ask for them. Therefore, it was more appropriate to leave the spoils to the original body. In the Huangji Holy Sect, all the major sects gathered together and waited in a giant martial arts arena in the Huangji Holy Sect. They were waiting for the Saint Emperor and the strong men from the War Palace to return triumphantly. This battle would be the end of the Medicine Emperor Valley. From now on, there would be no Medicine Emperor Valley in the Huangji Holy Land. Everyone in the world would know who is the overlord of this world. At this time, a figure flashed over. Zhe Yan looked at the person and said coldly, "Did you find it?" "No, the Wuxin Tower seems to have disbanded, and no one has gone out as a whole." The man responded. In the past few days, everyone's attention has been focused on the war. No one would have thought that the Wuxin Tower lineage had secretly disbanded. When they found out, they only caught a few people. Damn it, we must catch them after this matter is over, and distribute the beauties of Wuxin Tower to the major lines for enjoyment. Zhe Yan said in a cold voice, "This world belongs to my Huangji Shengzhuang. I want to see where the group of women in their Wuxin Tower can run to. Haha, this is a blessing for us. There are still many beauties in Wuxin Tower, and they are usually very hot. We have to control them well." A strong man from the Qinghu mountain lineage said with a sneer. "Wait, the matter will be over soon, and the Holy Emperor and his men will return triumphantly in no time." Zhejuan was very confident. How could the natives of this particle world resist the killing of Jiutian Palace? They were doomed. They were all waiting, and they were very excited. The dominance of the Emperor Extreme Holy Sect had been challenged, and they were very upset that they could not eradicate the Medicine Emperor Valley every time. Now it could finally end. "You can't wait for them." An old voice came, resounding over the entire Emperor Extreme Holy Sect. At this moment, countless people in the Emperor Extreme Holy Sect trembled violently. Then, a suffocating pressure fell from the sky, and many figures appeared in the distance. Any one of them was so powerful that it was suffocating. The Medicine Emperor, it's the Medicine Emperor. And the Sword Saint Li Mubei. The faces of the strong men of the Emperor Extreme Holy Sect turned pale as paper in an instant. How could this be possible? The Battle of the Immortal Palace was defeated? Where did these strong men come from? One after another, the figures descended, including the Medicine Emperor, Li Mubei, Qin Wentian, and the others, and their cold eyes examined the strong men of the Emperor Extreme Holy Sect in the air below. This is impossible. Where are the strong men of the Battle of the Immortal Palace? Zhejuan's face was ashen, and they were all a little panicked. The people of the major veins were all panicked, and many people were trembling slightly. They are all dead and disappeared forever. However, they don't care about loneliness. Soon you will go to accompany them. Huangji Shengzhuang, you claim to be the overlord of the world. Is the whole sky your Huangji Shengzhuang's land? This sentence is over. From today on, this world will not accommodate anyone from Huangji Shengzhuang. Anyone from Huangji Shengzhuang will be killed. Qin Wentian's cold voice came down from the sky, without any mercy. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. An era is over. Chapter 740, Changing Times. The Imperial Saint sect has ruled the world for hundreds of thousands of years. They claim that the whole world belongs to the Imperial Saint sect. There is no one in the world that they cannot kill, just because they have the strongest fighting power. They are rampant and unjust, and regard the lives of people in the world as worthless. Their holy prince Jiutian is high above and looks down on everything. He calls the people of the Imperial Saint Domain natives and helps the people from the Immortal Domain to capture the woman of the Holy Emperor City. All this will end on this day. An era has come to an end. Zaiyan, Zaijuan, and Zaichu are now prisoners, waiting for trial. As the direct descendants of the Overlord Imperial Saint sect and the descendants of the Holy Emperor, they used to be so glorious and domineering. Zaichu invited Chuje to hunt and kill, ignoring everything, but today, he can only wait for destruction. At this time, Zaijuan, Zaichu and others all looked wooden, looking at Qin Wentian in the void. Zaichu's expression was even slightly distorted. He could not accept this situation. He should have been looking down at Qin Wentian and dominating his life. Why did it become so absurd? Who are you? Zaiyan stared at the immortal masters who appeared in the void and shouted. You don't need to know. Dion, who is wearing a bronze mask, said in a cold voice, kill them all. Okay. The immortals smiled, and the strong man with a knife was the fastest. He chopped down with a knife. It seemed that a simple knife was going to split the sky. It was just a simple knife, and all the people in a straight line were directly destroyed. The Emperor-level Saint Sect Masters were so scared that their hearts and galls were broken. They seemed to have truly realized that death had come. No, let us go. We are only the subordinate forces of the Imperial Saint Sect. Senior, spare us. At this time, some forces began to beg for mercy. In front of the absolute destructive power and facing the god of death, fear arose spontaneously. The first strong man to beg for mercy was the leader of King Hu Mountain. You are so spineless. A cold voice came out, and then a blood-red spear was directly inserted into his head, and it attacked madly, killing everything. How could begging for mercy be useful? When they helped the tyrant and helped the Imperial Saint Sect to encircle and suppress the Medicine Emperor Valley and kill madly, would they beg for mercy? Hurry up and solve it. A person in the sky said coldly, and then a big handprint grabbed towards the sky below. In just an instant, a vast space turned into diamond-like ice crystals. Break. With a wave of his hand, the ice crystals shattered, and the figures trapped inside were all shattered and destroyed. It was simply crushing. Even Qin Wentian, who was watching, took a breath of cold air. The gap between the realms was irreparable. No wonder people in the fairyland were called immortals, ignoring any figures below the fairyland. Once they stepped into that level, the people below were already vulnerable. Although the Emperor-level Saint Sect had countless strong men and was mighty, they were slaughtered like a whirlwind, and a large area was destroyed in just a moment. They were here to welcome the triumphant return of the strong men from the War Fairy Palace, but what was waiting was indeed the real doomsday. After an instant of time, the vast Emperor-level Saint Sect was in ruins, with no vitality at all. The blood dyed the Overlord's power red. The world's Overlord, who was once powerful yesterday, was razed to the ground today. Who could have thought that it would end like this? If the people of the Imperial Saint Sect could have thought of it, they would not have offended Qin Wentian at the beginning, but would have chosen to recruit Qin Wentian into the sect and trained him wholeheartedly. Even if Qin Wentian refused to join the Imperial Saint Sect leader lineage, but joined the Sword Sect lineage, he was also a member of the Imperial Saint Sect, and the ending would probably be completely different. But things in the world are so wonderful. As the overlord of the world, the Imperial Saint Sect is rampant in the world. How could it care about a mere world? A difference in one thought led to the collapse of the building. From now on, there will be no more Imperial Saint Sect in the world, and even whether this particle world will still be called the Imperial Holy Land has become a question. Will the new overlord Jiutian Valley still let the shadow of the Imperial Saint Sect remain in this world? Qin Wentian and his men turned around and left the Imperial Saint Sect. This place will become history, symbolizing the end of an era. After they left, someone in the distance secretly observed the situation of the Imperial Saint Sect. After feeling the dead silence, some figures boldly stepped into the Imperial Saint Sect. When they saw the debris and dried blood on the ground, they felt their hearts trembling violently, as if they were hit hard by a heavy object. The shock could not be described in words. It was a feeling of soul-shattering. The Imperial Saint Sect is destroyed. One person stood there in a daze, muttering. Someone raised his head, took a deep breath, and shouted to the sky, "The Imperial Saint Sect is destroyed." This voice was like the bell of the end of an era, ringing in the Holy Emperor City and the entire Imperial Holy Land. So, the destruction of the Imperial Saint Sect spread to every corner of this land at the fastest speed in history, shaking everyone's heart. A generation of overlords was destroyed. Some people even dared not believe it. They looked up at the sky and said to themselves in a doubtful tone, "Is the Imperial Saint Sect really destroyed?" It seemed so, because everyone was conveying this shocking disappearance. The Holy Emperor City was in an uproar, the various forces in the Imperial Holy Land were in an uproar, the 9 major sects were trembling, and the major families, ancient religions, and ancient countries were all trembling. The people of the Medicine Emperor Valley, the people of the Sword Sect, and the people of the Yi Kingdom royal family, who were scattered all over the Imperial Holy Land, looked at the direction of the Holy Emperor City from afar and smiled happily. Then they set out from all corners of the world and gathered in the direction of the Holy Emperor City again. Not only them, but also the major families, ancient countries, and major religions, all gathered in the direction of the Holy Emperor City. Even many people without sects and schools also gathered in the direction of the Holy Emperor City. These people gathered into a terrible wave, like the general trend of the world. The Imperial Saint Sect was destroyed, and the Medicine Emperor Valley was prosperous. The general trend was that the world came to pay homage. The people of the Medicine Emperor Valley returned. Aristocratic families, ancient countries, and great sects came to pay homage to the new overlord. People from all over the world came to watch, to see the destroyed Imperial Saint Sect, and also to see the rising Medicine Emperor Valley. The Holy Emperor City was unprecedentedly lively, and countless people stepped into the Holy Emperor stock. It was more lively and prosperous than the era of the Imperial Saint Sect. On this day, outside the Medicine Emperor Valley of the Holy Emperor City, the leaders of the major aristocratic families, ancient countries, and great sects arrived one after another, and they all came to pay homage at the same time. However, the D family and the Qi family were missing from the 7 major families, as they perished with the destruction of the Medicine Emperor Valley. At this time, many female figures strolled out, walked to the bottom of the stairs of the Medicine Emperor Valley, and said in a loud voice, "The owner of the Wangsun Tower came to apologize to Senior Medicine Emperor. My Wangsun Tower had already left the Imperial Saint Sect before, so we survived the last battle. Now, I come to ask Senior Medicine Emperor for forgiveness. Wangsun Tower should stop before it's too late. What's the crime? Don't do anything unjust in the future. Go." An old voice came, making everyone in Wangsun Tower smile excitedly. They were very happy. They were trembling with fear, but they didn't expect that Senior Yao Huang would forgive them so easily. Yao Huang Valley was indeed different from the Emperor-level Saint Sect. "Thank you, Senior Yao Huang." Many people in Wangsun Tower knelt on one knee, bowed, and then left. After leaving, the owner of Wangsun Tower said to a woman beside him, "Fan Mianwei, why don't you join Yao Huang Valley in the future? You know Qin Wentian, let him introduce you, there shouldn't be any big problems." Fan Mianwei was the only woman among the 8 great prodigies who suppressed the era in the past. But I don't know him very well. A glimmer of light flashed in Fan Mianwei's beautiful eyes. When she raised her head, she saw a person not far away smiling at her. That person was also a woman, and a woman who was more beautiful than her, Lin Ziner, the fairy cult, who was known as the First Beauty. "She's here too." Fan Mianwei whispered in her heart. Lin Ziner seemed to have a good relationship with Qin Wentian. After leaving Wuxianlao, various forces came forward to ask for an audience with Senior Yao Huang. The leader of the fairy cult did not come out, but Lin Ziner came forward to ask for an audience. "Go, Yao Huang Valley will not dominate the world like the Emperor-level Saint Sect. Yao Huang Valley is the same as before. I only hope that this world will be revived and strong. Go." The old voice was calm, which made everyone take a deep breath. Senior Yao Huang was indeed an extraordinary person. However, even if Yao Huang Valley did not dominate, it was still the uncrowned king. There was no doubt about this. "Ziner girl, come in and chat with King Chen." This voice came again, making many people secretly envy Lin Ziner. It seemed that the relationship between this number 1 beauty and Qin Wentian worked. Although Yao Huang said that Mo King Chang wanted to see her, it should be Qin Wentian who really wanted to see her. After all, they were friends and the relationship was there. The various forces gradually dispersed, but none of them left the Holy Emperor City, still watching the wind direction. It was not until a long time later that the Medicine Emperor Valley was still as peaceful as before, and the enthusiasm of the Holy Emperor City gradually faded, and the various forces left the Holy Emperor City one after another. Everything seemed to slowly return to calm. The end of an era, now transitioning to another era, but the people of the world are still working hard to practice, fight, and pursue their martial arts path. In the Great Xiao Dynasty, when the people of the dynasty knew that the Medicine Emperor Valley dominated the world, the people of the dynasty were filled with emotion. Of course, they heard the name of Qin Wentian and knew that the most important person in this war was Qin Wentian. There was even a faint news that the person who played the most important role in the destruction of the Imperial Saint sect was their king, Qin Wentian. However, Qin Wentian, the master of this huge storm, now lives a very peaceful life. He does not pay attention to the right and wrong of the outside world, but calms his mind and watches the changing situation and the changes of the times. This world is just his starting point. P.S. I took an overnight train to Beijing last night and reported to Lusun Academy of Literature today. I will take classes here for a while. I haven't slept yet. After writing one chapter, I'm going to lie down for a while. If you have a guaranteed monthly ticket, remember to vote. Thank you everyone. Chapter 741 Separation. The fall of the Imperial Saint sect tells the world that no matter how powerful a hegemon is, there will be a time for it to fall. Nothing is eternal and immortal. The reason why the Imperial Saint sect fell so early was naturally because of its many unjust actions, which accelerated its destruction. Otherwise, Qin Wentian would not have stood on the opposite side of the Imperial Saint sect, and the Medicine Emperor Valley would not have fought with the Imperial Saint sect. In fact, the Medicine Emperor Valley still lived in seclusion, and no one knew that the mysterious and low-key Medicine Emperor had become an immortal. After learning that the hegemon of the world had changed, the world felt that they were in a wave. However, the low-keyness of the Medicine Emperor Valley made the whole world as calm as before. After all, that wave did not appear. Until half a year later, everything gradually calmed down, and all major forces returned to their past calm. However, of the 9 sects that flourished in the past, only the Hanjian sect and Wangsun Tower remained. The 2 dynasties that dominated the world were disintegrated, and they fell apart because of the death and escape of the rulers of the dynasties. There appeared princely states and countless new forces, who continued to conquer the soil of the 2 dynasties. This conquest lasted for a whole year, and no one could truly unify the 2 dynasties again. They could only accept the status quo, and the various forces divided the 2 ancient dynasties. This long-lasting conquest also gave birth to many strong and outstanding figures, and their reputations rose rapidly. However, no matter how fierce the smoke of gunpowder was, it never affected the Great Xiao Dynasty, which was once considered a wild land of the Imperial Holy Domain. The reason was simple, because it was rumored that the Great Xiao Dynasty was Qin Wentian's hometown. Let me ask, who in this world dares to touch Qin Wentian's hometown now? Although no one knows how the Imperial Saint sect was destroyed, it is definitely related to Qin Wentian. It was when Qin Wentian's name gradually resounded throughout the world that the Imperial Saint sect began to move towards destruction step by step. First, it was pulled down from the altar by Qin Wentian's strong challenge. Who dared to imagine that the Imperial Saint sect would eventually perish? Time passed quickly, and it has been more than a year since the fall of the Imperial Saint sect. In a city in Qingzhou City of the Great Xiao Dynasty, 2 figures strolled on the street, attracting countless people's attention. These 2 people are really outstanding. The man is handsome and unrestrained, a rare romantic figure, and the woman is like a fairy, with a face that can topple a country. The 2 people hold hands and stroll on the ancient streets. The sun shines on them, as if interweaving into a picture. These 2 people are Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng. Over the past year or so, the 2 of them have traveled around the world, practicing wherever they go, and enjoying this wonderful time. We've already reached Qingzhou City, and we are almost at Chu. At this time, Mo Qingcheng murmured, as if she was reluctant to go back. Yes, we're almost back to Chu. Qin Wentian whispered, Qingcheng, wherever you want to go, I'll take you. No need, you've been with me for so long, and it's been more than a year in the blink of an eye. It's time for you to go. Mo Qingcheng lowered her head slightly. Although she was smiling when she spoke, she couldn't help but reveal a hint of sadness. She had made an agreement with Qin Wentian a year ago that Qin Wentian would go to the fairyland alone and would not go with her for the time being. Although Qin Wentian was reluctant to part with Qingcheng, He had no choice but to do so. His cultivation had now entered the second level of the celestial realm, but this realm was not good enough in the fairyland. If he went to the fairyland himself, he would probably have to keep a low profile, and he would never dare to take Mo Qingcheng, who was a disaster to the country and the people, with him. According to the words of Sword Saint Li Mu Bei, the fairyland world is extremely cruel, and the law of the jungle is vividly demonstrated. Therefore, Qin Wentian plans to go to the fairyland by himself for the time being, and then pick up Mo Qingcheng later. As for the Medicine Emperor, after knowing this, he also decided to stay in the Imperial Saint domain for the time being to take charge of the overall situation, and at the same time teach Mo Qingcheng with peace of mind. Although he lacks in martial arts, he must catch up with Qin Wentian's pace in the process of alchemy. Qin Wentian could feel the depression in Mo Qingcheng's tone. He was going to the fairyland, and it was unknown how long this separation would last. How could Mo Qingcheng not be sad? With a slight force on his palm, Qin Wentian held Qingcheng's little hand tighter and smiled. "I will definitely come back to pick you up as soon as possible." "Well, I believe you." Mo Qingcheng raised her head and looked at Qin Wentian, showing a bright smile, as if she was worried that her depressed mood would affect Qin Wentian. Let's go home first." Qin Wentian smiled. "Go home." Mo Qingcheng also smiled, and the pace of the two gradually quickened. After a moment, they disappeared. Many people were still staring at the two people's backs as they left. Suddenly, they had a strange feeling. How could they disappear? They didn't realize that the two people were just walking and suddenly disappeared. This feeling was extremely strange, but it really happened. "That young man, why do I feel familiar?" One person frowned, as if thinking, he really looked familiar, but he just couldn't remember it. "Why do I have this feeling too?" Someone next to him said. The two strangers looked at each other, and then a flash of lightning flashed through their minds. One of them suddenly trembled and said in horror, "It's him, the person who appeared in front of His Majesty Dongsheng on the sky. Rumor has it that he seems to be Qin Wentian, the master of the great Xia dynasty." The two people's hearts were beating. No wonder he has such an extraordinary temperament. After a long time, they almost forgot it. This is also because Qin Wentian is too young. When he really appeared in front of them, they saw that young face and didn't dare to think about it. As for the shock in their hearts, Qin Wentian would not know it. Time flies, and another month has passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng spent most of their time with their family and friends, and even put aside their cultivation. However, the time together always seemed so short, and finally, the time of separation still came. On this day, many people gathered in the ancient palace of the great Xia dynasty. The Medicine Emperor arrived, the Sword Saint Li Mu Bei arrived, the Yigu Oran Emperor Qingyuan arrived, the Sword Sect Su Kang arrived, the Lingshan Sword Master and others arrived. The aura of each of these strong men deeply shocked the people of the great Xia dynasty. Fairy King Mi, Xinglao and others, and the leaders of the major hegemonic forces in the past of the great Xia dynasty, they were all here. Qin Wentian deliberately invited them here to let them feel it, so that they would never dare to have the idea of rebelling against the great Xia, for generations to come, so that after he left, the great Xia would still be as stable as Mount Tai, and there would be no turmoil. Of course, Qin Wentian's friends were also here. Fatty Fanel, Yan Kuongshen, Zheng Ting, Chu Meng, Qin Zheng, Yun Mengai, they were all here. "Boss, I really can't bear to leave you." Fatty Fanel clung to Qin Wentian, hugging Qin Wentian with his fat body, causing Qin Wentian to roll his eyes and curse in a low voice, "Get out of here, you fat guy. Boss, you really can't bear to leave me." Fanel let go of Qin Wentian, pretending to wipe away tears, but his eyes were clean, leaving Qin Wentian completely speechless. "Little guy, if you can bear to leave this fat guy, you should be reluctant to leave your senior sister." Ruahun was still wearing a sexy red tights, outlining her plump and attractive figure perfectly, making people feel impulsive. "Sister, of course I can't bear to leave you." Qin Wentian walked forward, gently stroked Ruahun's hair, and then took the initiative to give Ruahun a hug, which made Ruahun stunned for a moment, then giggled and hugged Qin Wentian fiercely. At this moment, her eyes were slightly red. This time, it was really a separation. Qin Wentian was going to the fairyland world, another sky. "You value women over friendship," Family said depressedly. "That's right, you value women over friendship. Do you have any objections?" Yang Kuangsheng said with a smile. "You're not much different." Family glanced at Jiang Ting next to him and curled his lips, causing Jiang Ting to laugh as well. Qin Chuan, Qin Yao, Qin Hui, Qin Yi and others were also there, as well as Mo Shuang, a teacher from the Imperial Star Academy, and others. Father. Qin Wentian looked at Qin Chuan, not knowing what to say. Qin Chuan patted Qin Wentian's shoulders with both hands and said with a smile, "Child, when you grow up, you must remember safety first when you go out to explore the world on your own." "Yes." Qin Wentian nodded, and then looked at Qin Yao beside him. Qin Yao's eyes were slightly red, and she was crying. She was very reluctant to leave. "Sister, don't cry." Qin Wentian wiped Qin Yao's tears for her. "Yes, I won't cry, silly boy, you have to take care of yourself." Qin Yao tried her best to hold back her tears and not let them fall. Qin Wentian hugged her, and Qin Yao's tears fell again. Qin Wentian said goodbye to his relatives and friends one by one, not missing anyone. He even said goodbye to those who followed him, the people of the Zhuang family and the people of the White Deer Academy. When he saw Bai Luai, her innocent and beautiful big eyes were still so beautiful, staring at him. Qin Wentian smiled at her and said, "Ziai, keep going, you will become a master of divine runes. Well, take care of yourself." Bai Luai didn't know what it felt like. This boy who had studied divine runes with her in Bailu Cave was now going to the fairyland. "I will." Qin Wentian nodded. "Can you?" At this time, Bai Luai's face was slightly red, and Qin Wentian said, "What's wrong?" Bai Luai took a step forward and hugged Qin Wentian with both hands, which made Qin Wentian stunned. Then he heard Bai Luai laugh and said, "Qin Wentian, do you know that you have hurt me? Since I met you, I am afraid that I will never see a man better than you in my life." After saying this, Bai Luai turned and walked away. Her brother Bai Lujing spread his hands to Qin Wentian, and Qin Wentian sighed secretly in his heart when he looked at the beautiful back. The people in Bailu Academy were also sighing. Bai Luai was right. She and Qin Wentian were also old friends. After meeting Qin Wentian, she was afraid that she would hardly see anyone who surpassed Qin Wentian in her life. In the future, she would probably want to compare everyone she met with Qin Wentian. This was too cruel for Bai Luai. "You guy, can Zioner hug you too?" Lin Zioner moved lightly and walked to Qin Wentian with a sweet smile. "Okay." Qin Wentian said generously, and then hugged Lin Zioner. Lin Zioner smiled very straightforwardly and said, "She's right. I'm afraid there won't be anyone better than you in the Imperial Saint Domain. I'm afraid I can only go to the fairyland world. Let's go." After saying this, the most beautiful woman in the Imperial Saint Domain also turned around and left, more free and easy than Bai Luai. "Thank you." Qin Wentian looked at the familiar figures one after another, and his heart was moved. They all came to see him off. Finally, Qin Wentian walked in front of Mo Qingcheng, holding Mo Qingcheng's hand, and couldn't bear to separate for a long time. "Go." Mo Qingcheng smiled calmly. "Wait for me to come back." Qin Wentian said. "Yes." Mo Qingcheng smiled and nodded, and then Qin Wentian turned around and came to the side of the sword Saint Li Mubei. "Everyone, see you later, Qin Wentian is leaving." Qin Wentian said loudly, and then Li Mubei took him away in a flash, and went into the void. Looking at the departing figure, Mo Qingcheng could no longer keep her smile, tears kept falling down, and Qin Yao also cried, unable to hold back tears. Even Yi Lingshuang snuggled in Yi Qingai's arms, feeling deeply sad, and the free and easy Ruohun also shed a tear. P.S. The Imperial level Holy Domain is over, see you in the Immortal Domain. The study form of Lu Academy is out, and there will be classes every day for the next 20 days. The update time is unstable, please forgive me, Wuhan will do his best, and there are also brothers who have guaranteed monthly tickets, please don't be reluctant. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 742 The 13 Eastern Saint States. Qin Wentian was sad, but in order to pursue a higher realm, seek the secret of his life experience, and find Kinger, he had to leave. Now this Imperial Holy Land has no pressure, which will hinder his growth. The Medicine King stayed to continue to teach Mo Qingcheng, so the person who took Qin Wentian out was naturally the sword Saint Li Mubei. In the sky, Qin Wentian rode on a flying boat, like lightning, heading towards the sky, flying continuously at a very fast speed. This sky should be boundless, right? Qin Wentian could no longer see the figure below, so he raised his head and looked up into the void. The particle world has an invisible force that envelopes the entire world. Outside the particle world, there is indeed no boundary. If people from the Imperial Saint realm want to leave the particle world, they must have a strong person from the immortal realm to help them break the power restraints of the particle world before they can go out. Li Mubei said to Qin Wentian, causing Qin Wentian to nod secretly. He could sense the existence of the starry sky on the earth and even summon star beasts, which meant that the power restraints of the particle world were indeed invisible and not physical. After a long time, Qin Wentian didn't even know how high he had reached. He faintly felt the invisible power restraints, and the speed of the flying boat slowly slowed down. Okay, I'm going to break the boundary, get ready. Li Mubei said, and then he suddenly accelerated forward with Qin Wentian's body. At this moment, Li Mubei was like a sharp sword, with fairy light lingering on his body. A sharp sword of the heavens struck directly on the invisible void. A terrible invisible wave of power came, and a light buzzing sound came out. Qin Wentian only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and a terrifying force directly threw him out. At this moment, Qin Wentian only felt dizzy, but soon, he found that his body was floating in the boundless void. Qin Wentian was deeply shocked. He looked ahead and saw that there were pieces of gorgeous and boundless star fields there, blooming with thousands of feet of light, illuminating his body and wrapping the endless starry sky in it. Where is the Imperial Holy Land? Qin Wentian's heart was beating. There, we were thrown out, and it was just a particle. The fairy ring on Li Mubei's body enveloped Qin Wentian, and he pointed his finger at a light spot in the sky. Yes, it was just one of the light spots. That is. Qin Wentian's heart was deeply shaken. There were countless light spots floating in the place covered by the light of the fairyland. Is each light spot the so-called particle world? Yes, there are all particle worlds there. These particle worlds are very far away from us. If you get close, you will still find that they are very large, but compared to this fairyland world, they are just a drop in the ocean. Li Mubei said with a smile. Qin Wentian looked at the fairyland world emitting thousands of feet of light, as if the light of the particle world was emitted from above. His eyes kept moving, but no matter how he moved, he was still within the scope of this fairyland world. Is the particle world above or below the fairyland? Qin Wentian murmured. Silly boy, there is no such thing as above and below in the vast void. Up and down are just relative. Li Mubei said with a smile. Qin Wentian was stunned, and then nodded. Yes, in this empty space, there is no real direction. If the two are floating in opposite directions, then who is positive and who is negative? In fact, where we are now, including those particle worlds, are still within the coverage of this Qingxuan immortal domain, but we are now above the immortal domain. When we get close to the immortal domain, we can feel the gravity from the Qingxuan immortal domain. Li Mubei explained to Qin Wentian. Qingxuan immortal domain, is that the name of this immortal domain? It is said that there are 33 heavens in the immortal domain of the heavens. Where are they? Qin Wentian looked at the star field that was shining with thousands of feet of brilliance. Compared with this behemoth, a particle world really became a particle. Other worlds could not be seen with the naked eye. Don't think too far ahead. This world is too big for you. Let's move forward. Li Mubei led Qin Wentian to the direction of the fairyland, and reminded him, I have fairy power and can resist the gravity from the fairyland, but you can't. As we get closer to this land, the strong gravity will pull you directly over. Don't resist. With your body, at least you won't fall to death. But I won't accompany you, haha. Okay, Senior has done enough for me. Qin Wentian said gratefully. Get ready. We should be in Yunzhou, Qingxuan Fairyland. As for which city you will land in, it is uncertain. Let's go. Li Mubei said, and led Qin Wentian to the endless fairyland. Qin Wentian looked at the endless fairyland world, which was like a star field stretching across the endless void, just like the star field he sensed on the Nine Heavens galaxy. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth, and endless yearning surged in his heart. Not long after, Qin Wentian felt a terrifying gravitational force coming. As he approached that world, the gravitational force became more and more terrifying. Be careful when you venture into the fairyland in the future. Go ahead. Li Mubei let go of Qin Wentian. In an instant, Qin Wentian fell rapidly towards the fairyland like a meteor, leaving a fleeting trajectory in the void. In the endless space covered by this fairyland world, it seemed so insignificant. At this moment in the fairyland, No one knew what kind of waves this trajectory would cause. Qin Fairyland, the real fairyland world. In the outer space, there is an endless particle world floating. In Qin Fairyland, there are countless strong people and endless forces. Among these forces, the most famous forces are undoubtedly those powerful forces standing at the top of the fairyland. One of them includes the 13 states of Dongsheng. The 13 states of Dongsheng are the 13 states of Qin immortal domain. The territory is so large that it is unimaginable. Each of these 13 states has its own name. There was no unified name before, until the appearance of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. It was named here. This is the place ruled by the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. The names of the territories of the Immortal Domain are often derived from the giants of the Immortal Domain. For example, the Changqing Immortal Kingdom, which is also a super powerful force in the Qin Immortal Domain, was not the Changqing Immortal Kingdom before. It was not until the Changqing Immortal Emperor took control of this Immortal Kingdom that the Immortal Kingdom was renamed. The same is true for the 13 states of Dongsheng. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor built the Eastern Saint Palace on the Eastern Saint Mountain. His disciples and subordinates conquered the world for him for hundreds of years. The 13 states were unified, and the Eastern Saint Mountain became the Holy Land of the 13 states. Although he did not directly control the 13 states of Dongsheng, the people of the 13 states of Dongsheng understood who the real owner of the 13 states of Dongsheng was. Yunzhao is one of the 13 states of Dongsheng, and is led by Jiutian Immortal King, one of the disciples of Dongsheng Immortal Emperor. There are also countless forces and cities on Yunzhao, but no one dares to call themselves a country. In the entire 13 states of Dongsheng, no force dares to establish a country. That would be courting death. There are 81 counties on Yunzhao, and there are many cities in any county, so there are countless cities on Yunzhao. Wu'ai City is one of the cities on the vast land of Yunzhao. At this time, a beam of light suddenly appeared in the sky above Wu'ai City, like a flash of lightning across the void, and it made a rumbling sound, and the speed was terrifying. What is that? Someone somewhere in Wu'ai City suddenly looked up at the light spot in the sky that looked like a meteor, and then many people flashed, as if they were worried that the falling light would hit them. Boom! With a loud noise, an extremely huge deep pit appeared on the ground. Cracks appeared on the ground. People within 100 miles radius felt the shaking of the ground. As for the people around the deep pit, they were even trembling all over. They stared at the deep pit with sharp eyes, and then they flashed to the top of the deep pit and looked inside. Then, they saw a figure covered in blood, very miserable. It was actually a person. How did this person fall from the sky? Someone was shocked and puzzled. This person seems to be very young. With such a terrifying falling speed, he will be disabled if not dead. The crowd muttered secretly, but then they heard a low curse from the deep pit, and the body struggled to move, which made them stunned. This guy, such a strong body, can still move like this? Qin Wentian also had the urge to curse at this moment. He was deceived by Sword Saint Li Mubei. The guy said that he could resist the force by himself when he was about to land, but when he was about to fall, there was already too strong a force pulling him. Even if he resisted with all his strength, he still fell hard to the ground, and many bones were broken. It was too miserable. If I had known earlier, I would have let Li Mubei take me to the fairyland. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, Qin Wentian climbed up by himself and sat on the edge of the deep pit, watching the crowd around him. His deep eyes flickered and looked at the crowd on this land. Most people's cultivation is at the celestial realm, and many younger people are at the Xiangang realm. The immortal realm is obviously not as imagined, where all the people are immortals. In the immortal realm of the heavens, there are endless real creatures. After everyone is born, they need to rely on their own cultivation to become stronger step by step. Generation after generation, there are endless immortals, but there are always more strong people below the immortals. The stronger people are, the fewer they are. This is an unchanging rule. Hey, why did you fall from the sky? At this time, a man came up and asked Qin Wentian. This man was a teenager about 16 or 17 years old. His eyes were still simple and full of curiosity as he looked at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian did not speak, but heard the boy continue, "Your injury should be serious. I will take you back and let my old man help you check your injury. P.S. Although the update time is unstable, Wuhan's coding will not be delayed. Please forgive the fluctuation in time." Chapter 743, First Visit to the Fairyland. Qin Wentian could see through the boy's cultivation at a glance. He was at the 7th level of Yuan Fu. Such a young boy had such a realm. It was hard to imagine that he could be in the emperor-level Holy Land of the particle world. Perhaps this was the gap between the immortal realm and the particle world. In the emperor-level Holy Land, many people had limited talents and could even get stuck in the Wheel Meridian realm and the Yuan Fu realm. But in the immortal realm, before the Xiangang realm, everything was unimpeded. When they reached the Xiangang realm, their cultivation speed slowed down. In the Xiangxiang realm, they needed to rely on strong comprehension. There were also countless people in the immortal realm who were stuck in this realm and could not move forward. Every step was difficult. When they reached the Xiante realm, they were already the kings of a city in the immortal realm. Even the county kings of a county were still mostly strong men in the Xiante realm. The county king of a county was already a big shot. For ordinary people in the immortal realm, they were high above. Can your old man heal his wounds? Although Qin Wentian was injured, he had no problem with his strong recovery ability. It was just that he had just entered the fairyland and didn't even know where this place was. He was looking for someone to ask. The curious eyes of the young man in front of him were clear and clean. He would be very handsome after growing up for a few more years. Well, my old man can cure medicine and make pills. Your injury should not be difficult for him. The young man nodded. Okay, I'll go with you. Thank you for your help, Qin Wentian said with a smile. Okay, I'll help you. The young man walked up to support Qin Wentian, without any scheming, and said, My name is Qin Feng, what's yours? Also surnamed Qin. Qin Wentian was stunned, then smiled and said, Then we are destined to be together. My name is Qin Wentian. You're older than me, so I will just call you Brother Qin. Qin Feng helped Qin Wentian walk forward, and the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. After all, Qin Wentian didn't look special, so there was no need to focus too much attention on him. By the way, Brother Qin, you haven't told me yet, how did you fall from the sky? Qin Feng's curiosity was still alive, and he asked. I come from the particle world, which is probably what you call the indigenous world. I was directly sucked down by the strong gravity of the fairyland. Qin Wentian did not lie to Qin Feng. This is not a secret. The particle world outside the fairyland is endless. Qin Feng must know that someone has walked out of those particle worlds. Really? Qin Feng's eyes lit up and he smiled. This is the first time I have seen someone from the particle world. There are all kinds of rumors about the particle world in the fairyland. There are some very strange particle worlds, such as the world with excellent cultivation talents, which has given birth to many world-famous fairy kings. What is Brother Qin's particle world like? A very ordinary particle world, Qin Wentian said with a smile. The two walked and talked. Qin Wentian also asked Qin Feng about the situation of the fairyland. Only then did he know how vast and endless the fairyland is. Just this Wu Iao city is 100,000 kilometers long and wide, with billions of people. What an amazing number. And this worry-free city is just one of the hundreds of cities in Jiutian County. How big is Jiutian County? It directly killed the entire Imperial Saint Domain. One county is probably as big as 100 Imperial Saint Domains. After all, in Yunzhou, cities only occupy a small number of lands. Only places with dense populations and perfect resources will evolve into main cities. The wilderness, mountains, rivers and lakes and the suburbs occupy the vast majority of land in Yunzhou. Even one county is like this, not to mention that there are 81 counties in Yunzhou. The Imperial Saint Domain is only the size of an ant in Yunzhou. Dongsheng 13 states. Dongsheng, Qin Wentian learned from Qin Feng what kind of existence Dongsheng Immortal Emperor is. The entire Dongsheng 13 states are named after him. It is no wonder that Dongsheng Immortal Emperor will not really take a closer look at an outstanding genius in the particle world. In the eyes of Dongsheng Immortal Emperor, a mere particle world is really too small. Those who are qualified to attend the banquet of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor are not ordinary immortal kings. I am afraid that their status is higher than that of the immortal king who controls a state. If it is not to give face to the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, how can they go to see the genius of the particle world? As for the entire Qingxuan Immortal Domain, the 13 states of the Eastern Saint controlled by the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor are probably just one of them. As for what is outside, even Qin Feng is not very clear. In his 16 years of life, he has not even walked out of this worry-free city. The Holy Land of the Eastern Saint Mountain and the Xiannian Immortal King of the Yunzhao Land are extremely far away from him. They belong to legends and are all learned from the mouths of elders. Qin Feng's dream is to be the prince of a county, a vassal, powerful, and have his own government army. That is a real big man. The two chatted and arrived at Qin Feng's home. Qin Feng's family is also a small family. Since settling in worry-free city, it has been passed down for more than 10 generations and has more than 100 people. Qin Feng, why did you bring outsiders here? A middle-aged man from the Qin family, Qin Feng, walked over with Qin Wentian and asked. He looked at Qin Wentian with some curiosity, but he couldn't see through the young man's cultivation. He must have practiced the art of concealment. This is brother Qin Wentian. He comes from the particle world. When he landed in the fairyland, he happened to crash into Wu Aiao City and was injured. I'll go to Grandpa for help, Qin Feng said to the middle-aged man. Someone from the particle world. The middle-aged man frowned slightly and said, Qin Feng, don't be so naive. It's not so easy for people from the ordinary particle world to come to the fairyland. Don't be easily deceived. Uncle, it's not as exaggerated as you said. I don't have anything to gain. Qin Feng curled his lips and said, no more talking. I'm going to find the old man. Qin Feng took Qin Wentian straight into the depths of the Qin family and came to a medicinal garden. The medicinal fragrance in the medicinal garden was overflowing, making people feel refreshed. There was a young girl in white picking herbs in the yard. Her quiet appearance was particularly beautiful, peaceful and quiet. Although she still had a bit of childishness, she could already see the potential of a peerless beauty. Qin Qing, is Grandpa here? Qin Feng shouted to the girl. The girl raised her head. Her pure eyes gave Qin Wentian a sense of déjà vu. She looked a bit like Qin Feng, and it was obvious that they were brother and sister. Moreover, Qin Wentian vaguely saw the shadow of Mo Qingchang in this girl. The 16 or 17-year-old girl in Chu State was already recognized as the most beautiful girl in Chu State. Wasn't the girl in front of him as pure and flawless as Mo Qingchang at that time? Is Qingchang okay? Qin Wentian felt a little bit of longing in his heart. Now he was in the fairyland, and they were really too far apart. Qin Qing also looked at Qin Wentian and saw that Qin Wentian was looking at her with a smile. His smile was gentle and made people feel like spring breeze. Although he kept staring at her, he didn't make people feel disgusted at all. That look was different from the way many men looked at her, and there was a kind of closeness. Yes, what do you want to do with Grandpa? Qin Qing looked away and asked Qin Feng. His voice was very pleasant. Don't worry about it. I have something to talk to Grandpa about. Qin Feng walked straight forward with Qin Wentian and shouted, Grandpa! You little devil is annoying. Why don't you learn from your sister? A voice came, and then an old man walked out of the yard in front. He had a ruddy face and was full of energy. He looked very healthy. Qin Wentian glanced at him. The fourth level of the Xiangxiang realm has a small family in the city. This is probably the situation in the fairyland. People in the Xiangxiang realm are the most ordinary families. Below this realm, they should belong to the lower class. As for reaching the Xianta realm, they can become the city lord of a city, or be on an equal footing with the city lord. The old man also looked at Qin Wentian. He just glanced at Qin Wentian and said, although you are injured, your vitality is not damaged. You are full of energy and spirit. You must be an extraordinary person. Grandpa, brother Wentian fell from the sky and broke his bones, but his vitality is not damaged. Please help him. Qin Feng curled his lips in disbelief. Okay, then I'll take a look. The old man walked forward, and saw his hand on Qin Wentian's body. After a moment, he let go, took a deep breath, looked at Qin Wentian and said, your recovery ability is amazing, and your blood is vigorous and strong. I am Qin Mu. I wonder what you can do for me. I was injured accidentally. I came here to ask the old senior to heal my wounds when I met brother Qin Feng's enthusiastic invitation. I really have no other purpose. Qin Wentian smiled bitterly. This old guy has some special skills. I am afraid that he has seen his cultivation. Is it true? Qin Mu asked with a smile. He saw that Qin Wentian's eyes were sincere and he didn't seem to be lying. It's absolutely true. I was brought to the fairyland from the particle world by a senior, and was directly sucked down by the strong gravity and smashed into the city. It's embarrassing to say. Qin Wentian smiled and shook his head. Haha, this is really interesting. Qin Mu laughed heartily. Your Excellency's recovery ability is amazing. Although you don't need my treatment, this pill can help you recover your body quickly. Please don't be so polite. Thank you, Senior, Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian took the other party's pill without hesitation. Although he also had it, he did not refuse Qin Mu's kindness. My friend came to the fairyland and first came to my Qin mansion. Stay here. Qin Feng, Qin Qing, you two brothers and sisters are responsible for entertaining Brother Qin. Don't just think about playing in the future. Chat with Brother Qin more and learn something from him. Qin Mu showed a meaningful smile. He was in his 30s, at the peak of the second level of the celestial phenomenon, with a strong bloodline power, and came from the particle world. Such a person must be a very terrifying genius. It would be good for Qin Qing and Qin Feng to have more contact with him. It just so happened that he wanted to find a good teacher for the two little guys, and it seemed that he had found a good candidate. Chapter 744, Picking Immortal Residence. Qin Wentian stayed at the Qin family, firstly to recuperate, secondly, he had no place to go when he first came to the fairyland, and thirdly, to get more familiar with the fairyland. On the way to the fairyland, Sword Saint Li Mubei reminded him several times to be careful in the fairyland, and not to act as impulsively as in the Emperor-level Holy Land. Therefore, Qin Wentian did act more cautiously. After all, this place is not like the Emperor-level Holy Land. The strong men in the fairyland are all legends. In the fairyland, if you accidentally offend someone, you can involve the strong men in the fairyland. In the Qin family, Qin Wentian recovered very well. His own blood recovery ability is already super strong. Moreover, Qin Feng and Qin Qing both took good care of him, which made him like these two little guys even more. Now Qin Wentian also knows that Qin Feng and Qin Qing are siblings. Qin Feng is the younger brother, but in fact they are the same age, because they are twins. The twin brother and sister had a very pitiful life story. Their parents were also very famous geniuses in the Qin family, but they died while going out on an adventure, leaving the siblings to depend on each other and be raised by their grandfather. This made Qin Wentian sigh. In the world of martial arts, many martial arts practitioners hope to have children after they become strong. If they are not strong enough, the probability of dying in the pursuit of martial arts is high, and they can't bear to leave their children behind. In the quiet courtyard, Qin Feng was practicing boxing. He was good at boxing and danced his iron fists vigorously, with a faint momentum of indestructibility. Qin Wentian sat in the yard and watched him. Every time Qin Feng punched, the power was very fierce, and the air produced a sonic boom. It was hard to imagine that he, who had a handsome face, would practice such a tough boxing. Brother Qin, drink some medicine soup. At this time, a crisp and gentle voice came. Qin Wentian, who was lying on the chair, looked at Qin Qing who was walking over, and a smile appeared on his face. He felt close to Qin Qing every time he saw her. This girl had the agility of King Cheng when she was young, and her name was a bit similar to Kinger. Qin Qing, I'm already well, no need to boil medicine for me anymore. Qin Wentian said with a smile, but still took the medicine soup handed over by the other party and drank it in one breath. Grandpa often said that healing injuries must be cured, so that there will be no hidden dangers to the body. Qin Qing smiled lightly. She also liked to talk to Qin Wentian. These days, Qin Feng often pestered Qin Wentian to tell him some stories about the particle world. Qin Qing would also listen to it beside her. She felt that Qin Wentian's stories were very interesting, and Qin Wentian always gave her a sense of intimacy, just like a real big brother. I know, but I feel bad for always asking you to boil medicine. Qin Wentian said with a smile. Brother Qin, why do you have to say that? If you feel bad, then tell me more stories. Qin Qing said with a smile. Although the world of the immortal realm is very large, that is for the strong. On the contrary, for the younger generations below the celestial realm, they dare not move too far, and their range of activities is very limited. Therefore, their experiences are even less. How can they be as rich and colorful as Qin Wentian's experience? Therefore, although Qin Feng and Qin Qing grew up in the immortal realm, they are not as mature as Qin Wentian at this age, and they seem to be more simple. Okay, come to me whenever you want to listen. Qin Wentian said with a happy smile. It's a deal. Qin Qing smiled brightly. She looked at Qin Feng again and said, Brother Qin, what do you think of Qin Feng's talent? Qin Feng dreams of becoming a prince of a county one day and having his own soldiers so that he can protect his family. I wonder if it can be realized. Qin Feng has this ambition, he can definitely do it. Qin Wentian nodded and said, Qin Qing, what about you? What is your wish? Me. Qin Qing was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, I hope Grandpa is healthy, and Qin Feng can realize his wish. Naive girl. Qin Wentian sighed in his heart, such an innocent girl is really rare, her wish is very simple. Qin Feng, your punch is not strong enough. Qin Wentian shouted at Qin Feng. Qin Feng stopped. He saw Qin Wentian walking towards him and said to him, although your punch is strong, the power is dispersed. A truly powerful attack requires the ability to control the strength and accuracy of the attack at will. As he spoke, Qin Wentian punched forward. This punch was as fast as lightning. A terrifying fist wind passed through Qin Feng's face and hit forward. The fist was like a dazzling stream of light. A series of terrifying meteor fist rays burst out. With a loud bang, a huge rock in the yard was directly shattered, but the terrifying attack did not continue to move forward at all. This meant that Qin Wentian's attack was accurately concentrated on the huge rock. This kind of control was simply terrifying. Brother Qin, how did you do it? Qin Feng blinked his eyes. He did not expect Qin Wentian to be so powerful. Practice, temper yourself over and over again, explore and comprehend the best way to punch, and then verify it in practice again and again, and you will achieve the desired effect. Qin Wentian said, therefore, you must remember to practice hard, and don't forget to comprehend while practicing hard, abandon your shortcomings, and correct them again and again. Moreover, your current realm is almost touching the threshold of martial arts will. You should comprehend the will of fists and the will of the earth. Your star soul should be able to comprehend these two martial arts wills easily. Grandpa also said something similar to me before, but I still can't find the key points. Brother Qin, can you help me? Qin Feng said with some expectation. Qin Wentian seemed to be very powerful. Okay, I will guide you in the future. Qin Wentian nodded. Then I will worship you as my teacher. Qin Feng said. No need, I'm not much older than you, you can just call me Brother Qin. Qin Wentian said with a smile, and began to instruct Qin Feng on his practice. Although the Qin family also had a strong man in the celestial realm, when it comes to the profound understanding of martial arts, I'm afraid there is no one in the Qin family who is more powerful than Qin Wentian. Therefore, in the following period of time, Qin Feng made rapid progress. Every time Qin Wentian gave him guidance and personally practiced, he could make him suddenly enlightened, like a revelation. So Qin Feng became more attached to Qin Wentian, and ran to Qin Wentian's place almost every day. In his spare time when Qin Wentian was practicing, he would teach Qin Feng, and Qin Qing would sit next to him and watch. Such scenes often appeared in the Qin family, which was very harmonious. Qin Mu, who occasionally came to see, was also very happy. Of course, Qin Wentian would not fall behind in his cultivation process. He would often go to Wu Aiao City for a walk. One day, Qin Wentian found out a piece of news in Wu Aiao City that the largest gambling house in Wu Aiao City, Xianju, would have a complete demon oracle bone to be used as a bet. This made Qin Wentian very excited. He practiced the immortal and demon body training, and the demon oracle bone was a must, but he could only get powder in the imperial holy domain. Now that he had just arrived in the fairyland, he heard that there would be a complete demon oracle bone. What is Xianju? Why is it a casino? Qin Wentian asked Qin Qing at the Qin family. Xianju. Qin Qing's beautiful eyes were stunned, and then he said to Qin Wentian, Brother Qin, you don't want to go to Xianju, do you? It's not a good place. I'm just curious and asked casually. Qin Wentian saw Qin Qing's nervous expression and couldn't help but smile. That's good. Xianju is a casino, but their gambling method is very peculiar. They gamble once every 7 days and have to accept the loss. Qin Qing explained, every 7 days, Xianju will take out a very precious treasure and announce it to the outside world. Anyone who wants to get this treasure only needs to bring 1/10 of the treasure's value to Xianju, and they will be able to participate in the bet and have the chance to get the treasure they release. Qin Wentian's heart moved. This idea was very tempting. Let's take a simple example. If Xianju takes out 10 immortal level magic weapons, you only need to take out 1 to have a chance to bet on 10. Many people will be tempted. Therefore, all participants will take out 1/10 of the equivalent and give it to Xianju. In this way, Xianju will make a profit without any loss. Next, Xianju will provide a fair competition opportunity for these participants to compete for it themselves. It is best if only one person can win. Qin Qing explained it very clearly, which made Qin Wentian's heart move slightly. What a powerful method. This time Xianju took out a heavenly demon oracle bone. Such a rare treasure will make many people excited. At that time, there may be more than 100 people participating in the competition. Xianju can make a lot of money with one move. This method is too powerful. But knowing this, those people will still participate, just like Qin Wentian, who has no other means to get the heavenly demon oracle bone. Can he give up such an opportunity? No, this is the real power of Xianju. Everyone knows that they are sure to make a profit, but you will still fall into it. Brother Qin, Xianju is very powerful. Although the competition they proposed is fair, it is often cruel sometimes. If you are willing to accept the loss, you will be punished. The 4 words Xianju have harmed many people. Qin Qing seemed to dislike Xianju very much. Qin Wentian sighed in his heart. This is taking advantage of people's greed. Even though you know there are risks, it is difficult not to fall into it. Qin Feng. A voice came, and then a middle-aged man walked into the yard. Qin Feng, who was practicing boxing, stopped, looked at the man and asked, "Uncle, what's the matter?" Qin Feng, good news. There is a senior figure in the Xiangxiang realm in my house now. He is also good at boxing. I will take you to see him. If you are lucky, you may be able to worship him. The man said with a warm smile, then looked at Qin Qing and smiled. Qin Qing, you come too. Uncle, I'm not interested. Qin Feng interrupted directly. You, how can you be so ungrateful? Come with me. The man frowned and said unhappily. Qin Wentian looked at the 2 men in a strange way. Qin Feng and Qin Qing seemed to dislike their uncle. This man was the one who told Qin Feng to be careful when he first arrived at the Qin family. I said I won't go. Uncle, go back by yourself. I'm learning well from Brother Qin. I don't need to find another master. Qin Feng said bluntly. He doesn't know what's good for him. Who does he think he is? He follows me blindly every day. The middle-aged man glanced at Qin Wentian coldly, then turned around and left. Without parents, he lacks education. Qin Feng's eyes instantly turned red, and his fists clenched and made a cracking sound. Staring at his uncle, Qin Wentian frowned, but after all, it was the Qin family's family affair. He didn't know the conflict between the 2 sides, so he had no reason to interfere in the matter. Chapter 745 Gambling Battle. Qin Qing also looked at the man's back with hatred, and then said to Qin Feng, you must fight for your reputation and become the pillar of our Qin family in the future. Yes. Qin Feng nodded heavily. Is this your uncle? Qin Wentian whispered. It's not so harsh for a family member to say such a thing. No, he and my father are cousins. Qin Qing shook his head slightly. I heard from my grandfather that my father and mother were the most talented in the family, so the family resources were inclined to my parents. At that time, this uncle was jealous of my father. Now, Qin Feng is very talented, and most of the people of my great-grandfather's generation have left. Grandpa inherited the Qin family and doted on my sister and me, so he resented it even more and wanted to drive Qin Feng away immediately. Qin Qing said, hesitating, with a hint of anger on his pure and beautiful face, especially the words the other party said just now, which was too hurtful. Brother Qin, it doesn't matter if he is targeting me, but what's more hateful is that this man has a dirty mind and doesn't even let Qin Qing go. When Qin Qing grew up and became more beautiful, he actually introduced Qin Qing to the astronomical figures outside several times and fanned the flames at home. Many of those astronomical figures are quite old. How old is Qin Qing? Qin Feng's anger was more obvious, which made Qin Wentian frown. He didn't expect that the man, as the uncle of Qin Feng and Qin Qing, would be so vicious that he wouldn't even let the young girl go. You must be careful of this man in the future. Don't contact him, so as not to be calculated by him. Qin Wentian advised. He has already calculated it. Last time, a lecher in his 50s took a fancy to Qin Qing. He was very powerful. If it weren't for my grandfather's firm refusal, I'm afraid Qin Qing would have been calculated by that bastard. Qin Feng was even more angry when he thought of something that happened some time ago. It was a pity that he was not strong enough, otherwise he would not be hypocritical with the other party. If he dared to target Qin Qing again, he would beat him up directly. Forget it, Qin Feng. Just be careful next time. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, Brother Qin. Qin Qing was still a young girl after all. She was a little shy and didn't want to talk about this topic anymore. Qin Qing, tell me if there is such a thing next time. I will take care of it for you. Qin Wentian touched Qin Qing's head and smiled. Qin Wentian did not dodge, but smiled sweetly at Qin Wentian and said, "Okay." If any other man touched her head, Qin Wentian would have been angry, but she would not be angry with Qin Wentian. She could feel the kind of care from his eyes, which was like family affection. People can feel each other's emotions. Qin Wentian cares about her, and she also regards Qin Wentian as her elder brother. It's a pity that brother Qin is too young. If he had practiced for a longer time, he would probably be a strong man of the celestial phenomena. Qin Feng looked at Qin Wentian and smiled. He asked the old man Qin Wentian's age last time, and the old man said that he was only in his 30s. Of course, he believed that the old man would not be wrong. Silly boy. Qin Wentian smiled and shook his head. He had taught him for so many days, but he didn't realize that his attainments were no longer that of a Xiangang strong man. However, Qin Feng had few celestial figures. If he had met them before, he would understand that many celestial figures' understanding of martial arts was not as profound as that taught by Qin Wentian. His grandfather knew it, but Qin Wentian didn't say it himself, so his grandfather didn't tell Qin Feng. In short, it would never be wrong to let Qin Feng and Qin Wentian learn from Qin Wentian. Xianju, the largest casino in Wu'aiao City, they only gamble once every 7 days, but they still dare to call it the largest, because every time they gamble, they are treasures of the fairy level. This Xianmo Oracle Bone is the material that can be used to refine fairy level magic weapons. It is extremely precious. A complete Xianmo Oracle Bone is worth more than an ordinary fairy level magic weapon. Even if it is powder, it is expensive. Although Wu'aiao City is very large, the appearance of fairy level magic weapons is still very rare. Xianju has one every 7 days, so of course it can be called the largest in Wu'aiao City. Moreover, the Xianju is not only in Wu'aiao City, but also in countless cities in the 81 counties of the entire Yunzhao land. It is an extremely powerful force. It is rumored that the owner of Xianju is a super strong man in the realm of Immortal King. Xianju in Wu'aiao City is very large. It is a continuous palace, extremely magnificent and majestic. There are strong guards under the stairs, and you need to climb the stairs. At this moment, many strong men came to Xianju, climbed the stairs, and stepped into Xianju. Qin Wentian also came here. Although there were strong guards, no one stopped him. He went straight up the stairs and saw that there were many strong men outside the palace in front of him. They all came to sign up for this gambling battle for the Heavenly Demon Oracle Bone. There are so many people. Qin Wentian glanced at it. Today is the day to sign up for the gambling battle. At the same time, the details of the gambling battle will be announced, so that people who come here can decide whether to participate in the bet. No one will force it. If you are willing to gamble, you will accept the loss. Outside the magnificent hall, thousands of people were waiting here at a glance. There were people of all ages and levels, and most of them were in the celestial realm. There were very few strong people in the immortal realm of Wu'aiao City, and it was not easy to see them. It seems that many of them are here to join in the fun, but at least hundreds of people are here for the Heavenly Demon Oracle Bone, and the people have not arrived yet. The number of people who really participate this time can easily exceed 100. Qin Wentian thought secretly in his heart, which means that Xianju can make at least 9 times the profit from this gambling battle. At this time, there was a commotion in the crowd. Many people turned around and looked at the group of figures coming, and whispered, "It's Luo." Han Luo is also interested in the Heavenly Demon Oracle Bone. Could it be that his father asked him to come? If Luo Xiao participates in this gambling battle, I'm afraid I will have no chance, so I might as well not go and waste it. Someone thought in his heart that Xianju did not always make a profit, and there were times when it lost money. Such a situation was very rare, such as when several well-known and powerful people participated in the gambling battle, which made others willing to give up. Han Luo, the son of the commander of Wu'aiao City, is undoubtedly someone who can make some people give up. Han Luo is a battle maniac. His father is also the commander of a city. His power is even equal to that of the city lord, and he can check and balance the city lord. Yuan, you are here as expected. Luo's eyes looked directly at a person and walked to the side of that person. At this time, everyone looked and saw a beautiful woman with outstanding temperament. Many people had noticed her before. She was an extremely outstanding existence in the crowd, and it was difficult not to attract attention. Yuan, it's Zhao Yuan. Someone exclaimed. This young woman turned out to be Zhao Yuan. They should have thought of it long ago. the heavenly demon oracle bone appeared. As the proud daughter of the Golden Armor sect, how could Zhao Yuan not appear? Zhao Yuan's master is the great elder of the Golden Armor sect, the Golden Armor Immortal, a leading figure in the Wu Aiao city refining world. I'm afraid Zhao Yuan will definitely get the heavenly demon oracle bone. Maybe it's a test from her master. Everyone thought to themselves that two outstanding people from Wu Aiao city had arrived. It seemed that this gambling battle would be difficult. Qin Wentian had excellent hearing. Although many people spoke in a very low voice, they still could not hide from his ears. He soon knew the identities of these two people. If the Qin family was an ordinary family, then the backgrounds of these two people were the most prominent in Wu Aiao city, and they seemed to be very famous. The competition for the heavenly demon oracle bone seemed to be very fierce. It was not easy to get it. Haha, Han Luo, you are talking nonsense. How could Yuan not come when the heavenly demon oracle bone appeared? At this time, a hearty voice came, and another group of figures came over. The leader was also very young. His eyes fell on Zhao Yuan and Han Luo, and he smiled and said, Yuan, I knew you would show up, so I came here on purpose. Zhang Feng, it seems to be really lively. Zhang Feng is pursuing Zhao Yuan relentlessly. He has been pursuing her for several years but has not caught up with her. Zhao Yuan is the proud daughter of the Golden Armor sect. She is not only powerful in strength, but also has the attainments of refining weapons. With her beauty, how could such a woman not be popular? Zhao Yuan glanced at Zhang Feng indifferently and ignored him. However, Zhang Feng was not angry either. He just looked at Han Luo with a hint of hostility in his eyes. At this time, someone from the Xianzhu walked out of the hall in front and posted the stakes required to participate in the bet next to the hall. After taking a look, everyone nodded secretly. It was very fair, about 1/10 of the price of a demon bone. They could pay the meteorite directly or other treasures of equal value. But everyone was still waiting for Xianzhu to formulate the details of this bet, so that they could measure whether there was hope and decide whether to participate in this bet. At this time, another strong man came out and announced to everyone, this gambling battle is a battle of formations. The winner will get the Sky Demon Oracle Bone. A battle of formations, it seems there is hope. Someone's eyes flashed with a glimmer of hope. A battle of formations is a battle in a battle of formations. It requires strength and luck. If you are lucky enough to get a powerful formation, you may have a chance to seize the Sky Demon Oracle Bone. A battle of formations, I like it the most. At this time, a slightly evil voice came. Everyone saw a young man coming from behind, and they immediately felt bad. He came too. In this case, the hope was even smaller. However, there were also many people who did not waver, such as an old man in black. His eyes were fatally cold. He was determined to get the Sky Demon Oracle Bone this time, and no matter who appeared, he could not take it away. Another example was a man with bloodshot eyes. He exuded a murderous aura, which made people around him dare not approach. There are many capable people in the fairyland, and none of them are easy to mess with. Those who are scared away are weak people. I want this heavenly demon oracle bone. Who wants to compete with me for it? The evil young man who arrived later walked straight through the crowd to the door of the hall. He turned his head and glanced at everyone. He just stood there, causing many people to pause and frown. Chapter 746 The battle begins. Ziyu, this is Xianzhu. I won't argue with you. Wouldn't it be better if you just let Xianzhu give you the heavenly demon oracle bone? Han Luo looked at the evil young man blocking the door and said indifferently. Ziyu, the only son of the female city lord of Wu Aiao city, his father is the overlord of a particle world, a strong man in the Xiante realm, and his body is a demon beast, extremely domineering. When he broke through the particle world and came to the fairyland, he conquered the city lord of Wu Aiao as his wife and gave him a son, Ziyu, in front of him. Both husband and wife are very protective of their shortcomings. Almost no one in Wu Aiao city dares to provoke Ziyu. Moreover, Ziyu himself inherited the talents of his parents, with extremely strong talents and powerful strength. Those who dare to provoke him are probably only those immortal level forces, such as the Jinjia sect where Zhao Yuan is. The Jinjia sect has strong people in the Xiante realm. In a city, such a force is a top force. There is also Zhang Feng who pursues Zhao Yuan. He is the young master of the Yanxia sect and has powerful strength. Of course, Han Luo, the son of the commander, and Ziyu, the son of the lord of Wu Aiao city, are the two people who are most incompatible. and they often confront each other. Han Luo, I'm just asking, who wants to compete with me, and I don't object you if you want to compete. Ziyu's eyes flashed with an evil light, and there was a faint golden light shining in his pupils, giving people a sense of ferocity. His father was a violent demon fairy, and he inherited his father's demon blood, which was fierce and dangerous. As he said, Ziyu's eyes swept over the others one by one, and his eyes stayed on Zhao Yuan for a moment, with a faint evil light, which made Zhao Yuan frown, a little unhappy with Ziyu's eyes. Ziyu, step down. A voice came from the hall. Ziyu smiled at the person who came over, and then stepped back. The strong man from Xianzhou who appeared said, okay, you can pay the meteorite or other equivalent magic weapons, and the gambling battle will be held in 3 days. The gambling battle will be held in the vast space in front of this Xianzhou hall, and people in Wu'aiao City can watch. Han Luo was the first to step forward, followed by Zhao Yuan, Zhang Feng and others. Ziyu's threat seemed to have some effect. Although many people were eager to move, they were hesitant. But in the end, nearly 100 people participated in this gambling war, including Qin Wentian, who was determined to win the Sky Demon Oracle Bone. After Qin Wentian signed up to participate, he left alone in silence. This was not the Imperial Holy Land, and no one knew him, a small figure who had just arrived in the fairyland. When leaving Xianzhou, Han Luo just looked at Qin Wentian curiously. After all, Qin Wentian looked very young and had an extraordinary temperament, but he was extremely low-key. Of course, he just noticed it and didn't pay too much attention. Back at the Qin family, Qin Feng saw Qin Wentian coming back and said to Qin Qing, Brother Qin seems to be very busy. Brother Qin certainly has his own things to do. You think it's so simple to come to the fairyland from the particle world. You must work hard to practice. Qin Qing whispered. Qin Wentian greeted them and walked into the room to practice. In the next few days, he went out every day, occasionally giving advice to Qin Feng and chatting with Qin Qing. He seemed to be getting busier and busier. They didn't know what Qin Wentian was doing. One day, Qin Wentian went out again. Qin Feng and Qin Qing were chatting. Qin Feng said, I heard outside that there was an important gambling battle in Xianzhou today. A demon oracle bone was taken out for gambling. The participants include Ziyu, Han Luo, Zhao Yuan, Zhang Feng and others. I really want to go and see it, but it's a bit far from us. Zhao Yuan is also participating in the gambling battle. Qin Qing obviously knew the names of these people. Although Wu'aiao City is large, there are very few immortal level forces. They are the top ones. These forces focus the attention of the entire Wu'aiao City. Of course, the people in Wu'aiao City have heard of the geniuses in these immortal level forces. Zhao Yuan is extremely talented and a female genius in refining weapons. She is an idol of many women, including Qin Qing. Well, yes, Ziyu and Han Luo are going to face off again. I wonder who will get the Sky Demon Oracle Bone this time. It would be great if I were also a strong man in the celestial realm. Then I can rush over to watch this gambling battle. Qin Feng said a little disappointedly. The speed difference between the people in the Yuanfu realm and the strong men in the celestial realm is more than 10 million. Wu'aiao City is very small for people in the Xiantia realm, and average for people in the celestial realm, but it is vast and boundless for people in the Yuanfu realm. Qin Feng has never walked out of Wu'aiao City. From here to Xianzhou, if Qin Feng sets out by himself, it is unknown how long it will take to arrive. Xianzhou, many figures who came to watch this gambling battle appeared outside the ancient palace. The mighty crowd looked forward. There was a formation diagram in the void. This formation diagram can evolve into a formation world. It is a fairy-level magic weapon and a world of its own. The so-called formation battle is a battle in the formation world. There are countless wonders in the formation world. You can get the power of the formation and become stronger. The reason why this gambling battle is held in the formation diagram should be related to the treasure of the gambling battle, the Heavenly Demon Oracle Bone. The Heavenly Demon Oracle Bone is a treasure for refining weapons, and the master of refining weapons must be good at divine patterns, and should also be proficient in fighting. In this way, the more profound the people are, even if they are weaker in strength, they can make up for it in the way of formation. Ziyu, Han Luo, Zhang Feng, Zhao Yuan and others stood in front, and everyone's eyes were focused on them. These 4 people are the most likely to become the best winners and get the Heavenly Demon Oracle Bone, especially Zhao Yuan, whose talent is not only in strength. One of these talismans per person, crush it and it will immediately trigger the power of the formation. If you fail to detonate it in time and fall into the formation world, you will bear the consequences. Another point, for fairness, use the magic weapon directly in it. After the strong man of Xianzhou verified the identities of these people, he began to give each of them a formation talisman to escape when defeated. Okay, enter the formation world. You will appear in different places. After distributing the formation talismans, the strong man of Xianzhou said to everyone, and then the crowd walked out and entered the formation world. The formation diagram in the void burst into brilliant light, directly wrapping the crowd inside. In just a moment, a world in the formation was imprinted in the eyes of the crowd. Qin Wentian appeared in the formation world at this time. He stood on the ground, and his perception radiated instantly. In his perception, there were several figures flashing rapidly. They did not run towards others, but looked for the blessing ability in the formation world. Qin Wentian had of course inquired about the situation of the formation battle before, and knew that there were many means to bless power in the formation world. His figure immediately flashed. The strong wind flashed in the formation world. After a while, Qin Wentian stood somewhere, stepped out, and the light pattern shone in an instant. A dazzling armor directly covered his body, and the divine pattern flowed, just like a real armor, with terrifying power blessing. Can't move, just waiting to die, useless. Qin Wentian gave up and continued to run. Soon, he saw a silver bow floating in the air. The bow and arrow are good. Qin Wentian shot out like a stream of light. In another direction, there was also a man running towards the bow and arrow. That man was an old man, who was at the 5th level of the celestial realm and was more powerful than him. Buzz! The golden light shone, and Qin Wentian seemed to have brilliant wings, turning into golden rays, and he raised his hand to grab the bow and arrow. How dare you! The old man in the distance reached out his palm and grabbed forward. One arm seemed to surge 1,000 meters and crush towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's body suddenly turned, and the demonic energy surged into the sky, as if he had transformed into a real rock. He rushed away into the distance and did not collide with the opponent head-on. Boom! The strong man strode towards Qin Wentian. Both of them were extremely fast, but Qin Wentian directly pulled a bow and arrow, and a stream of terrifying true meaning fusion power penetrated into it. He suddenly turned around and shot an arrow at the strong man who was chasing him. Bang! 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 The void seemed to be pierced by this arrow. The strong man's arm that swelled up was directly pierced and exploded, causing the old man who was chasing him to stagnate suddenly. He stared at Qin Wentian's figure and did not continue to chase. The bow and arrow have good power amplification. It is a 5th level lower grade divine weapon. It can improve my attack power in one realm. If it is used by those above the 4th level of the celestial realm, it may not be of much use. Qin Wentian thought to himself and continued to run wildly. Every time he met someone on the road, he did not fight with him, but directly avoided him. In the end, there was only one person left, so why rush to fight now? His realm was relatively weak among the people participating in this gambling battle. The 2nd level of the celestial realm was almost at bottom, and it would certainly not be wrong to keep a low profile. In a battle, the more powerful the formation blessing and treasures that appear, the more beneficial it is to people of lower realms. For example, if a 5th level lower quality item is obtained by a 3rd level celestial realm expert, it will be useless. However, in contrast to Qin Wentian, Ziyu was extremely domineering as soon as he entered the formation realm. He was in the 5th level celestial realm and directly turned on the killing mode, killing people all the way and kicking them out. He also got a wing magic weapon that increased speed, and flew directly in the sky above the formation realm. When he saw people, he immediately swooped down. Some weak people didn't even have time to crush the formation talisman and were killed by him. Ziyu and Han Luo are both at the 5th level of the celestial phenomenon. Their killing methods are powerful and unstoppable. Even ordinary people at the 6th level of the celestial phenomenon are no match for them. And there are only a few people at the 7th level of the celestial phenomenon participating in the competition this time. That old man in black is very powerful. He is at the 7th level of the celestial phenomenon and has been harvesting all the way. Zhang Feng and Zhao Yuan are both strong, and Zhao Yuan's advantage will be even greater in the later stages. Who is that guy? He avoids fighting when he meets people. He is so despicable. Such a person actually wastes the meteorite to participate in the gambling battle. Someone noticed Qin Wentian and doubted that this was a pure waste. There is only one winner in the gambling battle, and it is not useful to escape at all. Escape, you are really good at hiding. Everyone saw Qin Wentian continue to hide after seeing one person, and they were speechless. As time passed, there were only more than 40 people left in the formation world. That guy who is good at escaping is still there. I am speechless. As the number of people decreased, Qin Wentian became more and more famous. He ran away every time, which naturally attracted the attention of outside observers. Jiang Feng, this guy has reached Jiang Feng's territory, he's finished. At this moment, many people showed a gloating expression. Jiang Feng found a treasure land with a large range of attack, and Qin Wentian was about to enter the attack range. But at this moment, they saw Qin Wentian suddenly stop and turn around to leave. Damn, too despicable. The crowd rolled their eyes. Jiang Feng also sensed his presence. If he chased him, he would be dead. Jiang Feng is very fast. In the array world, Jiang Feng chased Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian started to run again, but saw that Jiang Feng was very fast and shouted at him coldly, "Coward, you are not worthy of participating in the array battle." The moment he finished speaking, Qin Wentian suddenly stopped on a mountain peak and did not continue to run away. Chapter 747 Combat Power. Jiang Feng stood in the void, overlooking Qin Wentian on the mountain peak, with a sardonic look in his eyes. "I let you run away the first time we met, and now you still want to avoid fighting? Do you want to get out by yourself, or do you want me to kick you out? In a gambling battle, there is only one winner. Is it useful to escape?" Qin Wentian looked at Jiang Feng. Of course, he could easily see through the other party's cultivation. He was at the 4th level of the celestial realm, 2 levels higher than him. No wonder he dared to abandon that piece of precious land to chase him. "Since you want to get out and die, I will send you on your way." Qin Wentian offered his bow and arrow, and everyone outside smiled. This wretched guy finally agreed to fight head-on. He probably knew that he had no way to escape, and it was not too shameful to be kicked out by Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, staring at Qin Wentian and said, "You are really looking for death?" A terrifying destructive force emanated from Jiang Feng, and there was a brilliant starlight around him, turning into a terrifying star sphere, and the murderous aura spreading from it made people feel trembling. "Kill!" Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with cold light, and arrows burst out. There was a faint suffocating pressure in the space, shooting towards Jiang Feng. "Die!" Jiang Feng shouted coldly, and a killing light like a meteor fell from the sky, directly colliding with the arrow. A terrible invisible wave suddenly spread out, and the huge killing light like a meteorite stopped in the void, and then the arrow was shot out with a bang, and it was destroyed with it. Jiang Feng's expression stagnated, and then he saw 9 arrows killing at the same time, just like 9 meteors. That piece of space came out with a terrifying power, suppressing everything. This. Jiang Feng's eyes flashed with shock. This was an alternative power born from the fusion of multiple true meanings. The 9 meteor rays covered this piece of void, and they all wanted to suppress and destroy it. The destructive power was super terrible. Boom. Jiang Feng released his own starry sky phenomenon, and terrible meteorites fell from the sky and killed the 9 arrows. Puff, puff, puff. Meteorites were constantly shattered, and the 9 arrows were indestructible. At this time, Qin Wentian had also moved. He left the mountain and walked towards Jiang Feng. His bow and arrows continued to shoot terrible arrows. Each arrow contained the destructive power to annihilate everything. After a moment, the crowd saw countless golden arrows constantly killing Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng was exhausted from defending and had no power to fight back. He was completely suppressed. This battle made the crowd stunned. Suppression. Qin Wentian completely suppressed Jiang Feng with a bow and arrow, which made them feel unreal. Jiang Feng's meteor-killing fist is extremely powerful. The crowd saw Jiang Feng launch his meteor-killing fist again, like a huge meteorite light ball of destruction, which could shatter everything, but was shot through by the sharp arrows. Jiang Feng finally turned around and began to flee, fleeing towards the territory he occupied. Running, will it work? Qin Wentian's voice came from behind him. Then he pulled a bow and arrow again, but did not shoot immediately. This time, the strongest power penetrated into the arrow. The bowstring rang, and the arrow was like a stream of killing light, chasing Jiang Feng. This arrow could really destroy everything. Jiang Feng's face was pale. He directly sacrificed the array talisman, and then crushed it. The light shone, and Jiang Feng's body disappeared directly. The fatal arrow shot directly into the air. This The eyes of the people outside kept flashing. Jiang Feng was driven out? Moreover, it was a strong crush without any suspense. That bow and arrow is very powerful, it may have increased his attack power. Many people thought secretly in their hearts. Outside, Jiang Feng's body appeared on the ground. His face was pale and extremely ugly. His eyes were fixed on Qin Wentian in the array diagram. This time, he was really embarrassed. This was not just a matter of not snatching the heavenly demon oracle bone, but being blasted out by a strong man in the second level of the celestial phenomenon realm. So many people watched with their own eyes that he was crushed without any ability to fight back. Asshole. Jiang Feng stared at Qin Wentian, only to see that Qin Wentian actually went to the treasure land he occupied not long ago and took it for himself. It was obvious that Qin Wentian lured him to death for the treasure land. He was not escaping at all, but luring him out. Obviously, he was fooled and was really successfully lured to death by Qin Wentian. In the formation world, Qin Wentian had occupied the treasure land that Jiang Feng occupied not long ago. It was a large divine pattern formation, a giant formation. He tested the power of the formation and found that it was enough to increase the power of the two realms. Jiang Feng was eager to sweep the limelight and eliminate others, so he went to hunt down Qin Wentian, but he was different. He was relatively weak in the realm of cultivation, but he was determined to get the heavenly demon oracle bone. Therefore, he would wait slowly in this formation. Not long after, a strong man of the fourth level of the celestial phenomenon appeared in front of Qin Wentian. Looking at Qin Wentian, his eyes flickered, and then he walked forward tentatively, grabbing Qin Wentian with his palm in the air. Boom boom boom. Qin Wentian instantly activated the treasure land formation, and the dazzling light pattern flashed in an instant. An extremely huge phantom appeared above Qin Wentian. It was a phantom condensed with Qin Wentian as the prototype. Qin Wentian also raised his hand to grab the void in front of him. The phantom's action was exactly the same as Qin Wentian's. The extremely large palm was flowing with extremely dazzling starlight, and it was like a millstone rolling down. With a loud bang, the person who appeared slapped the ground and spit out a mouthful of blood. Get out! Qin Wentian shouted coldly. The man understood that Qin Wentian was showing mercy, so he crushed the formation talisman and went out directly. Awesome, is he hiding his strength? The people outside started to discuss. From the beginning, this person had been very wretched, but suddenly became strong. Nothing strange, his cultivation realm is the second level of the celestial phenomenon, and he is a relatively powerful genius at this level. The formation of that treasure land can increase the attack power of more than 2 levels, so it is normal for him to destroy a person of the 4th level of the celestial phenomenon with 1 blow. Jiang Feng said coldly, his arrows should not be weaker than this formation, and the increase is very large, but he lured me out to fight. What a sinister guy. Well, it seems that he is lucky, and Jiang Feng is careless. The crowd thought secretly in their hearts. Of course, Qin Wentian still has strength, and his wretched tactics really worked, but it is still impossible to make it to the end. Only 13 people are left, so fast. Everyone looked at the formation. The black-clothed man of the 7th level of the celestial phenomenon was very strong, and Ziyu and Han Luo were also very scary. They kicked many people out. Qin Wentian stayed in the same place, he was not in a hurry. Next, no one appeared in front of Qin Wentian again, until there were only 9 people left. Han Luo began to move in the direction of Qin Wentian. He's in trouble this time. Han Luo approached in person. Now Han Luo hasn't got a suitable magic weapon. Although he encountered a blessing formation, he didn't use the formation to stay in place. With his realm and combat power, he doesn't need it at all. Han Luo is at the 5th level of the celestial realm. He can compete with even those at the 6th level of the celestial realm. Han Luo kept moving towards the direction where Qin Wentian was. Finally, he discovered Qin Wentian's existence and soon appeared above Qin Wentian with a look of surprise. He paid attention to this person when he signed up, and he hadn't been kicked out yet. Boom! Han Luo took a step forward, and his footsteps seemed to have a huge force of tens of millions of pounds, shaking the void. A terrifying pressure rolled down from the sky and slammed into Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian used the blessing of the formation, and the huge phantom reappeared. His palm blasted towards the void, and the sky made a loud bang. What a strong pressure! Qin Wentian thought to himself, and then he heard a terrible rumbling sound. Han Luo's body unexpectedly became majestic. The huge body of more than 10 meters high was like an ancient giant, overlooking Qin Wentian in the air. His footsteps stepped down step by step, and the rumbling supreme pressure trampled everything and pressed on Qin Wentian's body. Even with the blessing of the formation, Qin Wentian still felt the suffocating pressure. Even with the blessing of this formation, you will not be my opponent. Get out. Han Luo stepped down again, and Qin Wentian stared at the figure in the void, with terrible rune light flowing all over his body. His eyes became weird, and his body was flowing with monstrous demonic power. Boom. It was as if there was a thunder explosion. Qin Wentian's body became huge, and even directly transformed into thousands of figures. After the blessing of the Great Formation, huge phantoms of Qin Wentian appeared in the void, like gods and demons, with terrible runes flowing on his body, as if he could destroy everything. Suppress and kill. The roars shook the world, and thousands of welcomes roared at the same time, shaking the earth. The terrifying palm prints of suppressing the sky were madly blasted out, and thousands of such palm prints were simply destroying everything. Han Luo's huge body was stiff, and then his whole body burst out with amazing power, trampling on the world, and his huge palm slammed down, and a huge earth shield appeared. The rumbling sound of the shock came out, and the earth shield shattered. Han Luo roared, as if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, covering the sky with one hand, covering his whole body. Only the palm shadows in the sky continued to resist the bombardment of the palm prints of suppressing the sky. What a terrifying power! The people outside were completely stunned. They saw Han Luo endure more than 1,000 attacks in a row, and finally had to crush the array talisman and directly leave the array. Countless big palm prints rushed into the sky, making the crowd lose their minds. Everything happened in a very short time, but the wretched young strong man actually relied on the blessing of the array to blast Han Luo out and kicked him out. Awesome! Someone exclaimed. This guy is definitely a hidden genius. He is so strong. Although he is only at the 2nd level of the celestial realm, he is definitely a genius in cross-border battles. Everyone was shocked. Could this battle be simply relying on the blessing of the array? Obviously impossible. That is real combat power. Chapter 748 Rampage. It's really a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. Even Han Luo was blasted out. This young man in the 2nd level of the celestial realm has been hiding for a long time, and now he really burst out. The people outside the formation world were very shocked. It was too powerful. Han Luo stood there in a daze outside the formation diagram, and then his eyes were fixed on Qin Wentian in the formation world. Huh? Unexpectedly, he was eliminated. Han Luo was speechless. He was kicked out before the final battle, and it was by someone who is not very famous in Wu Aiao City. If Qin Wentian was very famous, he would definitely know him. Could it be that this is a newly rising genius? This is possible. Wu Aiao City is vast and there are many sects. Some geniuses are not conspicuous in the Xiangang realm, but once they enter the celestial realm, their talents begin to show. Qin Wentian's attack just now, whether it is the power of the magical power or the attack power in the magical power, is super strong. He must have achieved the fusion of multiple true meanings. It seems that I let my guard down. Han Luo shook his head and smiled bitterly. He did not hate Qin Wentian as much as Yang Feng did. He was blasted out and his skills were inferior to others. Although it was a bit embarrassing, he found a genius. In the formation world, the situation was unpredictable and the number of people was getting smaller and smaller. Some of the magic weapons and blessing formations inside are getting stronger and stronger. Ziyu and Zhao Yuan have found the power of the blessing formation, and Ziyu seems to be meeting the man in black. People outside the formation world can see the situation in the formation world clearly. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the two to meet. Zhao Yuan went to the young man. The crowd saw Zhao Yuan also began to walk in the direction of Qin Wentian. It is very likely that they will meet. It seems to be getting more and more interesting. Zhao Yuan seems to have obtained a magical weapon that enhances her attack. I wonder how much power it can bring to her. She is at the 4th level of the celestial phenomenon realm, and may not be able to defeat the young man who has emerged as a new force. At this time, everyone was not so sure about Zhao Yuan. Qin Wentian had just kicked out Han Luo, who was at the 5th level of the celestial phenomenon realm. Han Luo's cultivation was stronger than Zhao Yuan, but he went straight to Qin Wentian, which was a disadvantage. Zhao Yuan got a treasure in the formation world, but she didn't know how powerful it was. Qin Wentian was still waiting quietly in the original place. No one found this place, but Qin Wentian was not disappointed at all. This meant that there were fewer and fewer people in the formation world, so he had a higher chance of becoming the final winner. What he wanted was the heavenly demon oracle bone, and he didn't care about other people's opinions. But at this time, Qin Wentian's perception discovered that someone was coming. It was Jiutian, the beautiful woman who had been paid attention to by many people before. It was said that she was a genius of the Golden Armor sect. Jiutian also discovered Qin Wentian. Her figure was flashing at a high speed, and she came to Qin Wentian after a moment. Buzz! The beautiful body rushed directly towards Qin Wentian, and the bright starlight shone between heaven and earth. The starry sky floated in the sky, and a terrifying blessing light appeared, making the sky more brilliant. From the sky, endless star chains burst out, and blasted towards Qin Wentian with a terrifying whistling sound. It was hard to imagine that such a beautiful woman suddenly burst out with such a terrifying power during the battle, and she did it directly without any nonsense, which was to blast Qin Wentian out directly. The Sky Demon Oracle Bone, Jiutian was determined to get it, and no one could stop her from getting the Sky Demon Oracle Bone. The terrifying chains were lingering around, and they were like terrifying sharp arrows. The attack was terrible in the first place, and with the blessing of the attack, it was even more terrifying. Qin Wentian has activated the formation to increase his power. His body is huge, and the shadow is even more majestic, like a huge mountain. He raised his millstone-like palm and blasted it into the void. Hoo-la-la! Thousands of chains swung directly, as if they had eyes, and they actually wrapped around the huge millstone palm print and locked it tightly. Then a loud rumbling sound was heard, and endless star chains hit the big palm print and destroyed it directly. Moreover, these chains not only attacked in one direction, but also killed in various directions. At the same time, there were endless chains blasting towards Qin Wentian in the air below. It's really violent. The people outside the formation world trembled in their hearts when they saw this scene. Not only this duel, but also the duel between Ziyu and the man in black had begun, and the power was even more terrifying, with a mighty power that shook the world. Buzz! Qin Wentian also unleashed his starry sky, and the sword energy was shocking. When the chains came like lightning, countless swords bloomed and bombarded all directions, destroying everything, and directly collided and strangled with the endless chains. Jiutian strode towards Qin Wentian, and continued to press forward. Her eyes were cold, like a sharp blade that wanted to shoot through people's eyes. Kill! Another large starry sky appeared, revealing endless sharp energy. It was a terrible silver light, a real killing silver light. Qin Wentian once again transformed into many figures, and his strange pupils stared at Jiutian. The dream world starry sky bloomed, and the sword light was overwhelming, sweeping everything, and the vast void seemed to be about to explode. Buzz! Jiutian's body disappeared, and was thrown directly to Qin Wentian's original body by the chain. Then an indestructible spear directly killed Qin Wentian's original body. The silver-white spear could not be seen clearly at all, only a silver light, and at the same time, the chain rushed out and wrapped around Qin Wentian. Fast, too fast, the speed of this spear was so fast that it was shocking. Jiutian's eyes showed an extremely tenacious look. Puff! The spear pierced directly into Qin Wentian's body, and the figure was shattered and disillusioned. Jiutian's beautiful eyes stagnated slightly. Obviously, it was not the original body that was pierced, but only a residual image. The chain rolled madly towards the sky, wrapping this space in it. Jiutian looked up, and her beautiful eyes were full of silver luster. Boom! Qin Wentian stepped down, suppressing the world, and an unparalleled suppressing force burst out, and those crazy rolling chains seemed to be stagnant. Boom, boom, boom. From the outside, terrifying sounds came out. The chains seemed to have frozen. The clattering sound was still there, but it was extremely slow, and the moving track was clearly visible. Jiutian frowned. She also felt a strong suppressing force on her body. Qin Wentian's body was filled with bursts of extremely bright rune light. Boom! From the outside, a more shocking suppressing force appeared. The chains were completely unable to move. Then a clattering sound came out. Suddenly, the world became clear. All the chains that blocked the space were shattered. The huge shadow of Qin Wentian in the void was filled with terrifying suppressing power. Close combat, self-destruction. Qin Wentian shouted coldly, and his huge figure trampled towards the air below. It seemed that a huge golden body appeared in the void, falling from the sky and constantly smashing into the world. Puff! Jiutian groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. The golden bodies that kept falling, any of them were like a terrible fairy or demon, able to suppress this world. They were the masters. Chains. Zhao Yuan shouted in a delicate voice, her body shining brightly, and the terrible blessing power was also blooming. Chains kept falling in the void, but it was useless. It couldn't break through this suppressive force at all. The sound of dong dong continued. The suppressive power Zhao Yuan endured became stronger and stronger. Blood kept spitting out. She stared at the phantoms, her face pale. Did she fall here? Get out! Qin Wentian shouted angrily, and stepped down. Zhao Yuan's footsteps softened, as if she couldn't bear it. Her beautiful eyes were still tough, staring at Qin Wentian in the sky, but she took out a formation talisman in her palm, with a look of fear. His palm crushed the formation talisman, and the light flashed, and it disappeared directly. Zhao Yuan was also eliminated. This guy is so strong, Ziyu also won. If it weren't for Ziyu's strength, I'm afraid this young man would really get the heavenly demon oracle bone. The strong men outside the formation thought to themselves. Now, there are only 4 people left in the formation. At this moment, they saw Qin Wentian's body flickering, and he actually gave up the formation directly. How smart! It seems that he also knows that the blessing of this formation may not be enough, and he went to find a stronger place. Qin Wentian kept wandering in the formation, and his perception spread. He didn't meet anyone else. He naturally understood that there should not be many people in the formation. Moreover, Zhao Yuan was already very strong just now. What he needs to find now is the blessing power that can make him stronger, otherwise he will never become the final winner. The further back you go, the higher the danger. Qin Wentian passed by an ancient peak, and his body flashed over the ancient peak. However, not long after he passed, his footsteps paused, and then turned around and walked back. Qin Wentian stared at the ancient peak and saw a human-shaped boulder on it. He flashed and rushed into it. Not long after, a rumbling sound was heard, and Qin Wentian came out in a dazzling golden light, like a golden body armor. I almost didn't notice it. Qin Wentian smiled, and then stepped on the ground with his feet. With a loud bang, the mountain was torn apart and a terrible crack appeared in the middle. He stepped directly into the void, roared, and the sound vibrated in the entire formation world. His body rushed forward rapidly. He is attracting people over. The people outside the formation world were shocked. This guy is so crazy. Has he obtained a stronger blessing ability? The blessing armor halo hidden in the mountain was actually found by him. I'm afraid it's difficult for ordinary people to find it. In the distance, a figure soared into the sky and rushed straight to Qin Wentian. This person was 2 meters tall, like a giant, and turned into terrifying light and rushed towards Qin Wentian. Get out! Qin Wentian blasted out with his palm, and the terrifying palm print rolled over. With a loud bang, the man's bones were shattered, and he directly crushed the array talisman and escaped. If Qin Wentian had not shown mercy, he would have died. Qin Wentian continued to step forward, looking for other people in the array to kill, domineering. P.S. I climbed the Great Wall today and walked outside for a day. I was too tired, so I can only update 1 chapter. Everyone should go to bed early after reading. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 749 The Only One. At this time, there were only 3 people left in the formation. Qin Wentian was bathed in the aura of the armor, like a god, invincible. He was so imposing that the aura shone between heaven and earth. The other 2 strong men in the distance could feel his presence and walked towards Qin Wentian. One of them was Ziyu, who had obtained a powerful blessing power, and the other was a powerful existence of the 7th level of the celestial phenomena. Both of them were very fast. It didn't take long for the 3 of them to feel each other's momentum and converge towards a certain place. The last 3 people seemed to meet at the same time. It's time for a decisive battle. The 3 of them felt each other's breath and went in the same direction. The people outside the formation saw the scene in sight and thought to themselves, who of the 3 people can win the final victory and seize the immortal and demon armor is now becoming more and more suspenseful. Before, they all thought that Ziyu was more likely, but now Qin Wentian, who has been blessed by the armor, is as imposing as a rainbow, like a immortal and demon war god, revealing an invincible spirit, and he has given everyone many surprises along the way. In the formation, The halo on Qin Wentian's body blossomed to the extreme, and the stars shone in the void. The whole body was surrounded by the dazzling starlight, and the light was shining. Ziyu and the strong man of the 7th level of the sky were the same. Ziyu was full of demonic energy. The stars above the sky faintly appeared a terrifying monster that was 100 feet tall and could swallow the sky and the earth. It was a terrible golden lion king, galloping on the stars in the sky and trampling on the sky, shaking the world with a terrible rumbling sound. Kill! The strong man of the 7th level of the sky shouted, and a blood-colored axe chopped down from the sky and chopped towards Qin Wentian in front. Boom! Qin Wentian raised his hand to bombard, and the rune light on his palm was dazzling. The terrible repressive palm print flooded the sky and the earth, bombarded towards the other party, and directly collided with a blood-colored axe, tearing and destroying it at the same time. Roar, roar. A huge and terrifying roar shook the world. It was the roar of the Lion King. The world was turbulent. The golden Lion King claws passed through the space and tore towards Qin Wentian. It was as fast as lightning. The attack seemed to ignore the distance in space. Qin Wentian burst out with an extremely bright light. The rune light lingering on his body all flowed into his palms. His palms blasted out like a tidal wave, as if blooming with supreme divine power, indestructible and all-destroying. The Lion King claws were directly blown to pieces, shaking the world. So strong, the attacks of the 3 people are so violent. The people outside the formation were shocked and extremely shocked. It was too powerful. The 3 people who had killed until now were obviously real elites, otherwise they would not have been able to participate in the final fight for the Heavenly Demon Oracle. As long as they defeated the last 2 people, they could become the only winner. At only 1/10 of the price, they could get a complete Heavenly Demon Oracle. This was undoubtedly a great gain for them. After all, the Heavenly Demon Oracle was a very rare treasure. Of course, in any case, Xianzhu has made enough money. They only need to take out treasures to lure others to participate in the gambling war, and then provide a way to fight. Although the gambling is done every 7 days, the continuous accumulation over countless years has made Xianzhu in Wu'aiao City earn an unknown amount of wealth, not to mention the land of a county, let alone the entire Yunzhao land. You must know that there are many big cities in Yunzhao, and the treasures taken out by Xianzhu there are more precious. If people want to participate in the gambling war, they have to pay a greater price, and the money earned by Xianzhu is even more terrible. But in any case, since Xianzhu can exist and prosper so much, it undoubtedly grasps the psychology of everyone. For example, this time, will Qin Wentian give up this opportunity? And in the vast land of Yunzhao, there are countless people who have the same thoughts as Qin Wentian. The battle in the formation realm broke out completely. After the 3 of them clashed fiercely for several times, Qin Wentian actually resisted the attacks of Ziyu and the 7-level Xiangxiang realm masters. He was so powerful just now that the 2 rushed over to show Qin Wentian their power and blasted him out directly. Then the 2 of them fought, but after several attacks, they still failed to blast Qin Wentian away. The 2 of them attacked more and more violently, and they were both enraged and blasted out stronger power. There were blood-colored dark clouds in the sky, and a blood-colored giant axe was lingering in it. The strong man of the 7th level of Xiangxiang roared, and hundreds of floating lights chopped down from the sky, all of which were chopped towards Qin Wentian. This would definitely kill Qin Wentian. Once bombarded, Qin Wentian would probably be chopped into 2 before he could use the formation talisman. Roar! The Lion King roared wildly. Countless golden demon lions appeared in the sky, galloping in the void at the same time, rushing directly towards Qin Wentian, all opening their terrifying big mouths, revealing their ferocious fangs, and swallowing Qin Wentian, wanting to swallow him directly and tear him into pieces. This young man is in trouble. Although he is very strong, he is besieged by 2 powerful men. With such a violent attack, he is afraid that he will be eliminated. Everyone felt frightened when they saw this scene. At this moment, Qin Wentian was like being in a storm of destruction, and he could be destroyed and torn into pieces at any time. This attack was really too violent, and just watching it made people feel scared. At this time, Qin Wentian released the halo of the armor on his body to the extreme, making the amplification power the strongest. His body turned into a giant, like a real immortal or demon. Thousands of figures appeared at the same time, all of them were terrible giants. They roared at the same time, blasting out a chaotic fist light, suppressing the void of heaven and earth, and blooming the power of the heavenly immortal and demon art that they had comprehended to the extreme. The power of the divine essence and the fusion of the true meaning in his body exploded crazily, and thousands of figures attacked at the same time, truly destroying the world. Boom, boom, boom. A frenzy of air appeared in this world, the earth was torn apart, the mountains in the distance were shattered, and the rivers rolled. If there were strong people around, they would probably be killed alive by him. Boom. A deafening sound was heard. Although many figures were destroyed, there were still many figures trampling on the world and stepping towards the 7th-level strongmen of the heavenly elephant realm. Each of their bodies was shining with golden light, and each of their bodies was flowing with dazzling and incomparable suppression talisman light. Behind him, a terrifying golden figure appeared faintly. Kill! With a roar, Qin Wentian raised his hand to suppress the heaven and earth, shattered the void with his palm, and blasted towards the 7th-level strongmen of the heavenly elephant realm. The man roared and chopped out a monstrous blood axe light. Lines of blood were about to tear open the sky, but they were still directly penetrated, torn and suppressed. He looked at the supreme offensive power rushing in front of him, showing a look of horror and fear on his face. He took out the array talisman and wanted to crush it, but the attack was too fast, so fast that he couldn't even buy this little bit of time. The attack came directly, and with a loud bang, his body was directly destroyed and shattered, and he fell directly in the array realm and didn't get out alive. The people outside opened their mouths slightly, looking at the scene in front of them in disbelief, their eyes full of shock. Their eyes could not move, as if they were fixed in front of them. A terrifying existence of the 7th level of the celestial phenomena was actually wiped out. Moreover, the young man's previous performance was really not flattering. He avoided people when he saw them, did not dare to fight, was as timid as a mouse, and was wretched. But such a person, he became braver and stronger in the battle. They all found that the reason why the young man did not fight before was just to wait for the opportunity. For example, when he knew that Jiang Feng had a formation blessing, he deliberately walked towards Jiang Feng. At this time, the crowd understood that Qin Wentian did it on purpose. He just wanted to lure Jiang Feng out, and then blast Jiang Feng out to replace the opponent's position and get the formation. With the help of the power of the formation, he eliminated Han Luo, blasted out Zhao Yuan, and showed his prowess. However, as everyone in the formation became more powerful, he would probably be eliminated sooner or later if he stayed in it. Everyone thought that he could not compete with Ziyu. At this time, he directly and decisively gave up the blessing of the formation and set out alone to find new power. He found it. After getting the armor halo, he did not waste a single moment of his world. He directly declared war on the strong men in the entire formation world, because he knew that his realm was weak. At this time, he should race against time to become stronger. He could not let other strong men get powerful blessing abilities, otherwise he would be defeated. This person is really too terrible. His decisiveness makes many people feel ashamed. A person of such a realm can actually do this. It is simply a perfect battle. This is definitely a battle template. Did he often participate in gambling battles before? Qin Wentian didn't know that the crowd had so many ideas. At this time, he was still fighting against Ziyu. The two of them fought crazily. Qin Wentian killed the sky and the sky. Ziyu's demonic energy was surging. The Lion King roared. The Lion King's body enveloped Ziyu, which was so big that it was boundless, and the attack power was so strong that it was shocking. This won't work. Qin Wentian stared at the front, and then he flashed and rushed out directly, like a flash of lightning. Kill! Ziyu said coldly. The Golden Lion King roared, and endless killing sound waves strangled Qin Wentian. But at this time, Qin Wentian, who had transformed into a fairy demon, was fearless and rushed towards the Lion King. His golden wings shone between heaven and earth. His body drew a brilliant arc of light and rushed directly into the Lion King's open mouth. Ziyu's expression changed slightly. Looking at Qin Wentian rushing towards him, his face was ugly. He shouted angrily, and his eyes turned into a demonic color. Get out! Qin Wentian's body transformed into thousands of pieces again, and the palm print hid out violently, not giving Ziyu any chance at all. Ziyu roared wildly, and an extremely huge Lion King seal rolled over, but it was directly suppressed and destroyed. Ziyu crushed the array talisman, and the turbulent airflow slowly dissipated. The huge Lion King that spanned between heaven and earth also disappeared. Looking at the young man still standing inside, everyone was deeply shocked. Chapter 750 Greed. I really didn't expect it. When the people outside saw Ziyu leave the formation, they took a deep breath to ease the shock in their hearts. They guessed that Ziyu, Zhao Yuan, Han Luo and others might be the final winners, or those with high realms and strong strength. They didn't expect that a strange force would emerge, an inconspicuous existence that was even faintly despised at the beginning, would become the only one in the end. Moreover, this victory was not a fluke, it was very valuable. He defeated Zhang Feng, Han Luo, Zhao Yuan, Ziyu and people of the 7th level of Xiangxiang successively. It can be said that all the people who were guessed to be the final winners were swept away by him alone. In fact, he was the lowest among these people. Although he was blessed by the formation, it can be said that there was a component of luck, but there are many blessing powers in the formation world. Qin Wentian's ability to reach the end is definitely not just luck. Especially in the last duel, the offensive power displayed by Qin Wentian was absolutely a super combat ability. Even if he did not use the blessing of the formation, it would not be a big problem for him to fight in a higher realm, otherwise Han Luo and Ziyu would not have been defeated one after another. At this moment, a strong man from Xiangxiang stepped forward and waved his hand towards the void. In an instant, the formation diagram in the void turned into a scroll and flew towards his palm. The formation world disappeared, and Qin Wentian's figure appeared in front of the main hall of Xiangxiang with others. This made Qin Wentian feel relieved. It seemed that the heavenly demon oracle bone was in his hands. He was not worried about any accidents happening at Xiangxiang. It could become a giant in the land of a city and even in the land of Yuntao. How could it be possible that it had no credibility at all? They probably wouldn't frown at better treasures. After all, they got more. If Xiangxiang made a mistake and caused a crisis of trust, it would be fatal. No one would participate in the gambling war of Xiangxiang in the future. Instead, he needed to pay attention to those who were eliminated by him. It was no secret that he won the gambling war duel. Everyone witnessed it with their own eyes, and the heavenly demon oracle bone was what they needed. If he had a background in Wuyaocheng, it would be fine. Without a background, it would be difficult for these people not to covet it. At this moment, he could clearly feel many eyes on him. Ziyu, who had just been defeated, had a particularly cold look in his eyes. He was defeated and did not get the heavenly demon oracle bone. This time he came to get the heavenly demon oracle bone, but it was not for himself. As the descendant of the female city lord and with a father in the Xianta realm, he was blessed with no shortage of cultivation resources. He was not good at refining weapons. Although the heavenly demon oracle bone was a treasure, it was of little use to him. The reason why he came here to fight for the heavenly demon oracle bone was to prepare a gift for someone who was about to come to Wu'aiao City. This person was a powerful refiner, and his status was extraordinary. Even the son of the Wu'aiao City Lord had to treat him with respect. Such a person would not lack cultivation resources, and he had no good gifts to give. At this time, news came from Xiangxiang that the heavenly demon oracle bone had appeared and would be used as a treasure for gambling. He immediately participated in this gambling battle and was determined to get the heavenly demon oracle bone, but in the end, he failed. I was defeated by him at the 2nd level of celestial phenomenon. Without the blessing, everyone had returned to their original aura. The aura emanating from Qin Wentian was definitely weaker in their opinion. He was considered a weaker existence among all people, but it was him who defeated everyone and won this gambling battle. This was not only Ziyu's idea, but also the idea of Zhao Yuan and others. Zhao Yuan stared at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes, somewhat unwilling to accept it. The heavenly demon oracle bone was an order given to her by her master. She must get it. It was a training for her. Moreover, her master promised her that as long as she got the heavenly demon oracle bone, he would teach her to refine the toughest magic weapon with it and let her personally observe the refining process of the immortal level magic weapon. Although her master was a master of immortal level weapon refining, the immortal level magic weapon was not an ordinary thing. It was not something you could refine just by saying it. It required a lot of materials. Even her master rarely refined it, let alone the opportunity to observe it. This time, such a rare opportunity slipped away from her. No, I must get the heavenly demon oracle bone. A sharp light flashed in Zhao Yuan's beautiful eyes. Such an opportunity cannot be missed. Besides, the master would be disappointed if she didn't bring the heavenly demon oracle bone back. At this time, the man in Xiangxiang who put away the formation diagram looked at Qin Wentian and said with a smile, "Congratulations on becoming the winner of this gambling battle." According to the agreement, Xianzhu will give you a complete demon oracle bone. You can check it. As he spoke, the man stretched out his hand and waved it, and suddenly a storage ring fell on Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian took it, and then his consciousness invaded it. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, and then he put away the storage ring, looked at the figure in the void and said, "Thank you, senior. In the gambling battle, you are the winner, and the treasure of the gambling battle will naturally belong to you. No need to thank you." The man glanced at Qin Wentian and said calmly, "As the winner of the gambling battle, you can stay in Xianzhu for a while, and you can leave at any time. Of course, if you need Xianzhu to escort you to leave, you can, but you have to pay some compensation." This person's words were obviously telling Qin Wentian that someone would rob the treasure. This is also what Xianzhu must say after every gambling battle. Some people who win the gambling battle and get valuables often ask Xianzhu for shelter and escort them to leave. After all, there are risks in betting on the winner and getting the treasure. Once you step down the stairs of Xianzhu will no longer be responsible for your safety. Everyone's eyes fell on Qin Wentian. This person seemed very unfamiliar. I don't know if he will seek shelter in Xianzhu. In this case, some people's idea of taking the Sky Demon Oracle Bone may not be possible. "No, I will leave on my own," Qin Wentian said. "Okay." The strong man nodded and didn't say much. He had already reminded that as for how to choose, Qin Wentian must have his own considerations in his mind. Why should he say more? Qin Wentian turned around and prepared to leave this place. At this time, a figure appeared in front of him. It was Han Luo, who was defeated by Qin Wentian. He smiled and said, "I am Han Luo. I wonder what your name is." Looking at Han Luo, Qin Wentian said, "Qin Wentian, your excellency is extraordinary and powerful. I wonder which sect you are from." Han Luo smiled warmly, as if he wanted to make friends. If it were normal, Qin Wentian might have communicated with the other party patiently, but the situation was special at this time. He had just obtained the Heavenly Demon Oracle Bone, and he didn't know whether Han Luo was sincere or not, so he didn't want to say more. At this time, another person came over and looked at Qin Wentian and said, "Can you trade the Heavenly Demon Oracle Bone to me? I will pay the same price." Qin Wentian looked up and looked at the person standing in front of him. She was also defeated by him, the proud daughter of the Golden Armor sect, Jiutian. She obviously had not given up the Heavenly Demon Oracle Bone and still wanted to get it from Qin Wentian. "I'm sorry, this Heavenly Demon Oracle Bone is useful to me," Qin Wentian said indifferently. Treasures like the Heavenly Demon Oracle Bone have always been in short supply. At least at his current level, there are not many that can be touched. Maybe he can see it often after he enters the immortal stage, but that is in the future after all. For now, he really needs this Heavenly Demon Oracle Bone, so how could he give it to Zhao Yuan? After saying that, Qin Wentian nodded to Han Luo, and then walked to the side, without intending to stay here any longer. Ziyu's eyes flashed with a demonic look, and then he turned around and looked at Qin Wentian, and took a step forward. Not only Ziyu, many people followed, and the group went down the stairs directly and walked down to Xianzhu. Qin Wentian walked in the front, and many people behind him watched the excitement, feeling a little strange. This Qin Wentian was too unwise. Although he had great talent and super strong combat power, his realm was low after all. He got the Sky Demon Oracle Bone and walked away so openly. He was too bold. "I'm afraid it's too hot for you to hold the Sky Demon Oracle Bone in your hands. You should give it to me." Zhao Yuan followed and walked side by side with Qin Wentian, saying in a calm tone, "I will trade with you at an equal value, and I won't treat you unfairly. I've already said I won't exchange it." Qin Wentian said, a little unhappy. Zhao Yuan frowned. A hint of coldness permeated her body, making her look even more cold and beautiful. She continued, "I advise you to be wise. If you are so ignorant of the current situation, I am afraid that not only will you not be able to hold the Heavenly Demon Oracle Bone, but your life will also be in danger. Are you threatening me?" Qin Wentian's eyes suddenly turned and stared at Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan also turned her head and looked at Qin Wentian's arrogant and indifferent eyes. Her eyes also flashed with pride and said, "So what?" The two bodies were very close, and their auras collided with each other. There was a sense of pressure. Qin Wentian coldly spat out a word, "Get out. If anyone continues to follow me, don't blame me for being rude." Qin Wentian quickened his pace and directly shook off Zhao Yuan, leaving behind a cold voice, which made the people behind him stagnate slightly. Zhao Yuan frowned when she heard this, and a murderous look flashed in her eyes. Let her get out? Do you think you can act recklessly just because you have good combat power? Zhao Yuan's body flickered, and there was a faint glow of terrifying star power on her body. Although Qin Wentian's combat power was good, he was at the second level of the celestial realm. Without the formation to bless his attack, what could he do? He dared to speak rudely? He was simply courting death. Qin Wentian's speed increased. A dazzling light appeared under his feet, like a shuttle, carrying his body rapidly forward. On that day, he destroyed the Emperor-level Saint sect and killed many powerful people in the War Immortal Palace. The spoils of war were left on this deity, including many treasures, and there was naturally no shortage of means of transportation. Humph! Zhao Yuan sneered at this scene, waved her hand, and suddenly a brilliant light appeared under her feet, carrying her body rapidly forward, chasing Qin Wentian. The starlight on her body became brighter, and with a rustling sound, the star chains rose up, stirring up the wind and clouds, and then suddenly attacked Qin Wentian in front of her. Thousands of chains chased after Qin Wentian's body. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.